This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers wherever you're tuning in from around the world, and welcome to a big day of action here in Dreux. It's the last day of Group B matches. Two teams are looking to qualify for finals day tomorrow. I'm Rico Full, you're watching European cricket, and we are on tour in France here in the beautiful city of Dreux. A beautiful city full of character and charm, and I certainly felt some of that warmth of the lovely people in Dreux yesterday as well on my day off. And I'm loving this ground as well. I would say that is right up there in one of my top 5 grounds. It has everything that you need. I love the setting. As you know, it's surrounded by those haunted woods. I love the clubhouse, I love the people involved, and I love the way that this pitch is played. Let's talk a little bit about this artificial pitch. I think you would agree, folks, that the time that we've been here from the internationals to this series, that it's behaved itself and played beautifully well. What I like about it is it does offer something to the bowlers. It's got some spin on there. There's a little bit of the zip, especially outside the off stump where the ball is rising. We've certainly seen the good bowlers use that really well. But also, if a batter gets in here, he can go on and put plenty of runs on the board. First up this morning, it's two teams that are at the different ends of the table, and we never really expected that. When we talk about Every, we thought that they were going to be one of the teams that would be looking to be playing in finals day tomorrow. That hasn't turned out to be. They are sitting at the bottom of the table with no wins at all. Dreux, well, we felt that Dreux would be the team that would be competing with Every. Well, Dreux have not let us down. They have won 3 on the spin, but it's Every that find himself at the foot of the table. And I do feel that even if Every get 2 big wins in the matches that they have here today, that they're not going to make it through tomorrow. Dreux have more or less already secured their pathway to finals day tomorrow. Let's talk about the coin toss. Dreux have won the toss. They are going to have a bat first. No surprises there at all. Talk about the conditions. A little bit of dew on the ground here today because it's been a very clear start. The sun's been out. The dew will burn away, but I think it will be a bit of a hindrance to the bowlers to start off with. So Every are going to have to deal with that, but they're also going to have to deal with the power of the batting lineup of Dreux. Throughout the day, we're going to have a bit of cloud, but temperatures will be slightly warmer than yesterday. They're going to start about 8 degrees, but there's going to be about 15, 16 during the middle part of the day. So it should be a good day for cricket. No chance of rain is what I've been told. Right, let's talk about Dreux. When I talk about Dreux, we normally talk about their batting strength, but I want to talk about their all-rounders that they have. And those all-rounders always come to their rescue. I'm talking about the likes of someone like Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. He's been absolutely sensational, the left-hander. He bowls so superb in swinging Yorkers. Want to talk a little bit about Cameron Ahmadzai. What a great player he is with bat and ball. And then also they've got somebody like Tassinsula Safi. 3 guys that make a huge difference to the side if that top order fails. And we've certainly seen them be absolutely brilliant through this series so far. When we looked at their side, and that's why we thought they would do really well, they've got the national team captain in there, Ghanasan. They've got somebody like Dawood Ahmadzai. They've got the Mangal brothers, but they haven't clicked. Yesterday we saw some signs of their batting coming good, and we saw Arun Ayavuraju scoring a half century. We also going to sign the captain himself getting in the runs. But today, I think for them, I saw them a little bit early on in a bit of a huddle. I think today for them is just about saying, right, we're not going to get there on finals day tomorrow, but let's get 2 good games in here. And maybe if they can get a victory against Drew here, they'll tell people and let people know that even though it hasn't gone well for them, they're good enough to beat the best. So that's the first match coming up. It's a very important match for Drew, though. I think if they get a win here, then their path is secured to finals day tomorrow with a game to go in the day. And they might just make a few changes in that match if this one goes to plan for them. Danny Hudacek covered me brilliantly yesterday. Danny, good morning to you, or bonjour, I should say. And the news here from the middle is that the powerful Drew are going to have a bat first. Bonjour. Well, Danny did cover me yesterday. Maybe he's hardly overdid it yesterday. Needs a bit of time away. I don't know where Danny is. I suspect he's found John Gray and he's lost track of time. So, well, Danny will be joining me. And hello to everybody. A hazy start, bit of dew, as I said. But look, this is what Danny had happening yesterday. So I'll talk through the matches that we had yesterday. Of course, always like to give you a bit of a recap. We started, of course, with match number 21. Now you can see just exactly why those are called the Haunted Woods, can't you? They look a little bit, yeah, I wouldn't want to go in there this time of day. Right, the Stallions kicked off yesterday against Drew. Drew, well, we saw them not wobble on day 4, but I don't think they were at their best. So they had a point to prove, and boy, did they prove it. They absolutely blew away the Stallions under Niaz back in form with 71 of 22 deliveries. And, well, Drew showing their strength. One thing you find about Drew, and when I talked to you about their second match, they hardly in 2 matches batted 10 overs. Match number 22, it was CSPT Sarcelle taking on UIF Every, and Every really needed to get a start and get a win here. But it wasn't to be. Sarcelle put 155 on the board. It was Zulka Monawar scored 84. Remember, he scored 84 on match day 4 as well. So 2 lots of 84 for him. He was supported well by the captain, Wakas Bashir, 28 for 10. And Every, they did try. As I said, Arun did get that half century. Gadesan got 46, but Shabash Bashir was in good form with a play match performance, 3 for 23, getting CSPT that win by 10 runs. Stallions would then come back, but, well, they just couldn't get running, could they? 119 for 9, and it was the bowling once again of Bashir Umar of PFC Sarcelle and Abdul Rahman. Both of those guys took 2 first. And then with the bat, though, the Stallions did manage to hold on because Hasib Iqbal was in great form, 3 for 15. And Zadran Saliman, I like Zadran Saliman's bowling. It kept Sarcelle just to 90, so the Stallions would get a win. That would give their intense a boost for today. Then it was the time to see AC Star blew everybody away on the first day. Of course, Nazir Ulak scored that brilliant century, but on this day, Drew were just too strong. I mentioned that Drew were powerful with the Star 64 for 8. It was Abdurrahman Ahmadzai took 2 for 4, and Kamran Ahmadzai 2 for 11, and Drew knocked the runs off in just, well, it's under 4 overs, 37 balls to go, with Hamza Niaz and Mohamed Rafa were in the runs. Last match of the day was going to be a match between the 2 Sarcelles, CSPT taking on PFFC, and well, it was a good game. 145 to CSPT. It was Umar Asghar who was the player of the match. Not only did he score 32, supported there by Atik, who scored 27, and also by the captain Munwar, 23. But he would take 3 for 15 with the ball as well, restricting PFC Sarcelle just to a score of 109. So victory by 36 runs. And we might get a chance to have a look at the standings now. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. And what I can tell you, though, if they do come up, is that Drew are looking pretty comfortable. They are sitting at the top with 12 points. They've taken 4 points for every one of their matches. CSPT Sarcelles are second with 9, and AC Star are in third with 7. So I get the feeling that it's going to be really those 2 teams that will be battling it out to see who finishes in that second spot behind Drew. Star do have 2 matches to play. This is the way it's looking for this one. We just had a quick look at the teams. No change there for Drew, but 84% favourites to go. And, well, he is back, and I bet you he tells us that it was John Gray that distracted him. Danny Hudacek, bonjour.
Bonjour. Absolutely was John Gray, and I know they was struggling to get here because they've changed the access road, but he's here, had a bit of a chat. He's given me some information, actually, some a glossary of terms of French cricket, so I'll test you a little bit later.
All right, fair enough. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to this match as well. As I mentioned, you can see there on the pitch, there is a fair bit of drew. Yeah, there's a lot of drew out there, but there's a fair bit of dew as well. And bowler's going to have to contend with that. Here's the first, and it makes sense to go with maybe a double number tie. He's got a little bit of a better control perhaps in conditions. Starts with a dot ball. I think here, Danny, I think they just want to show the two matches they got today that even though it's not gone well, they can compete with the top teams out here.
Yeah, this is dug out, just a point. They are struggling. They haven't won a game. They've got some good players, but they don't have the depth yet. I mean, they're a brand new club. They've got some good players, and hopefully if they stick around as a club, which I'm hoping they are, then they'll add to the depth. But at the moment, they're struggling a little bit.
You've got a man who wasn't struggling yesterday with the bat, Hamza Niaz, opening up, and he plays his away beautifully. A little bit short from Dawood Ahmedzai, and Hamza Niaz hits it nice and straight. He scored good runs yesterday. Remember, I mentioned that 71 not out, and then he was also not out with a score of 20 against Stars. So he was not out in the day yesterday. He is a tremendous player, but he's somebody who, if he gets going right from the beginning, he scores runs so quickly. We've seen him do it here. We've seen him do it at the Carnum Oval as well. He's got Nabi, the captain, as he's as the non-striker. There comes Ahmedzai once again. And that's been dragged away. It's a long chase here now for the fielders. The Grizzly looks like he's going to get the better of him, but he does well. Brilliantly done. And that has to be Rahmatullah Mangal, because he is a sensational fielder. Just never gives this up. Had to get the dive in to stop it because the Grizzly was going to beat him otherwise. And he gets the dive and the slide. Well done, well fielded.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, and spot on when you picked him out. He does patrol that area very well. So Dawood comes in again, bowling to Niaz.
Niaz cuts his away, fingertips on it, and they don't take the run. I think that's probably not good backing up there from Nabi. That's always a single there. And maybe that's one of the downsides of Drew, actually. When you think about their running in between the wickets, it's not the best, and there always seems to be run-outs.
Yeah, well,
so that tells you that they can be better when they're running between the wickets.
You know, when they do everything else pretty well, maybe running might not be there. Oh, gone!
Got him! And it's that slippery, quicker delivery outside the off from Dawood Ahmedzai. And he gets the big wicket of Hamza Niaz. Was not removed yesterday, 2 not outs, but he'll go for 6. And it's the little things like that, you know, it goes back to that what we just started to talk about. If you take the single there, he's not on strike, and then this doesn't happen. But it's a good bit of bowling, and better still, it's a good catch there from Abdul Malik Jabrakil. Hamza Niaz goes, and he goes just for 6.
Yeah, really good catch, and good piece of bowling there from Dawood. You can see he stepped it up for sure. And you saw yesterday when Drew played Star, that they changed gears. They were frightening. I'd never seen. I saw Drew the day before, and they looked good. I mean, they got 8 points out of 8. Actually, sorry, they got 4 points in that first day, and then they played against Star, and they stepped it up completely, and it was a different team. And the intensity, the how quick Waheed was bowling, everything was just a different level. And I think Evry are lifting here as well. Because they have quality players, Evry.
Yeah.
We're going to see Rahmatullah Mangal, who's struggled a bit, honestly. I think he struggled with the French team, and he's struggled so far in this tournament. And here he comes, bowling to Nabi.
And Nabi leaves, and the umpire says, no, it's okay. I got the feeling that this one just catches a line. Does get that pretty full. And he gets that movement away. We've seen a lot of movement away from the quicker bowlers. Rahmatullah Mangal. Yeah, I feel for him a little bit, though, because I think he's bowling quick. And he has gone for runs, but not always off the middle of the bat, has to be said. It's dragged out to Dawood Ahmedzai, who does brilliantly well to keep it just to a single. So we're going to see Mohammad Rafa, who gets promoted up the order slightly. And normally this is where we would see Mohamed Nisar coming in, but making a slight change. Rafa was in good form yesterday. He scored 23 not-out against AC Star.
Come back to Ramatula in just a moment. Let's have a look what... that's a pretty good ball. It's over the top, and it's going to skid through, go for 4. So with Ramatula, if I were to give him advice, I'd say use your swing. They've got a deep third man, which is again, I think, a really good idea. In fact, in saying that, he's just come into the circle, which is unfortunate, because that was the tactic I would have had to use. Because he gets good swing, he's just bowling a little bit too wide to use his swing, and then when he starts to drop it short, that's when he's getting into trouble. So to push it up and to use your swing and try to get an edge, I think was what I would advise. But it's a fine line, because a little bit wet conditions on ground. Will this ball keep swinging for more than a couple of overs? I'm not sure.
And he comes now to Rafa, who just got him away for a boundary, and this time we'll just take the single, as they do make some changes to the field there. They do push Darwin Amatai back, who just got one that went over him there. Third came inside, I noticed. That's why he had to stop midway through that ball, because they had too many out. Third had to come back inside, and they've kept a sweeper out. No change to Nabi. They keep the field the same. Nabi pushes that out to the offside. Like that from Nabi. Sometimes I feel that he goes too over-aggressive too early, and he plays those rash hoiks outside to try and hit outside or over, I should say, the leg side. I think he could do with just today. The way the day pans out for me for Drua is, I think they ain't going to get through no matter what for tomorrow's final. It's a good opportunity for the players that are not in form to find their form. That's well bowled. That is beautifully played. Hey, Danny, as a bowler, what do you do and what do you think here? Me and you both standing here think, oh, what much better delivery. He gets almost the perfect Yorker in, yet he finds a good ball going to the boundary. It must be so disheartening.
Yeah, but as a bowler, this format is disheartening. I think that was a good over, actually. He got 11 hit from it, but he put it in the right areas. As I mentioned, I think he should be pitching it up, trying to get it to swing. As I said, the problem is that there's dewy conditions, so this ball might not swing for very long, and then that's when you start getting into trouble. That one was just slightly over-pitched. But as we see here, Drut on the top of the table, Every still to win. But look at the quality in the Every team, and they're just lacking something at the moment.
High and mighty, or is it? Fielder will take the catch, and Dawood Amatai, Mr. Universe, there's the celebration. And they need something to smile about and something to cheer about. And that will be a big moment, because Nabi's been, look at this. Nabi is being pushed off the field. Dawood Amatai saying, get out of here, Nabi. Off you go. I mean, it's all a bit of play acting. These guys know each other very well. But Ahmed Nabi, I mean, you thought he got enough of this. He hits it well. And then he's watching it thinking, there's the catch. But it's the reactions out there, Jangi celebration get the up and Mr. University. Well, that was pretty subtle. But I wonder if he got the bowler, Dawood Amatai. And then this, keep this. He said, Chal, then not the kamar ke bar kadna hai to. It's all a bit of fun. Look, Nabi's laughing about it as well. But that's a nice moment.
I was going to say, you're absolutely right, Rico, that Nabi should just be playing himself into a bit of form, but he falls early again, and it's that man Dawood that's made it happen.
And, they're going to play with just a little bit of respect. I'll get the feeling now the rest of this over. He makes things happen. We saw him go past 50 wickets in the internationals on the network, and he's the loveliest of characters. Is Dawood Amatai. I've got to say, I love him. Yeah, absolutely love him. He's such a character.
Yeah, very soft-spoken. He's just got one of these smiles that disarms you as well.
It's a little bit on the pads and whipped away pretty quickly. That's a good shot from Rafa. And I mentioned in my intro, I didn't really talk too much about the Nabis, the Nisar, or the Hamza Niaz, because I feel that Dreux have got some cracking all-rounders. I mentioned Abdulrahman Ahmadzai, the bowler, who can also hit the ball pretty well. The left arm, I mentioned Safi. I mentioned Cameron Ahmadzai, of course. Those three always steady on. One guy I missed out is Mohammad Rafa. Again, a very good all-rounder. I know he's struggling a little bit with the ball because he's got a bit of an injury, but with the bat, he's just outstanding, and he was great at the Cardamom Oval as well.
It's difficult with Dreux because they've got, as the keeper's chasing this, and
I think it stops.
He has stopped.
It stops, and it's just going to be a couple.
So they've got top-line batsmen. You look at Nabi, Hamza Niaz, Mohammad Nisar, all right? And then, so they've got 3 top-line batsmen, and then you get to 3, maybe 4 top-line all-rounders.
Yeah.
Everyone contributes. And if one of them's struggling at one stage, what they are missing is I think is a top-line spinner.
Yeah, we spoke about this the other day, didn't we? Short, and I don't think he's got all of this. Rahmatullah Mangal, just can't get there. It's a great effort. If anybody was going to get anywhere near this, that's the man to do it. He's covered so much ground, and then he throws himself at this, trying to get a hand to it. Just watch the effort here. 110% as he then slides across the Dewey outfield, and not only does the ball, but also the fielder go for 4.
There's not much that's been hit out of the middle of the bat yet, and it could be to do with the conditions. The ball will be skidding on this pitch a little bit, especially from the leggy.
Sure, that's the issues with Dawood. Well, there you go, Danny. I think you could say that was out the middle, and it was quite convincingly out the middle for Mohammad Rafa. I said this to you the other day, didn't I? There's 2 balls and over that he bowls short like that. If only he can sort that out. Now, I don't know if he's trying to do something specific with that delivery, but there's always 2 and over, and on most cases, especially against good teams, they'll end up going over cow corner.
I know that it's difficult with leg spin because sometimes it's a very fine line as to when you release the ball, and sometimes they get dragged down. And you're right, there is at least 1 or 2 that happens. That was only just one, I think, that he had in that over. But you can see it went for 17. Big wicket, though. Got to say, big wicket.
Huge wicket. And looks like they're going to continue with Rahmatullah. They haven't done that in previous matches. In fact, yesterday, I know I wasn't here yesterday, but of course I was following what happened. But it was quite a weird bowling lineup from them in one match. He used 8 bowlers, I believe, and Rahula Mangal and his brother Rahmatullah here, they bowled the last 2 overs, so I don't know, they were obviously trying different things. Anyway, Mangal, Rahmatullah comes in, good delivery but well hit, up and over, that's going to go all the way behind point for 6. Mohammad Nisar, now this is a guy who, if he finds his touch, and just before, of course, finals day tomorrow, they'll be absolutely over the moon. I mean, Nabi's still struggling, but if Nisar comes good, well, you have Nisar, Niaz, and then Rafa at the top of the order going well. They're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, look, they're a good club. There's a reason why they were the best in Europe 2 years ago. Here comes Rahmatullah again. So good delivery.
Yeah, gets it well pitched up this time. Maybe he does get that little bit of movement away as well. Interesting that they've got that third pretty wide. You've got 3rd man wide on the boundary and point. And I think a lot of that is to do with where the last one was struck actually by Nisar. And Rafa also has hit the shot in that area. But problem with that is, of course, any slight snick, there's nobody there to stop it. In comes Mangal again, and this time a little bit shorter, gets worked away. That ball slithers away, and well chased once again by the keeper. Abdul Malik Jabrakel's been kept pretty busy. Now, I heard you had a bit of a dignitary here yesterday.
Yes.
Can you tell me more?
So he is the assistant to the mayor of Dreux for the region. He's also the responsible for all the sports within the Dreux region. And he was telling me a lot of things about the sports, a lot of things about the development of the area. So it was he's a very, very interesting guy, and what they're doing here is fantastic for sport in the area. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Shot, really good shot. Beautifully executed. Mohamed Rafa wants to go funky early, and not only goes funky, well, this goes for 6. It's a delightful shot, gets into position early and executes it beautifully. 6 runs, showtime here at the Drua Cricket Ground.
Yeah, nice shot, and he tried to follow him outside that tram line, try to get as wide as he could, but he got into position very well. So this, firstly, this ground, it's been about 10 years ago that the Pakistani community in around Drua got in contact with the council. Another nice shot.
Well, watch out. Well, that one almost takes the scoreboard out. What a lovely hit that is. And Rafa starting to turn on the style. First, the funky shot. This time, just stands, delivers, gets right underneath it, and crunching this. Well, just to the right of the scoreboard.
Yeah, now the ball's not swinging because of the dampness on the ground. So it's not out. Optimistic appeal. They got hold of this ground and they helped to redevelop it. 5 years ago, they came in and put the pavilion in, which was nice. It's a nice little facility, and with proper toilets. They're all disabled toilets as well. They're all, which is a nice thing to see. So they're all access. But they've been helping to get the ground up to standard, and they're very, very proud of it. And they're very proud of Drua Cricket Club.
Yeah.
Saying that when you walk into the council office and the town hall, there's one trophy, or actually it's not a trophy, it's the Olympic flame that came through Drua, from the Paris Olympics. So they've got a replica of that. And on the other side, there's the trophy that Drua won in Khartoum 2 years ago. So they're very proud of the Drua Cricket Club and the work that has been done, also with the community here, the cricket community. As a new bowler comes in, it's just been cut to point. The other thing is that he was talking about the sports. There are 55 different registered sports that are officially registered with the council. The main one that they're very proud of is handball. There's about 500 registered players. There's about 500 registered basketball players. And there's a Drua player from Drua playing in the NBA. And also football. There's about 1,000 registered football players in Drua. This is hit the batsman a little bit late on the shot. Also, Patrick Vieira, his parents still live in town, and he's originally from Drua, so lots of things they're really proud of. And apparently the buildings you see around the hospital, it used to be a sanatorium, ended up being a tuberculosis hospital and then a hospice, but closed in the 90s apparently, or in the early 2000s, I can't remember. And they're going to redevelop it and make it into apartments.
Well, there you go. Now, John Gray was, who is at the ground, I had a little chat with him. This up in the air, should be out. Richmond should take it. Oh, he's fluffed it. And now it could be a run out here. Oh, he does. Oh, my word. Well, Richmond, how has he not got anything on this? It should have been a straightforward dismissal of Nisar, and he's completely got this wrong. Look at that. He hasn't even got hands to it. And then I think there was a chance perhaps maybe for run out. Oh, that's a big let off.
It is a big let off. And he's struggling to get there, to be honest, and then never looks set. It's been a pretty good over, though, got to say. Oh.
Well, what is going on here? I'm not sure what they're appealing for. Whether it's the wicketkeeper doing the oldest trick in the book and trying to put the umpire off, but I don't think this catches any off the bat. It's way down the leg side. Let's have a look at this. That just hits the deck and goes. He's appealing. The bowler then decides he'll get involved, but it's just a wide delivery, and he's running right in front of the umpire anyway. So I think the umpire's probably saying, well, if he did, I couldn't see it, even if, you're 100% sure, because you're right in my way. Richmond is going to have to bowl this again. Like you said, it's been pretty tidy already. Should have had a wicket. And, well, he's not going to get one with that one. It's just been smashed away. Mohamed Rafa has seen the ball very well, I have to say. He's looking to business this morning, Rafa. Some of the other batters probably don't look like they're quite awake and ready for action. But Rafa, he's ready and he's hitting it big.
Yes, and it is a little bit trickier sometimes in the morning. It was, I don't remember which team it was that struggled in the morning in Group A. Actually, no, it was France that struggled in the morning in the tournament earlier.
That's right. They would normally go down in the first and come back. Short, hit hard, blasted, but well picked up by Dawood Ahmadzai, who, well, he cradles that ball for a while, runs with it, and then gets a throw in. But nice pull shot, but he couldn't beat Dawood Ahmadzai, who holds it here and wobbles. It wobbles in his hands for a bit, but he gets the throw in. So it doesn't get the boundary on this occasion. Rafa.
Yeah, he hit it pretty well.
So apartments then.
Yeah.
Would you want to live in those? You know, when we drive in, we'll we'll talk about it after this ball. Well, we might. Oh, the umpire almost gets taken out. That's got to be a no-e. Let's see this on the replay. That looked pretty high to me. I know it's a slower delivery. Let's have a look at the height on it and watch the umpire. Well, you've got to have quick reflexes as an umpire. Yeah, that's a no-e, no doubt about it. Now, watch the umpire getting down. Yeah, that lefty bowled again. But when we come in there, we see a lovely house, don't we? Right on the edge of the woods. And I think that's a great house. But would I want to live there by the haunted woods? And would I want to stay in an apartment by these haunted woods? I don't think so. That will go all the way. Balle, Ginnazona, Shakalagya. And an over that was going really well from Richmond. Ends up going for 17. So 17 off the over. That's 5 overs done, and the score 70 for 2. Oh, we'll carry on talking to you folks. Rico Full and Danny Hudacek in the house.
Hey.
Bonjour, nice to have you. But we were just talking about the haunted woods. Now you got a nice shot of that. I wonder if Chris Tapps, could you show us the aerial shot of where we are, because then some of the viewers will get an idea what we're talking about. And this morning, I have to say, it looked really spooky with the dew. I mean, have a look at that. There's the haunted woods. That's what surrounds us. And, yeah, on a day like today when it was quite misty and murky, yeah, I don't think I'll be walking through those woods.
I do love European woods, though. It's very different to the Australian bush. I love mushrooms, and that's a big thing in the Czech Republic is mushroom picking. I know it is here as well.
Hey, would you, as this one's blasted away, that's 6 runs. We'll have a look at this shot, and while we're looking at that shot, are you a genuine Australian?
I'm Australian, yeah.
All right, then, in that case, Chris Tapps, I want you to come back to the commentary cam for a moment, because it is Hug an Australian Day. It does exist. It is World Hug an Australian Day. I've done my bit. So come on, everybody, go out and hug an Australian.
Yeah, please, hug this one.
That's down the ground, and that's going to be 6 runs. Shaba, Ginnasona, Shakalagya. By the way, Mohamed Rafa has reached his 50. Now Nisar gets going as well. Dangerous little moment this for Every.
Yeah, definitely at a wicket. We did see Gunnarsson bowl yesterday, and actually bowled pretty well. For someone who, I think he last bowled a couple of years ago, but you can see there's, even though they've got some very, very good players, they're just struggling a little bit. And with Brahmatullah, who's just not in form with the ball, it's they're trying to get overs from just about anyone.
Well, a little bit too wide this time. So, folks, if you have some Australian friends, or maybe the person living next door to you is Australian, knock on the door and give them a hug. It is International Hug an Australian Day today.
You do really realise that most Australians just won't believe you.
They might end up giving you a punch on the nose. Who knows? Well, that's been punched out of the ground, and Shaba, lovely catch taken by somebody just minding his own business and holds on to the catch on a cold morning as well. Well done, that man. That's 6 runs. It was mullet, and he just gets off his chair, holds on to a catch right in front of that France cricket banner. Well done to you. You know what other day it is today? World Alien Day. It is World Alien Day.
So it's not World Hug an Alien Day.
No, well, now it's worth a look.
I think he's gone.
I think the umpire's giving this out. So let's have a look. I think he's a goner here. This is not good. Nisar looks like he's run out Rafa on 50. So I think Rafa's the one who actually calls it, but he's not going to get there. Now he's well gone. So what a way to break the partnership. It was completely unnecessary.
Yep, absolutely unnecessary. It is called a wide, so they'll get a run off it.
The bee comes in again. Here's the bee that it looks like the one we revived. Look at
He's
it.
coming to say thanks.
Hello, bee. How are you? You can't quite see that in the camera. It's a bit low, but the bee is here.
Yeah.
And the bumblebee. Well, we'll see the bumblebees playing later. Look at it. It's magnificent species.
Love bumblebees.
Yeah. The bee is here. And it's gone again. Well, somebody else is gone. Is Rafa, and he can't believe it. He scored his 50 of 13 balls, and then he gets run out.
Yeah, that's well, good piece of work by the keeper, I've got to say. So, well, was it? It must have been Rafa's call.
Yeah, I think I saw Nisar looking and say, "All right, then if you're coming, I'm coming." And yeah, Rafa gets that wrong. So,
big wicket. She's been hit straight down the ground. So, look, I mean, honestly, I'm not really with the haunted woods. We're kidding around. They're not really haunted, are they, Rika? Apart from the signs of beware of danger of death.
well, all I say that just the signs alone. Oh, got him! What a catch! What a grab! You beauty! Well, Abdul Malik Jabrakil gets another quick, lightning fast reflexes, and Mohammad Nisar, it's his turn to go, and just like that, they just might just low Drew down here. I mean, Cameron Ahmadzai has come in, but now we're getting to a point where batters coming in we haven't seen maybe too much of. Still good players, though. Abdurrahman Ahmadzai will join Cameron Ahmadzai, but what a good, quick, fast reflex catch that is. Jalebiya Khail, Suere Adeglo, Jalebi catch, beautifully taken.
Great, yeah, absolutely great grab. And look, Mohammad Nisar, he didn't look in great form early on. He started to score runs then, so a big wicket. And I've got to say, Kamran started off the international tournament hitting the ball absolutely everywhere, and then fell in a hole. He's hardly scored a run since. I don't think he's scored anything really in this this tournament so far. So he's struggling. He's at the non-strikers end. It's the left-hander, Abu Rahman, will be facing Ghanasan.
He plays that away nicely, and he's probably timed this beautifully for 4. Yeah, yes. It's a good shot. I like Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. I just think he's a great all-round player. He's bowling. I just love his bowling. He's a proper left-hander. Gets the in-swing in Yorkers. And with the bat, he's very, very useful. Still got 2 good batters out there. 2 Ahmadzais are hoping to take Drew to a big total, or maybe around that 150 mark if they get going at the moment. It's 95 for 4 after 6.
They get a couple of wickets here. They turn the screws a bit. I mean, they bat all the way down to Drew. But at the same time, it's another good bowler coming on in Rahula Mangal. They've still got another over left of Richmond, who was really good. I was very impressed with Richmond today. And so they might keep them down to 130-ish.
If they could do that, they'd give themselves a chance.
Absolutely.
They batted. I mean, they did score 145 in that pursuit of 156 yesterday. So Rahula Mangal, probably of the 2 Mangals at the moment, perhaps bowling or being slightly better in terms of his economy rate. And nice start, gets the ball pitched right up there, but will just be a single as the 2 Ahmadzais cross over.
Yep. No, I definitely, I know that he's been bowling the death over, has Rahula, and he's been bowling very, very well, I think. But Rahmatullah, he's got work to do, and I think something, I don't think it's psychological, it's just easier for batsmen to hit him for some reason. He does rely on his swing a little bit. If the ball's not swinging, then it's good pace. I just think he's putting it in slightly wrong areas. I don't know. He'll have to work on it because he's a quality bowler.
Beautiful
anyway.
Hazy sunshine at the moment. That's
nice.
Burning away some of this dew. As they're just trying to get the field right here to Abdurrahman. So here comes Mangal coming, opting to come around the wicket straight away. Crunched. Absolutely crunched. Well, that's been mullered. 6 runs. We talked about this a couple of days ago, didn't we? That we don't necessarily feel that a bowler, just because a left-hander comes in, you should go around the wicket.
Yep.
I think you should at least try over the wicket a little bit first, try and get that ball to get in between the bat and pad. I just think left-handers, whenever they see a right-hand bowler say, I'm going to come around the wicket, think, oh, yeah, that's good. I like that.
Yeah.
I think they prefer it, honestly.
to be honest, as a bowler, it does throw things out a little bit because you're so used to, as a right-arm bowler, you're so used to coming over the wicket that it does feel very different. I've tried it a couple of times. I never liked it.
Yeah.
So it just wasn't really for me.
Well, he's sticking with it, and it's a better delivery, better line, and it's a bit of a wild swing though there from Abdurrahman. The 100 comes up. I want to say good morning to SkyQuest on the chat. Hello to Helix as well. Wazza, John Hisham, and Sim One is in there as well. Nice to have you all. A very, very good, lively chat today. Of course, it is a Saturday. Happy weekend. Now, how was your peak up Friday yesterday, Bob?
It was good. Yeah, it was good. It was chilly, got to say. It was a nice shot, but, well, if Dawah was taller.
It's they put the smallest man on the field on the boundary. Maybe if Rahmatullah Mangal was there, perhaps maybe a chance. I don't know, but he hit it pretty well, didn't he?
He did.
He was travelling.
Yeah, it was a good day. It was cold here though. It was really cold. There was a lot of fog. I mean, you can see it's a little bit misty here, but today. But the sun's out, and a little breakthrough. It'll just go straight through the this mist, and it should be half an hour or so. It should be gone.
Yeah, it'll be gone pretty quickly.
But yesterday was one of those chilly days. It was about 10 degrees to start with, and it just went through you. And it's one of those ones where it doesn't matter how long you're out here, all you want is a shower just to get warm. And yeah, there are showers here actually.
There are.
Maybe I should have had a shower.
Could have. I must admit, when I obviously had a bit of a lie-in yesterday because I didn't have to get up early, so a lie-in, just made it to breakfast, and I looked out the window and I thought it was very murky, wasn't it? Very murky, overcast all day, and I thought, well, exactly how cold is it? Because I thought, it doesn't look like it was windy. It's that one should be stopped there and will be easily stopped. They'll take a single. It wasn't particularly windy, but when I stepped outside, I'm denied about whether I do want to get onto a train and travel somewhere or stay local. And I made the decision to stay local because I thought, like you said, it was just a little bit too chilly, a bit dull to be going out. But I had a very nice day just around where we were. We'll maybe talk about that a bit later. So we have a look at our schedule. I know people have had a good look at this the last few days. Of course, we move on from France, which comes to an end tomorrow, Danny. We have to say goodbye tomorrow and leave this beautiful facility. But I know that I leave one lovely facility to go to another, to that Marsa International Sports Centre there in Malta. And I know that you're looking forward to going to Jersey. That Liberation Series starts on Monday, the 5th of May. Then we have Sweden Landskrona, which, of course, it's always good to go back to Sweden. Some great competitive cricket there. Estonia, I'll be in Estonia. In Tallinn, what a lovely city. Tallinn is very similar to this, actually. Then, of course, you've got Romania and England. Hornchurch on the card. Very busy time ahead. Of course, that only just shows our European Cricket Series events. Of course, doesn't talk about what you'll be doing in Czechia, the T20s. It doesn't talk about the night series.
Yep.
So plenty of cricket happening in the next few weeks.
Well, actually, I was speaking to Joe Foster because I had a sneaking suspicion that it wasn't T20Is. They're T20IWs against Cyprus over 3 days. Cyprus are very strong, so it's going to be difficult for the Czech girls, but good experience.
I was in Cyprus when they played their first T20. Well, it wasn't T20 actually. T10 series they played there. And yeah, they got a couple of very good experienced players that have got some experience playing with. And wild throw. Better throw would have been in trouble. It's a bit shabby that really from Everett. They're better than that, and they know it. They shouldn't be giving extra runs away like that. But yeah, going back to that, they've got a couple of good players that have played and played with like under 19. Sri Lankan cricket, and that makes them strong, and they seem to be building and gelling around that. So it'll be an interesting series.
Yeah, it'll be good. That's coming up. Oh, it's gone. They're throwing the ball away. Are they going to run? Because there's no one picking the ball up.
Ooh, yeah. Why didn't they run in the end? Well, the commentators get them going anyway. But I tell you what, they could have ran 3, but they'll settle for 1. The bowler's now saying to the batter, come on, you, and Cameron Ahmed saying, I don't know what you're talking about it. Let's have a look here. I mean, do we see anything? I don't see anything there. It's there. It's a very aggressive appeal.
Now they're. What's going on?
That's a very. Have they given it now?
I don't know.
Another batter's walking out. What's happening here? Well,
very strange.
It's a very aggressive appeal. I mean, the umpires were really put under pressure there. Umpire Michelle and that's Mohadi out there.
Cameron's coming.
Now, what's happening here?
I have no idea.
I mean, it wasn't given out.
That's very strange.
But this is what it is here. So he goes for it here. It's given. I mean, they like it. The bowler likes it. The wicketkeeper just throws the ball away. Thinks he's got his man. I don't see it, to be honest.
It can't hard to tell. Could be a feather edge.
But it looks like he's being given. It looks like he's being given. I don't know how that works because it wasn't given the initial appeal. Now whether afterwards, maybe
was he run out? Was he run out? Hold on. They go for the run.
No, the run was done pretty.
No, hold on.
Let's keep it going.
Because we weren't watching it.
All right, let's keep the whole thing going.
So they throws the ball.
We've got to wait a long time for the run to come. We might not have time, but Cameron Ahmed's eye has gone, and then they run. Do they here?
You know why they run?
So
it's because Long Off started to run.
So he's not run out. He gets it. I wonder if the batter eventually says, "Yeah, I touched it." I don't know. We'll never know. Well, watch out. This could be another. It will be another. So 2 in 2. The new batter now. This Tahsin Sula Safi hits it down the ground. The catch gets taken. So it's another weird. It's all gone a bit balmy here.
Yeah, it has to be said. Really weird.
So Cameron Ahmed's eye has been given. I'm looking at the scorecard here. He was given caught behind eventually. I wonder if he himself said, actually, yeah, I think I did touch it, and then decided eventually to go. I don't know.
I don't know. When he's speaking to the umpire, like it was obviously having a discussion with the umpire. I don't know. That's just a weird one. Anyway, he's out.
Yeah. and so is the next batter. It's going to be a golden duck.
He's on a hat trick.
He goes first. Yeah, this could be the weirdest hat trick that you'll ever see, and it's Naeem Daudzai. Who's bowling the hat-trick ball to Fahim. It's going to get over the fielder, though. It will go over the boundary. 4 runs. Takes a score to 116. But once again, Everett, they are making things happen. So Tahsin Zula Safi goes for first. Bowler well caught there on the boundary. This time, it was by Ibrahim.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's Anyway, let's get back to it. It's been a good over from Daudzai. He's taken 2 for 7. And it's going to be called a wide. The other thing, if the surface is slightly damp, and it might be a little bit because of the, even though they had covers on, might be a little bit damp because of the dew, spinners skid the ball on. And it's called a wide again. Doesn't like it, the bowler. But you saw... Daudzai just taking 2 wickets. Richmond bowled very well.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's complaining about. It's definitely wide of the... That's going to be wide
as well.
Now, I've just said, look, the spinner's bowling well. He's bowled 3 wides in a row.
Yeah. Same thing happened with Ramar. We said he bowled well, and he started bowling wides.
Yeah.
We're cursing him. We are. Gets a fair bit of bat on this. We'll just take the single. So he will go back and strike, but at the end of the 8th over, that does put the 120 on the board. So there's still, knowing Drew, they'll be looking at 15 and over to finish. That's 30. Takes them to that 150.
Yes, but he's starting to get into the lower middle order now with a couple of big wickets. They're still capable batsmen, but it's not quite the same as what they have up top and the all-rounders. Yeah. Let's see what they can do.
Still got Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. He's 18 of 7. Hasn't quite gone ballistic just yet. We know that he can do. And, we don't know too much about Fahim Pachakan, who's out there at the moment. Pachakan. Pachakan. I like that song, you know.
Pachakan.
All right, here we go. They are going back to, it does look like Richmond, doesn't it? to me.
No, it's not. It's Jabakal Ibrahim.
Okay, Ibrahim is going to...
But more spin. I think it's working.
Ibrahim to bowl. And he's going to start with a wide. Look at the umpire here. Umpire really has to lean to have a look at where this ball lands. So, yeah, I think the bowler's okay, not in the way. Gets a little bit of something on this. I don't think that's a bad result for Fahim. He gets a wide and gets a bat on this. He gets the left-hander on strike. I think the left-hander will fancy this.
Yes, I think you're right. But then again, he should be turning the ball away from the left-hander. He's going to be angling it into him as well because he's coming around the wicket. So look at the ball going pretty much over long on. Maybe between long on and cow corner. And that's where I think he's going to try to hit it because of the angle in. Unless he just goes straight down the tram line.
Well, gonna be caught on the boundary. Now, let's just have a look at the height on it as well. There is Dawud Ahmadzai, Mr. Universe Toonies. This would have been a big wide, but let's see the height on it. It would definitely, he's going to dance down the tracks, no issues. Yeah,
no worries.
It would have been a massive wide. If we can see it from behind the bowler as well, it would have been a huge wide. He should have just left this one alone. Here we go. Let's see the celebration. Yeah, the umpire just gets out of the way in the right time. So, Dawud Ahmadzai takes the catch. Now, that could make the difference of the 150 getting on the board or not. As Abdul Rahman will have to, well, disappointingly walk off because that definitely would have been a wide.
Yeah, I agree. The thing is, in watching quite a bit of T10 cricket over the last 5 or so years, not many balls are left.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was a juicy full toss. He went for it and just missed out. So, 122 for 7.
Opportunity for another batter. I don't think Drew will mind this too much. And he gets hold of it pretty well, but it tamely goes to the fielder, who does the fielding. No issues there at all.
Yesterday, if you missed it, Star have been a revelation in this tournament. They've been fantastic. They were fantastic on the first day. Only played 1 game yesterday. So yeah, bowler comes in, good bowling. But when Drew came in to bowl, at them, they won. I think they won the toss, elected to bowl. It was frightening, and it was Wahid Abdul who was bowling a couple of yards faster. He's head out onside just for a single, sorry, on the offside, and also the left-hander you see here in Abdul Rahman, and he was bowling Yorkers, and they just had no answers. They lost a lot of early wickets, and a lot of even including Nazib, who hit a 4 and 6 and then got out. Yeah. He was averaging 150 in this tournament. So it was frightening, and I think they'll put on the same display against Every.
That's a good hit, straight down the ground. 6 runs, Shaba. Well strike to Fahim. He gets his first boundary. It's hit beautifully down the ground. He just held his shape. Didn't really do too much. He didn't come charging. It was kind of in the slot, and he clobbered it. So 6 runs. It's not the worst of overs, though, from Ibrahim. Bowled it nice and tidy. Just the 10 come off it, and he does pick up the wicket. And an important wicket of Abdul Rahman. So 130 on the board. But you're right. I think they showed that, didn't they, in the very first match they played, where their batting didn't click at all. But still, they went on and won quite comfortably and picked up all the points. As they bowled out PFC Sarcelle for 77 when they only put 124 on the board, having been bowled out themselves, remember.
Yeah, look, there's been a lot of wickets in this tournament. As I said, like, I can't remember a tournament where there's been just so many wickets fall. We did see 2 teams get bowled out, which is rare. You don't see that very often. Anyway, let's get back to this one.
Yeah, last over coming up now. Interesting enough, they go back to pace. All right, new batters, so nobody's really faced a bit of pace yet. They did have options with the slower stuff, but they're going to go back to Rahula. This one, whether there's any bat on this or not. Let's see what the umpire signals.
Yep.
So definitely bat on it. So weren't over. He's been good behind the stumps as Abdul Malik Jablakel, but this one gets away from him. That would have been his, I think that would have been his 4th victim.
There's a thick inside edge, and yeah, it would have been a good catch, but just put down. There's Rohula again. Another good delivery. Good areas to the tail enders. Of course, if you go too straight, then the likes of Amar Zahir or Fahim Pachakan will get bat on ball, but keeping it just outside the off. Batters are going to have a swing. They've got the 3rd back. They've got backward point back. So the field has kind of changed, kind of stayed, I should say, very much the same all the way through the innings after the power play. It's nicely played, but as I said, there is a fielder out there who makes no mistake. They take the single. Yeah, it's been a good over so far. There's that chance, and the others have been pretty tight. Still 132, only 2 from the over so far. But, I think he's a good bowler, Rahul Mangal, and he's in good form. So I think they've made the right choice in bringing him on as a death bowler.
Slower delivery. Once again, it was a little bit wider, but at this stage, I think batters are going to try and get the bat on anything. So single gets taken. So a bit of tiki-taka here towards the end. 2 more balls to come in the over.
Yeah, it's been good. 133. Still got a chance of getting out around about the 140 mark. Just need to hit one out of the screws.
Well bowled again. They are running running into trouble. That's wonderfully well done by Abdul Malik Jablakel. I just like the way how cool and composed he was here. He never rushed, never panicked, and he gets another victim. So that's another one to him, and I get the feeling he's probably been involved in 5 dismissals. You know, I think he played his part in the. Did he play part in the run out? Was that direct? I think it was direct hit, wasn't it? The run out, but it was from him. So he's had 3 caught behinds and now 2 run outs.
Yeah, been good performance and a drop catch. Don't forget that one, the easy one. No, he's been good. He makes my bowling team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
We saw him in quite a few miss the stumps, but definitely makes my bowling team. Well, it's been a good over. Only 3 from it and a wicket.
All to go. Yeah. Single, dot, single, wicket. And Drew, well, at one point thought they would get to that 150. They've been well contained. And that will be
another run
out. This time it's going to be at the bowler's end. So they lose 9 wickets.
It's the 4th time we've seen in the final over Rahul Mangal have exactly the same type of dismissal. The other 3, he's just basically lined up and thrown it at him. This one is he's come up and destroyed the stumps. Yeah, but 4th time this week.
Yeah, and it's we've seen this so often as well, where you've got one batter who just knows, all right, it's the last over, it's the last ball, whatever it is, we've got to run, and it doesn't get any real support from the guy at the other end. So Abdul doesn't want to run, and his wicketkeeper Amar Zahir does. He'll get run out because he can't get back. And Drew, well, we know they're a very formidable bowling attack, but they've been restricted to 133, so 134 required for victory. And look, they are a team that have underperformed up until now with 3 losses out of 3. Could they get their first victory against a team who are sitting top of the standings, but not just sitting top of the standings, they've won every one of their matches and picked up all the points available to them so far. This would be a very good victory if Every can pull it off.
Absolutely. They're going to have to rely on their top 3. Gunnasan really hasn't gotten going, and Ayavaraju has looked good in patches, and also Jubaid Ahmad struggled yesterday. So we'll see. I don't know how much depth they have in the batting, but it was a pretty good start from both teams. Early wickets. It was Dawood Ahmed's eye that got them, and that's the drop by Richmond. Didn't cost them too much, as it was Mohammad Nisar He did get a few more runs as the Hug Australian Day. Thank you very much, Rico. But 133 is a lot fewer than what they would have expected at the start, and they did get, I said, the main man, Ahmed Nabi, for not many. This is the run out. It's a wide, and good work from the keeper. And have a look at this. And it was definitely worthwhile having a run, but it was a big wicket because he was looking very good, was Mohamed Rafa. So they scored in patches, did Dreux, but it was the spin that did it really. This was the weird one of Kamran, and I'm not sure at all what went on. They went for the run because the long off realised, you can see him come in, that was the man at Jabakal Ibrahim, who was at long off, who realised that the ball was just sitting there at mid-wicket. That was a nice catch there by that man we just mentioned, and they bow. But it was a weird one, no idea what happened. This is the catch by Dawood at the Mr. Universe pose, and he's a good fielder, it's Dawood, but not really getting on with things. Dreux, they did lose quite a few wickets. You get to see their tail at the end. You see a couple of run-outs in the final over, and that's Rahula destroying the stumps. So they were 9 down in the end, Dreux, which is unlike them. But I'm sure they'll come out firing, and they were very, very good at the ball yesterday against Star. So look at this scorecard. So Hamza with 6. Nabi missed out again with 2. Good innings by Mohamed Rafa before he, I guess, ran himself out. It was worth a chance, but good fielding by the keeper. He hit an even 50. Mohamed Nisar with a bit of a sketchy start, but ended up hitting the ball well, 28. As we see here, the bowling figures, 2 for Dawood. He bowled well at the top of the innings. Ramatullah wicketless, and a little bit expensive in his second over. I thought Richmond bowled pretty well. Should have taken a wicket with that catch. Gunnarsson took a wicket, but it was expensive. But 2 wickets at the end for Naeem Dawodsai and Jabakal Ibrahim with 1. So spin, I think, doing very well for Every against Dreux. So here we are, 133 for 9, 134 to win, and it's gettable. It's gettable. It's one of those tantalising totals. It's about par actually. If we saw the figures before, it was about 130, 132 is the par score here on this ground during this group. There's a bit more with Group A. And we're back in a few minutes' time to see whether Every can get the 134 they need to win against Dreux and inflict their first loss, or if Dreux can do damage to the Every batting and get the win. We'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to this European Cricket Series France match between Evry and Dreux. Evry have done pretty well in the field, restricting Dreux to 133. Got a good chance here, in a sense. Have Evry have struggled a bit because they're lacking a little bit of depth. They do have some quality in this this team, and they're going to be opening with Arun Varaju and Dawood Ahmadzai. It's a bit of the little and large. Arun, a very tall man, and Dawood lacking a little bit in that department, making up for it in talent and heart. He's the Duracell bunny of the French national team and of this Evry team. It looks like it's going to be Wahid Abdul to open up. He was bowling quick yesterday. So 93 is the first target that Evry need to get a point, but they're obviously looking for the first win of the tournament. They're winless so far. Dreux have taken 4 points from all of their games, so it will be a huge upset when you consider the tournament. But as I mentioned, the quality of this in this Evry side is well, hopefully it'll be on display. Gunnarsson didn't open, which is I think a good move. And we're just about to start. Rico is back in the igloo with me.
Yeah, good to be back on a beautiful sunny morning. As that's the first one, which is interestingly played there by Arun. But you're right, it's very much a little and large combination. But of course, we do know that Dawood is a larger-than-life character, isn't he? Mr. Universe. But this guy, I mean, when he turns it on, and I know you said he bowled like the wind yesterday. Wahid Abdul, he's a real character, fine bowler. Just getting that away swing. He's got the ideal away swinger's action, hasn't he? The way he approaches, and he gets close to the stumps and then whips the arm over and gets that ball to seam away from the right-hander.
Again, I saw him bowl a couple of days ago. I thought, yeah, he's handy. He's handy. And same with Abdurrahman as well. Yeah, good bowler. And then they stepped it up yesterday, and it was a different level to anything we've seen this week. And well, he's coming off looks like a bit of a shorter run, and he's rolling his arm over, bowling line and length. And that's a nice shot by Arun, tucked around the corner, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He goes for that away swing again, Wahid Abdul. But on this occasion, you see here is, though he has got that movement, this ball does come back, but it's a little bit short. And because he starts down the leg side, it's nicely put away by Ayavu Raju. So 4 runs. He did score a 50 yesterday. Now, he's not the most explosive, but I think with 13, you know, they're needing about 13 and a half and over. He's a good guy to have out there.
Absolutely.
Well, that's Gundy. Goes for the slow ball now. This is the difference for me. I mean, if you get a ball like that, you're just gonna crunch it. You know it's a Gundy ball. Let's have a look at the height on this.
I think it is.
Let's see. And he's gonna. I think he's gonna get away with this
I think
because
so.
he's so far out. I mean, we can't see where he's hitting this, but I mean, he should have been lashing at that. He's just trying to guide it. You've got to be swinging hard at it.
Well, he guided it straight to the fielder, unfortunately. Either side of him would have been 4.
Abdul gets away with that one, and now he's going to get hit down the ground. There's nobody there in the long off position. It's a long on. He's standing there at mid-on, so over him will go all the way 6 runs. Well, he might have missed out the ball before, but he puts that away quite nicely. So a 4 and a 6 for Arun in the over so far.
Yeah, and Wahid he's not bowling as quickly as he was yesterday. Of course, it is pretty slippery here. There's quite a bit of dew on the ground still. It will cut through as the sun comes out, but a little bit slippery underfoot. Let's see a few bowlers go down early. This one's going to be a wide, finally.
A wide ball as Abdul tries to go back where he started, just outside the off, but sort of drags that one too wide as he walks back to his mark. Welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. I know John Gray's probably parked himself up in a nice spot here. And I'm glad the sun's come out for him. Paul Kempim in the chat and Udian as well. Nice to have you with us, folks, on a lovely Saturday morning here in Drua. That's guided away. Their wide third will do the job. They'll take a single and they almost get to that 13 they require. But power play, so important, I think, in a run chase like this.
Absolutely. And it's a good start here. Just below where they need to be in the first over. As you see here, 96 matches since the last Golden Ball. Could it be a Golden Ball? It's a good target for a Golden Ball, Rico.
I always say, when you get into the 130s, well, this pitch definitely is. 96 matches since the Golden Ball. Can we stop it? Can we reset it before it gets to the 100? Because if we don't get one here today, you know it will. With 5 matches scheduled, there's Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. And I know you like to see your fast bowler wearing a headband as well.
Oh, yeah.
He is.
It's the 80s. It's the Olivia Newton-John headband. He's a good bowler as well. He's coming off a full run. And he bowls a very, very good Yorker.
Strays. Well, he tries to get that Yorker in. Very rarely, as I say about Abdurrahman Ahmadzai, very rarely does he miss his targets. He's missed that by a long way. The thing is, though, even with that delivery, the batter will be thinking, there's a lot of swing there. It's in the mind of the batter. The batter knows what's coming, but is he able to deal with it? This is Arun, who's, at the moment, keeping most of his time. We haven't seen Dawood Ahmadzai get on strike as yet. Here comes great delivery, but he's going to get away before you know. It's a very interesting field set, Tanny. What are your thoughts on this? I know doesn't tend to bowl that short, but not having a third bat to somebody who's got the pace and the wheels that Rahman has?
I'm not against it because he's bringing it into the right-hander. So not having a third back is okay for me. I think more significant, and there's a deep square leg, because if it's coming in, he'll probably flick it, and I think that's almost bringing him in now.
Yeah, he's bringing square. He's bringing square.
What a winner! What a winner!
I actually think my own opinion would be you have behind square back for the one that could stray onto the pads. Maybe bring. Yeah, I mean, let's see this delivery how this works first. And
there you go.
Shot.
See exactly where I said.
Yeah, me and you on this are thinking alike, because while he's bowling, the batter, if it's slightly short, will play that shot.
Yeah.
So I still think you got to have that man back. If anything, if you do want to push the third back, then it has to be long on. It comes back in the circle. But
he's back there now.
Yeah.
And it's actually
now they're moving the field every ball. Now Cameron Ahmadzai, who was at long on, comes into mid on. So they keep playing about with this field here at the moment.
I mean, again, it's a hitting zone. I thought he had it right originally. Comes in. It's going to be punched to the cover. Dawood comes on strike. Look, I think he had it right originally, where he has a long on, just in case the batsman drives it, and he's got one. If it swings too much and he goes with the swing, he's got one at deep square leg, and if he goes across the batsman, there might be an edge down to third man, but there's still that fly slip on the. So I think he had it right first up, and then. Well, proven right.
Asking the question, shake of the head as this one does come back. It straps Dawood on the pad, but probably doing a little bit too much, says the umpire. We'll have a look at this again.
He got bat on it. He's something called a leg by. So I think he got a bit of an inside edge. It was missing leg as well.
Yeah, missing leg. He just hasn't been able to start on, off, and get it coming back to middle. Big ball coming up here now, a big couple of deliveries, 11 come off the over. Can they win this over and stay up with the rate? SkyQuest is putting a question in there for us about the longest stretch since without a golden ball. Taking on the single, and we'll get there. So that takes the score now, 12 off the over with the ball to go. This time it's leg by. I seem to remember, I get a feeling it was around the 300 and something mark, and it got broken.
White van, by the way.
Yeah, it was the white van. Yeah, 300 odd matches. So we're nowhere near the longest stretch there's SkyQuest. Somebody in the chat will have the exact, but I think it was about 380 odd.
I think it was Charlie that broke it.
Yeah,
I think
he did.
Charlie was there.
In Portugal, yeah.
Yeah, there was one, I think they had in Italy where it was a bit long streak and it was broken, but I think Charlie was the one who broke the really long streak. So
I'm giggling here because you saw fielders falling about all over the place trying to bat this one up, but they'll take the single. So at the moment, they're okay. They're staying up with the rate as they do get the 12 off that over. So 25 without loss after 2.
yeah, it's a pretty bright start without taking too many risks here for Every. And it will be Wahid to continue. Yeah, look, in a couple of overs, I'm going to test you on some French terminology. So here, this is the standings. Dreux up top, and they've got 3 wins, taking all bonus points. You see how dominant they are. Every is missed out. They've picked up the bonus points, but they've just not had a win yet. And it's just a team that's forming, but there's a good basis to it.
Oh, what a beaut. What a beaut. There's the only one way to describe this. It's just too good. And now, well, you knew this was going to happen. Remember, Dawood Ahmadzai was helping Nabi back to his dugout. And this time, well, in a more friendlier way, perhaps, it's Wahid Abdul. But that is such a good delivery. I mean, this angle doesn't do it justice. It just shows you the pegs getting out of the ground. Watch this ball. They don't get any better than that. Off stump. Clean out of the ground. Chuck the what you beauty.
Great bowling by Wahid, and there's a little send-off and the bowl. Speaking of the devil, Charlie Hunt's in the chat, says 405.
There you go. Thank you very much, Charlie. So
there you go. We summoned him.
400.
We summoned Charlie Hunt.
Hello, Charlie. And it was good to hear Charlie. Of course, we were showing you on that day where we had all kinds of weather problems. We had that great match we did, Charlie, in Hungary was one of the classic matches. And the international action. So, Charlie, hope you're well. I know that Charlie will be doing a little bit for us. And so, Charlie, hope you're well. Hope the family's good. And I hope work's going really well. As we see that we could go 25 for 1 then. As Dawood Ahmadzai will go for 2 or 3. New batter comes in. And it is Ghanistan.
It's missing leg. I'll take a leg by though. Talking about Hungary, I was in Hungary last year with Vinny, and I think I'm not sure who took over. Did you go to Hungary last year? No, it might have been
last year.
Might have been
no.
Nish. Might have been Nish. So for the international games, but I tell you what, that is a flat track. It's great facility. I like going to Hungary. I can't remember what the name of the town is.
It's called the GB Oval as well.
It is the GB Oval, yeah.
The name of the ground. The Golden Ball Oval, I call it.
Oh, I know it's very close to God. There is a town called God or Gerd. I'm not sure. It's Hungarian. It could be anything. But the railway station before I can't remember what it's called, but I'll think about it. Yeah, it's called God. But it's a great ground, but the pitch is so flat. There was a game where 2 batsmen hit hundreds in the same game.
Yeah.
Right, and there was
first time it ever happened. Yeah.
Sheikh Razik and Jeremy. That one.
I know. Yeah.
I don't remember his name, but also. Sazir Buyan in the international game hit 162, and it was just against Romania. It doesn't matter where the Romanian bowlers were bowling, he was hitting it into the woods. They must have lost about 3 dozen Grizzlies in that game, and this is going to bounce just before the rope, and it'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, just chipped away. Have a look at Wahid. He's having a look at his captain and said, I told you, he's got to be back. I need him there, and Nabi is saying, well, I want it's a battle between the bowler wanting the 3rd man up and having Nisar on the boundary, and Nabi saying no. Well, I think the bowler gets his wish in the end.
He's a big lad.
Yeah, Nisar will go back, and the 3rd comes up. Not a good delivery. Well, how's that gone over there?
I don't know.
What is that? Must have caught a bit of the pad or something. Can we see this?
It's at the back of the
Can
bat.
we see this ball again? How does this end up going to the one glove of the keeper? What's this come off?
Oh, it's the foot.
Foot, yeah.
Lucky he didn't get back onto the stumps, actually. Almost kicked it back.
You see it here, it comes right off the foot and then almost goes back onto those pegs. It's quite over at the moment. Really do need, there's a better look at it. A good stop, actually, in the keeper.
Gunnarsson for the French team, he's the captain of the French team. Him and Kamran Matsai started off that tournament beautifully, smashing the ball everywhere, and even miss hits were just sailing. And then, Kamran can't buy a run. Was a little unlucky with his dismissal in this game.
Yeah.
And Gunnarsson's a bit the same. He got a few runs yesterday, but it still didn't look like he was at the weekend.
Nah.
So, and they need it. I mean, they're a little bit thin in the batting, and so they really rely on these two to get the bulk of their runs. So 33 for 1. They're just behind where Dreux were at this stage. The point lost one fewer wickets as well. But then there are a couple of big overs after this that really pumped up the score.
Let's see if Abdurrahman Ahmadzai can start better here with just a little bit leg-side-ish. Needs to push the ball just slightly wider, about there.
Oh.
But what a good shot, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Can you believe it? Well, sometimes your luck is in, sometimes it's just out, and it's a pretty decent delivery, but it's been struck really well by Gunnarsson, but straight to the fielder. Either side of him is getting 6 runs. It's a tough game for a batter sometimes, isn't it?
Well, it is, and as I mentioned, like he's an excellent bat, and just for some reason the runs have just stopped for him. Same with Kamran. They're both huge hitters of the ball, and well, Gunnarsson will have to go for 5.
Yeah, well, he's going to go. We're talking about patches here because we know the old saying, form can come and go, but class is permanent. But what's the worst run you ever had?
As a batsman?
Yeah.
I was never really a batsman, Rico. So I can't tell you, really. I don't know. I had the worst patch I've ever seen anyone go through. I think it was Greg Chappell. It was something like 6 or 7 consecutive ducks in Test match cricket.
Yeah.
For a great batsman. He's one of the best Australia's ever produced. Captain Australia as well, after his brother Ian stopped playing. And was one of those batsmen that had a bit of an aura around him.
Yeah.
A bit like Viv, in the sense that this was the best batsman in the team. And it was, I don't know if it was 6 or 7 ducks in a row. He just couldn't get a run.
Yeah.
So I'll have Greg Chappell as my proxy. How's that?
Ahmadzai likes this one. They all like it. The umpire, a little shake of the head. And Arun will survive the appeal.
So look at this one.
Let's see this. He's coming down the track. So the ball's good. Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Yeah, very good call.
He's come down the track and he's been here. I mean, when he gets struck, you could say the ball maybe is going to hit the stumps, but he's moving that ball so much that's going to go on and miss the pegs.
It probably was pitched on leg stump. I didn't really notice that, but you could see all 3 stumps, and he'd taken a few steps down the pitch, and he's tall, so a few steps is a third of the way down the pitch.
Time for Jabrakel to face up, and well, it doesn't get more explosive than that. I mean, I've seen stumps smash out of the ground, but that is just like a stick of dynamite has just blown them up. That is a proper boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball. Look at him go. And he's saying, well, what happens here? I suppose he's talking about the ball not quite coming up. It stays a little bit low, but still, I think it's like the bowler says, well, look, it was there. You missed it. Look at the stumps. Look at the demolition. And there's that. Well, a lot of people were, I think, asking yesterday, what's these celebrations about? I don't know if we've got to the end of it. Do you know anything about it?
It's bow. It's a traditional celebration, apparently, but more to the point, it's become a TikTok craze according to these guys. apparently. The batsman just looked at the pitch. I don't know why he's looking at the pitch. He should have been looking at the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's just stumps shattered all over the place.
Yeah,
Let's have a look at it again. Look at these stumps.
But have a look at the batsman after this.
Yeah, he's literally got his hands out saying, well, hang on, you're supposed to hit it. That's what you're supposed to do. Or at least get bat onto it. Dekh le, dande kidhar gaye, dekh le, dande change paan dete. And there you go. And it just gets a little bit boring though after a while, doesn't it? The same thing all the time. All right, now they're in a spot of bother. It's got to be said with that wicket going down.
They are in a spot of bother. Gunnarson's a big gun for them. But Arun's still out there. And as mentioned before, you have to anchor an innings around someone, I think.
Yeah.
And he's 20 off 11, but he's capable of accelerating. This was a good over, though. This has really stemmed things for as far as the runs.
Yeah, well, we've got
for
the two Aruns now. So the Arun Ramar has come in at 5.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about bad runs. If he hits, he's gone. And it's pretty close. And look at Wahid Abdul. He goes down with agony as he sees just how much this misses by. How about this then? So 1985, the nightmare of starts to Ken Rutherford's Test career continued as the third Test between the West Indies and New Zealand got underway in Barbados. Rutherford had made 0 when he came to this Test. Then he made 0. He was run out without facing a ball to bag a pair. Then coming in when he was dropped at number 3, he went first ball to Malcolm Marshall. It didn't get any better for him either. He made 2 in the second innings, 1 and 5 in the final Test. And for a shocking debut series of 12 runs in 7 innings, it got worse before it got better. Rutherford made 3 more noughts in his next 5 innings, but he did go on to captain his country and play 56 Tests. He also once hammered 317 in a tour match in Scarborough in 1986.
Nice.
Yeah, so, yeah, you can have bad runs. And that was Rutherford's run. Swing and a miss. Well, a bit of an apology here from the bowler. Well, he thought it was a wide. But on a rare occasion, the umpire says, no, you're all right there. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not really sure why there's that apology from Cameron Ahmadzai. It was a perfectly decent delivery.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, is Cameron. Just look at, actually, he's going to come in, that bustling run. And this is in the air, just away from Wahid. He's making good ground, takes the catch, nice catch. And does his roll. And the bow.
A roll and bow from Wahid Abdul is a good catch, actually, as the ball has to go, or does go over his head. He turns, he runs. He's got big hands, and if they get in, the Duck Grizzly gets in the right area, the catch will be taken. Ramar will go for 1 of 4 deliveries, and Cameron Ahmadzai picks up a wicket.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. Bowls a heavy ball, but always puts it in the right areas. So, very handy player to have in your team. Go back to Greg Chappell. I've seen a couple of different things here, but 7, I think, was the number of ducks that he had.
7 on the spin.
But do you know? I mean, I don't believe in curses, but do you know what happened? This is the summer of ducks, they called it.
Okay.
That was in 1981. Do you know what happened just before then?
What, to him or
what he did? Now, I don't believe in curses, and I think it's unrelated.
You gotta tell me what happened.
Something infamous in world cricket, and something that New Zealanders will, just like Bodyline with Australians and the English, will never forgive the English for Bodyline.
Yeah.
All right. Harold Larwood's fine. It's just Jardine that we'll never forgive. Right. But
yeah,
something he did, and it's infamous. Oh, it's going to be wide.
Yeah, it has to be, I think. Yeah, that one's just a little bit too high as he's being dug in. He does have on a bouncy pitch, it sometimes becomes a bit of an issue, this, for Cameron Ahmadzai. So I'll have to bowl that one again.
So, infamous, and he involved his brother. It was on the cricket field.
Was this the
underarm?
Yeah,
yes.
got it. because they needed, opposition needed 6 to win or something.
6 to win. Brian McKechnie was the batsman.
Yeah.
See, my long-term memory is fantastic, Rico. No idea what happened this over.
I remember, I think that was on one of my trivia questions. That's why I remember it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got and it was, wasn't his other brother commentating at the time?
I don't know about that.
I think he was, because he was the one who said, I can't believe he's doing this, don't do it or something.
I don't know. That's a good one, actually. I'll try to find out. It was probably around the right time. Ian had captain Australia. He was definitely not playing for Australia. Trevor Chappell had a rare go in the. It was a limited overs game. This is it down the ground, and McKechnie wasn't noted as a batsman, but how competitive do you have to be to get someone to roll it down the pitch? Oh my God, I've got a bug.
You got a bug.
But then Dougie Walters, who's one of my favourite cricketers of all time, he proved that you can actually hit it for 6. And I'll tell you how he did. Actually, have a guess how he did it.
Making a change in the field here, just giving himself a bit of protection there. Fine leg. How would he do it?
How would you hit a rolling ball for 6? It's difficult to get under.
Up in the air, won't carry. Yeah, a rolling ball. What do? You sort of flick it up with your foot or something and whack it? Is
exactly
that
what he did. He came down the pitch, flicked it up with his foot and whacked it for 6. Talented batsman, Dougie Walters.
I love it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the end of the over, and Drew are all over Every. Remember, they need to get 94 just to get a point. Drew at the moment haven't dropped a point in the 3 matches they've played, and could be taking 4 again here. And I think, it's not that long since we've introduced the bonus point. I'm trying to think when a team's done it on all 4 of the first 4 matches. That could be a bit of a historic moment if that happens. We've talked about our travels. Belgium Night Series coming up. Very excited about that one. And I'll be going to Malta next. I know you're going to Czechia for the T20. And you said it's women's, is it?
Women's, yeah.
So that
Cyprus.
should be T20W. T20W is there. And we've got Jersey. Then, of course, having the Liberation Series. Plenty of cricket. Jersey would be great. I know that there just gets squared up a little bit here. Arun, this is my issue with Ayavuraju. He's had plenty of opportunities. I think I can see him scoring and doing really well in T20s. In this format, he just hasn't really grasped it. His strike rate is a struggle. And when the other wickets are falling, if you haven't got a batter at the other end that is going well, then that can put a little bit of pressure on the opposition. But you can see that Drew, they're not worried about Arun at all, because they know that he's just not getting the big shots in. Bengal gets tucked up now, this time by Safi.
Yeah, you're right about Arun. He's just not getting the ball away. He's still 21 or 13, but it's slowed down halfway mark. They're on 40, and it's just not enough runs. So they need, for a point, they need 11 runs and over. So this total is looking further and further away.
Yeah, a few people are talking about the number of ducks in a row, as this one will beat the batter. I saw Tim Harmer saying Ajit Agakar had about 5 ducks in a row versus Australia. And what about yourselves? And I know that a lot of our members in the chat also play cricket. What about yourselves? I think my worst run was 4. And in fact, I know it was 4. And after the first, and the worst thing about it was, because I played a lot of the cricket in the UK, so I got 1, and it was a golden coming in at, I think it went in at number 7, got a first ball off a spinner. I was stumped, but it's one of those, you're going for runs at the end of the innings, it happens. Then the next 2 weekends were washed out. So I was keen to get out there again, same sort of situation, but this time I think it was a 3rd ball duck or something, run out game, again, similar situation, as that one's going to be 4 runs. As Kaman Ahmadzai sort of gives this one up pretty early, but 4, a rare boundary. And then, again, a washout, and then I had the 3rd. And then when I went into the 4th innings, I thought, you know what, my luck's got to change. And that was when I crunched one, and it hit a fielder. The ball popped up in the air and was taken by another fielder. I thought, that's it. But it did eventually come to an end. But it was, because of all the rained-off matches, it was like I hadn't scored a run in like 2 months. It was painful.
Yeah, nice shot, but it's to a fielder who just cuts off the runs. They don't necessarily need wickets here, Drew. They just need to cut off boundaries. They're well on top in this game, and even for the point, they still might get that bonus point. Every they're lacking depth of the batting, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was almost like that over from Safi. I think you picked it up from even when we saw Wahid Abdul bowl. Wasn't really bending his bat. They're just they're not trying to overdo it. They know that they more or less have secured their path tomorrow. They don't want any injuries. So I reckon they're, effort-wise, only giving it about 50%, and still they've caused plenty of trouble here for Every, who are 47 for 4 after 6 overs, needing 87 for a win, but that doesn't look likely. But they've still got to go a fair way to get to the 94. So they've got to start playing some shots somewhere to at least steal a point of Drew.
Yeah, look, they're such a quality side, Drew. We saw what they could do yesterday against Star. And it was frightening to see how much intensity there was in the fielding side, how much the bowling picked up. And, I mean, not only they were favourites at the start of the tournament, it's their home ground. They won this tournament last year. They won the ECL 2 years ago, being the best team in Europe. If I were a betting man, and I'm not, I would not bet against them, because they can raise their level so much more than any of these other teams.
It's more of the same. Do you know what sometimes interests me? When teams are new, so let's say we're seeing two teams playing each other, they don't know much about each other. I kind of get the way you need time to get used to what Cameron Ahmadzai bowls, but these guys know each other.
Yeah.
You know what Cameron Ahmadzai is going to bowl, and you should be already looking to be on your back foot just to flick this ball away in that sort of backward point area, the old uppercut. Going across the line like that, you're not going to get too much success.
To be fair, Rico, before watching Every, the only time I'd have seen Rahmatullah Mangal was batting for France, and he doesn't bat in the top 10 normally.
Yeah, that's actually true. He seems to be struggling here. While we go through this over in between, I'll talk about some of the days being celebrated today, because there's quite a few. I mentioned that it's Alien Day. The day provides science fiction lovers with the opportunity to partake in everything sci-fi. It's spiced up by organising sci-fi competitions for interested persons, and people normally dress up. Is it another swing and a miss? You'll like this one. The USA Today celebrate Bob Wills Day, the king of Western swing.
Yeah.
Bob Wills.
And his Texas Playboys?
Yeah, you got it. You absolutely got it. Celebrated on the last Sunday of April since 1972, when tens of thousands of fans attend a Bob Wills Day festival in the town of Turkey, Texas. Bob Wills. Well, that one's got wheels, as it will go for a long way. 6 runs, and it's almost like a gentle little push, but he gets a good amount of this. He likes to play this it's kind of the old sort of chopper shot. If he gets it there, he gets the wrist involved, he gets that proper out the middle. That's 6 runs. That's
a nice shot. Talking about chopper shots, I saw the most remarkable shot yesterday. Never seen it before. We'll come back to it in a minute. There were some interesting things yesterday. There were really interesting things. But as Cameron comes in, bowling to Rahmatullah.
2 and 2. This one's gone further than the last. Boom. Shaka Lagya. And there was a boom as well. Boom, bash, boom. 6 runs. Arriva. Ginna Sona. He just steps away and he gets it in the right area. Crunch. I get the feeling the next one might be a shorter delivery.
Could be. So, I don't remember the batsman. Tries a helicopter shot to launch it over the leg side. He's looking towards the leg side as to where it's gone, and it went over point. It was ridiculous. fantastic shot. No idea how he played it. And I think the batsman has no idea how he played it.
All right. Here we go. After 2 sixes, very handy runs trying to get to that 94, by the way. And high.
Oh, six
and
again.
gone 3 in a row. We're doing it Calypso style as Rahula Mangal casually holds on to it one-handed. Well, 6 runs for the brother, Rahula Mangal, and then the other brother, Rahula, well, he does the jalebi catch. Well, we're doing it Calypso style here. That over can certainly help every elite pick up a point as 7 overs completed. It's 65 for 4. This is what's coming up next.
This is going to be a good game. There's Sandy Stallions picked up their first win yesterday and are looking improved. They're looking actually pretty good. But Star were absolutely hammered by Dreux yesterday. They had picked up 7 points out of the first 2 games and then just were not at the races. It was a different level. But against the Stallions, I think Star are going to be back to form. Have a look at Nazib Ullah. He scored 496 points in the fantasy league, and he's hit 100. There's Mohammad Shemu's coming back in. Riaz Talukta, I think, is new to the side, so I think they'll do very well.
Now, this one's right across the line. They've got to try and get battle ball as the umpire looks like he's being attacked by something. Hey, are you a fan of Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah, I like Winnie the Pooh.
Happy birthday to Eeyore. It's Eeyore's birthday today. That's also come up. And of course, already mentioned, and I've done this already, hug an Australian day. So don't forget to hug your Australian friends today. It's in the air, should be caught and will be caught as Arun finally departs. It's been a painful kind of innings to watch, actually. But he's going to depart for 22. Ball number 17. And straightforward catch taken. And a wicket for Fahim Pachakan. That's a nice moment for Fahim. And he gets Arun, who just never really managed to get any kind of momentum going. So he goes, as I said, 22-17. Nice catch taken there, straight down the boundary. And a nice moment for the bowler. Picks up a wicket for him.
Yeah, it's a good little wicket. I'm going to show you a picture. Oh, I can't show you a picture. Give me a tick. Let me just do something. Don't look.
Okay, I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm looking to see who the batter is, actually. I think we might see the 2 brothers out there. This could be a Rahula Mangale. Will come up on the graphics in a moment.
So.
And this one just gets away from the keeper, Amar. And no signal. There must have been bat on this. Yeah, the umpire saying it was bat. So this is a chance. This is Jubin Ahmed who's gone out there, and he could have gone first ball and just drops before actually the keeper.
So I'll have a question for you in just a moment. This is uncricket related, but it is to do with the day that we're talking about.
All right.
So on screen, there's a picture of a man, a child, and a teddy bear.
Right.
Who are they?
Child, a man, and a teddy bear. Are you going to tell me that that's the? Is that the? Is that something to do with Winnie the Pooh? Is that the original? Is that the writer?
That is the writer, A.A. Milne.
Uh-huh.
That is Winnie the Pooh.
That is Winnie the Pooh.
Who's the kid?
Yeah, who is the kid? Now you're asking.
So you'll know his name if you're a Winnie the Pooh fan.
I've obviously watched it because my daughter was a fan, but so I got to say I don't know. You've got me.
Well, who was the child in the story?
Christopher
Robin. That's Christopher Robin Milne.
Robin?
Yep. So basically, A.A. Milne wrote the stories for his child and included him in the stories. Apparently, Winnie the Pooh. Again, just random trivia that comes out of my brain. Apparently, Winnie the Pooh the name Winnie the Pooh comes from a swan, from what I remember.
Okay.
Again, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it comes from a swan. But that was the name of the teddy bear, Winnie the Pooh, and that's A.A. Milne and Christopher Robin. If you want to look at it, you can see it on the net. Just type in A.A. Milne and Christopher Robin, and you'll see it. So.
Excellent photo, actually. Really good. And of course, links on very nicely to Eeyore's birthday that's celebrated here today. Good over that, actually, for him. Just the 1 run came from it. And that leaves so even though they got a good finish to that over from Cameron Ahmadzai that went for 18 with those 3 massive sixes from Ramatula Mangal, that over then puts them behind again. So you can see how things are going. They're way short, but can they get to a 94? If they can, they've got to finish really well here. They've got to go after this over. And it's time to see Safi. Maybe Nabi's warming up to bowl the last over again. Remember, he has got a hat-trick. It was quite sensational. Took a hat-trick to 4 in that one over last time I was here. Safi, short, hit up in the air. That one will go all the way. Will it? No, just bounces before. And coming Ahmadzai, there's a couple of shots that Ramatula Mangal has played straight down the ground that haven't quite carried. I wonder if they'd like to maybe go with this Southern Cross field. I think to Ramatula, he's going to hit in kind of the V. I think you're better off having the mid-wicket, a long on, maybe even that Southern Cross field where you got one straight behind the bowler and long off. Here we go again. It's short, and that's what I'm talking about. That one probably would have cleared the fielder anyway. So Ramatula Mangal now has hit 5 boundaries in a row, 3 sixes, remember, to end the last over, and he's hit a 4 and a 6 here. So he's certainly doing his part to try and at least get a point for every and Drew. Well, they would love still to get 4 points here.
Yeah, they're where's Mangal been? It's he missed the first 3 balls from. He's missed that one. But he missed the first 3 balls from Kamran, and then hit the next 3 for 6, and then he's batting out of his skin.
Yeah, Amir Zahir. There he is. He's not having the best of times. He's not getting the ball in his gloves, and this time that slower ball has him on his back. And he does pick himself up again. Safi. Again, not really bowling full pelt. Bat on ball now. They'll probably try and want to get 2, but it might even go all the way to the bat. In fact, it will. It goes for 4. So valuable runs as they now get into the 80s, 81. In pursuit of 94. That'd be something for every. But what that does mean, I mean, there was a slim chance, I suppose, if every picked up 4 points here and 4 in the next match, depending how other results went, slight chance that they could maybe make it for tomorrow. But now that's it for them. Isn't it?
That would have been a stretch, seeing they were winless coming into this game after 3 games.
Yeah.
No, they'll. I'm sure if they stick together, they'll be back and. Reinforce. This is in the air, and that is going to be. Oh, I thought he caught that. Bit of fancy footwork there. It's Ahmadzai who bowls it in from the boundary. The Mangal brothers, were they playing in Darwood? Were they playing for the President's 11 last year?
They did, yeah.
So that's the change. Is that President's 11 are not here. I don't know if they've disbanded or what the story is, or if it was a put together team. But so it's sort of the remnants of that team, I guess, that reformed. But they needed to be here. So this is high in the air. This will be 6. Nice shot. And it's gone towards the tower. But yeah, look, I think it seems like a bit of a bits and pieces team.
Yeah.
There's no real cohesion in the side. They're getting towards this. Actually, they might even get that bonus point. They've got an over to go. They should actually with the hitting from Mangal. Is on 47.
Yeah, I mean he's just kicked off, didn't he, in that over against Cameron Ahmadzai when he hit 3 sixes, and then he's continued to do it this over. That over goes for 22 from Safi. So we're at a point now where just 5 runs would get them a point, and that would be the first time that Drew have slipped up on taking all the points. They're going to go back to. See, oh, that's well bowled again. He just bowled very well. He's going to go back here now to Fahim, I believe, who bowled very well, kept it nice and tidy. He got a good over in, actually. I'm not sure what. They're having a chat here with I know what they're asking. They're saying, can you give us your name? Because his number on his shirt, it's not reflecting on the graphics that we have. Short delivery, he gets that one through as well. They're taking it on, and that is probably going to be out. I think they're going to have a look at this side on, and you can see that Ramatula wants to try and get back on strike. Amir Zahir helps him get up. He's still waiting to see what his fate is. He's told to wait there, but I get the feeling. I know Zahir takes his time, but let's have a look here. I don't think he makes it. No, he doesn't. So he's going to be gone, which is going to hurt them really, because that's 2 balls and 2 dots. And 4 balls to go. Still need 5. Well, a little bit of a wardrobe problem there as well for Rahmatullah, who's sliding in, but well, he doesn't make it. This is actually Shahbaz Javid who's having a bowl. And it's got involved in a wicket. That's going to be the run out. But well done, well batted to Rahmatullah Mangal. At least if they do get a point here, he's going to be the man they've got to thank, because he scores 47 of 19.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what though, Mazza here, the keeper's going to make the bowling team too. So it's looking pretty strong now. Wish I could bowl. I could bowl overarm. Just bowling with those big heavy things at pins is just not my forte.
Good guy to come out, Rahul Mangal. One Mangal replaces another. And wide called by the umpire. You can see the bowler looking at the umps there and thinking, am I going to get away with this or not? I don't think he does. He just goes the wrong side of the line. So this is going to have to be bowled again. So 4 required for a point, 4 or 4.
Talking about bowling, Phil G's a good bowler. He used to bowl in leagues in Melbourne, and he's very economical in the way he bowls, in the sense that he just basically strolls up and he just sort of just rolls his arm under, yeah, very, very good bowler. 90 for 6, 3 balls left to get the bonus point. Need 4 off 3. Boundary here for Rahula will be good, and just chips it over the bowler. Just be a single.
Okay, so it's getting close here now. They rotates the strike. He gets Jawed Ahmed. I mean, Jawed Ahmed himself, he's faced 5 balls for 1, and he got beaten a few times in the previous over by Fahim. So 3 of 2. And where's this going to go? Straight to the fielder. They will take the single. They're not throwing this away unnecessarily. So interesting finish to this one. And needing to try and get a couple of runs at the last ball for a point. So you've got to really, you've got to go for the shot here.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Jawed Ahmed batted number 3 for every yesterday. So, this is
hit away. And no mistake, gets the throw in underarm, and they are not even trying. So Drew will take all the points once again. As I said to you before, Danny, I think this is the first time with 4 matches played that I've seen a team in any competition take all 4 points in every single match. So Drew certainly looking good. That confirms really that they will finish top of the group. Be interesting actually whether when we see them in their last match, whether they actually make any changes or not, because they really could. They don't have to really push themselves too much going into final day tomorrow. And even in this match, I felt they were going at 50%. They stayed between 2nd and 3rd gear. They didn't push themselves, yet still they get a very comprehensive and easy victory.
I don't know about 2nd and 3rd gear. I think with the bowling they were just cruising. I think they were they got up the top of the hill and just put it in neutral and just did what they needed to do. This will be a good game. Sandonese Stallions against Star. As the Stallions come in, a little bit of a wave to them as they're walking in front of the commentary box. They had a good win yesterday. They were impressive yesterday. Star had a tough day. They only played the one that was against Dreux, and they got absolutely hammered. So they'll want to come back, and they've got a lot of firepower, a lot of good batting. Mr. Sarju, Sabir Hussain, but also that main man, Nabiz Ullah.
I think it'd be a good game because I really like the bowling of 2 guys there for the Stallions, Hasib Iqbal, and also the pace there from Zadran Saliman. So it'd be interesting, those 2 bowlers up against the hard hitters of Shaju, and of course the captain Ullah, who scored that scintillating century on debut a couple of days ago. So we have a look at the highlights, and that was a great comeback in the 2nd over from Abdul, who, it was his turn to tell Dawood where he had to go. And this was where the field just kept changing. They didn't really know how to set the field. Ghanissan hit a really good shot, And me and you thought, yeah, that's well struck, maybe 6, but it goes straight to the hand. Then this one, yeah, you got to feel for the batter a little bit. He's saying, hey, what happened there? It hardly bounced, but you still got to try and get back on the ball. The stumps were left in a mess.
Absolute mess. And there's the bye celebration from the Dreux side. As Weird walks past us and gives us a smile and a hello. Perfect timing as he does a bye in front of the camera.
Yeah, this is Arun who, I mean, he got that one away, but unfortunately he needed really to get a few more to help his team. And in the end, I suppose with what Ramatula did there towards the end with that 47, I just felt that it was almost like they weren't aware that they needed to get that 94 for a point. I mean, I think it's just sheer disappointment, which is rubbing off from them every game they play, because it's just not happening for them, is it?
It's really not happening for them. And when you're a bit thin on the batting side, they've got a pretty decent bowling side, to be fair. Ramatula's not in form, but apart from that, they've got a very good bowling side. But you can't put any pressure on with the batting, mainly if your main man in Gunnarsson, the skipper, is just not in form. He's not getting any runs. Then it puts pressure on players like Ayabaraju, and then after that, it's a bit of a mixed bag. As I mentioned, Jubaid Ahmed came in at number 3 yesterday in one of the games and couldn't hit the ball like he couldn't hit the ball today as well. So it's just a bit thin on the ground. It was good that Ramatula got some runs, but without that 47, it would have been pretty dire.
Yeah, definitely would be. So we'll have a look at the scorecard. And just in case you're wondering, yes, there will be a slight delay, just about 5 minutes. So we will come back for that, what we think is going to be a very good match between the Stallions and AC Star in around about, from where we are now, 15 minutes time. So the scorecard's really, it's just really one knock-off significance. Arun went for 22, but never really accelerated. But the man who did accelerate, Ramatula Mangal, well done to him. 47 of 19 deliveries, getting run out, trying to get back on strike to hopefully get his team at least a point out the contest. But it wasn't to be. He would get run out, and then the other batters that were left there just couldn't do it. On the bowling front, though, you just got to admire. I think Danny's absolutely right, Danny. I think you said that we didn't see them go into sort of even second gear. They did it with ease. They used 6 bowlers. Wahid Abdul, when he had to turn it on, was able to. When he got the great wicket, Abdul Rahman Ahmadzai smashed the stumps all over the place. 2 for 14 for him. But what I liked was there towards the end from Fahim Pakachan. He takes 1 for 1. And then Shabazz Javid also, that last over, only concedes just 4 runs. It doesn't pick up a wicket, but there was that run out, of course, of Ramatula Mangal in there as well. So Dreux, 4 points again, 4 points from every one of their matches. That, for me, is a bit of a record. I don't know if anybody else on the chat knows of a team that have done that, all 4 victories and taking 4 points with everyone. So Dreux certainly are onto something here. And at the moment, I suppose everybody's saying, well, is anybody going to be able to beat them? It's going to be interesting. The way it's looking, though, we can already talk about it. It looks like Dreux will be taking on Raw 94 in the qualifier tomorrow. The question is, who is going to finish second in the group? And the next match might give us a bit of an answer, because I think if AC Star can get a win, they certainly put themselves in a good position to do so. But the Stallions will have their say as well. So join me back, Rika Full, and I'll be here, of course, with Danny Hudacek, talking you through the next match, match number 27, the second of this match day 6, the last day of group matches. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome to the start of match number 27. I think this is going to be a very important match. We've got the Stallions who have a 2-1 record. They're up against AC Star team with a 2-1 record. We'll talk a little bit more about these teams in a moment, but let's join the two captains and Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
AC Star to call.
Head.
Heads is called. It is heads.
Bet first.
Batting?
Batting first.
All right, good luck. Have a good game, guys. All the best. AC Star won the toss. They're batting.
Nazib Ullah, the captain of AC Star, winning the toss and deciding that he will have a bat first. No surprises there at all. It's a beautiful sunny morning. In fact, it's the first time I think that we've had the sun at this time of day, and I think he's going to relish the opportunity to go out there and score some runs. Let's talk about the new team. They had the perfect start on debut, didn't they? They won both their matches, and Nazib Ullah, the captain, on his first match on the European Cricket Network, scores a ton. And then he followed that up in the next match by scoring a half century. He's got something like Misbah Sharju as a good partner for him at the top of the order. Sharju looked really classy as well. Both these guys are very strong on the pads. So I think the bowlers from the Stallions have to keep the ball off their pads. And then they've got someone like Shahan, who's a very good bowler. So that's a little bit about Star. What about the Stallions? Now, Stallions got a good win yesterday. They'll be boosted about that. But that win came because of their bowlers. I think Hasib has been absolutely brilliant. He's getting the ball in the right areas. We're certainly going to have to keep an eye on him. But I think for me, the pick of the bowlers was Zadran Saliman. This guy, when he gets it right, he's got pace and he can certainly cause all sorts of problems. But the bowlers have to get it right. I think if they stray too straight or go onto the pads, I think Star could really once again put a big score on the board. Going to be an exciting match. I think for Star, it's the most important for them. Remember, they got that loss yesterday after 2 wins on day one, and really they got a bit of a hiding from Dreux when they were absolutely thrashed. But they're looking to come back strong, and I think if they get a win here, then them finishing in the top 2 definitely becomes very realistic. So, exciting match coming up in the sunshine. Over to you, Danny. Danny, the news in the, from the middle here is that AC Star are going to have a bat first.
Thanks, Rico. And there's no surprise there. That's their strength. Is Star is their batting. So it's a good toss to win for them. They'll try to set a huge total like they had in the first day against this very good Stallions side. Stallions, they were resurgent yesterday. They only played 1 game in the first day. Came back 1-2 yesterday, so they're looking very good. And you're 100% right about the bowler Zadran Saliman. He's their best, I think. I've got a player coming in. It's Noor coming up towards the top of the order, possibly. Hasn't played a game yet. But one player who has played a game is Mohammad Shimu for Star. He's coming back into the side. Wasn't yesterday. And he'll strengthen that batting lineup as well, opening with Sarju. So this will be an interesting game. And if we see the start that turned up in the first day, then you're going to see a lot of runs and good runs as well. Proper batsmen. 62% says the supercomputer. So let's look how we go. Good to see quite a few chatters in. Hi Thomas, good to see you. Thomas Martinez. And, was in the chat with us a lot yesterday. And Arjun as well. Good to see you. So Dreux, the first side in the 16-point club. Thanks for confirming that. That's yeah, it shows how dominant they are. They would really never got out of first gear against Every in that last game. It will be the opening bowler Bashir Ahmadzai for Sandini. There'll be a little bit of swing. There's still just a bit of haze out there. So there'll be a swing early on with this Grizzly. It does go well. Here comes first ball. And it's fair enough. A little bit wide, but inside that tram line. It's a good start from the bowler. Do you want to hear in the chat as well? Here we go again, he says. Indeed. So, 2 men back. One on the square leg boundary, one at long on. Comes in down leg side, called a wide. Sprayed that one a little bit. She moves the batsman facing. And Sarju at the non-striker's end. But I think the first time they played Star, I was having lunch and all I could see was the ball flying in every direction. One, I think, might have hit the area I was having lunch. Well, that one hasn't hit the area I was having lunch. Just got over the boundary for 6. Nice shot. It's Shimu and Star off the mark. Nice shot down the ground. Didn't get all of it. Just got enough. It's Ali Verk who's on the long on boundary. He's pretty straight actually. There's a big gap at cow corner. And it's just tucked away for a single. Now the batsman, Shimu, brings Sarju on strike. Impressed with Sarju as well. So it'll be a little bit of an easier game than they had against Dreux. Dreux were really up for that game yesterday. They wanted to stamp their dominance on the tournament, and they blew through the top order of Star, and then made easy meat out of the rest of the batting lineup. This bowler, and again just tucked around the corner, just be a single. So pretty wary start here from the batsman. That was the 6, but apart from that, having a good look at the bowling. So it was a good toss to win, I think, for Star. They need to get back on the horse. after being ejected yesterday. Comes in and flicked away. And, well, the fielder that was out there has been brought in, and they've put in a long off. And they've hit it to square leg. So I think the bowler has to look at his field, and I think maybe I shouldn't bowl it on the pads. Comes in again. And he's come from very wide out, and just found the man at regular square leg position. Let's have a look. Well, we'll have a look next over, because it'll be Suleiman to take the ball. This is the Premier Division here. That's coming up in September, run through to October. This is the ECS, the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket, and these are going to be the groups for the three divisions, fighting it out to get into the championship group with England and the Netherlands. So Group B with Spain and Italy, I think, is a highlight. Denmark and Austria also in that. France you'll see as well, and Hungary. Going to be a tough one. Here comes bowler, going to be wide. So, as Rico mentioned before, we've both been impressed with Zadran Suleiman. He's a top quality bowler. Gets good wickets, keeps the economy rate down. Let's have a look what these two batsmen can do with him. I think some of the other bowlers might be more comfortable for them. And just dab down to point for a single. Watchful start from Saju. Bring Shimu back on strike. But Sandrini, they had a rough start to the tournament. But as I said, came back well yesterday. Were very impressive. And I look to shake that top two. These two teams are still competing for that. Hit down the ground, just be a single. So it's between three teams, I think. These two. So Stallions and Star, and also one of the Salsel teams, the Bumblebees, as Rico calls them. I think they're going to be the ones to get into second place after Dreux, who are comfortably into the final. Come Suleiman. Well, umpire's given him. So I think he might have got an inside edge onto the pad. And, well, he's waving it away. You can't really do that, son. You have to walk. So it's not going to work. As he's now claiming his case to the square leg umpire. And the umpire there has got no doubt. Well, it might have flicked the leg. Now claiming the catch. He might have got an inside edge. Don't think the batsman likes it, but it's not his choice not to walk off. So Mr. Saju goes for two. And that's the first wicket down for Star. It'll bring new batsman in. Yeah, the pesky little taped on one at the start. That's not number 18, it's number 118, Nahid Hassan, coming in at number 3. So Nazibullah, the captain, is holding himself back a little bit, trying to get away from the openers. Good bowling from Suleiman, picks up a wicket with his third delivery. He's got figures of 1 for 3. 16 on the board. Suleiman comes in again, bowling to Hassan. Big swing and a miss. Got the pink pads, pink helmet. Kept the long on and long off back. So Suleiman will keep it outside off stump, or thereabouts, and he'll pitch it up, because that'll draw the false shot, if anything, to try to get the catch down the ground. Just about right. And it's gone down to long off. It's bowling well to his field. Be a single to bring Shamu back on strike. He's on 12 off 6. Of course, he did hit that Big Maximo in the previous over. Last ball of the second. And pretty good one right in the block hole. And they just get a single. So at the end of the second, Star 18 for 1. It's a good wicket to take, Ms. Basaju. He's been really good with the bat in this tournament so far. Just going at 9s. I'm sure that'll improve. But Star, well, I hope they haven't fallen in a hole. I hope that hasn't battered their confidence. The game against Dreux yesterday, as you see the table. It's Dreux and then CSPT Sarcelles. They both played 4. Star has only played 3. If they win this game, they'll be in second place. This is flicked away, and nice shot down the leg side. 6 runs. And just too close to the pads from the bowler. As I said, he comes out very wide of the crease. I'll have a check with his back foot, because it might very well be the case that he's cutting that line. So it's Bashir Ahmadzai. Went for 13 off his first. He just come very wide in and does angle it in. Not sure why they don't have a square leg in for him. A deep square leg, I should say. Comes in again. And that was fine. Well, that's a better position for him. Picked out the fielder. Shimu's gone. And a good wicket. So they angled it in. Didn't go quite as wide on the crease with that delivery. And angled it in. Just got inside of the bat. And it's another good wicket. Good batsman in Shimu is gone as well. It'll be Nazim Ullah, the new batsman. He's the century maker on the first day. Hit 57 in the second one as well. It was a controversial LBW decision. I think it was a good one, but I can see why it wouldn't have been given as well. It was a right arm bowler coming around the wicket. Hit him on the full. It was definitely hitting the stumps, whether it was pitched on leg stump or pitched just outside. It was touch and go, but the umpire had no doubt. So, joined back here in the igloo by my good friend Rico Full.
It's a good time to be back, because these two batters, you feel, Nahid Hassan and of course the captain Nazibullah, have got to get them to probably a decent score here. But as we said, I'm going to like the battle between the bowling attack of the Stallions, because we've got some good bowlers in there, and Bashir Ahmadzai picking up a wicket as well earlier. The man that I think we both like, Zadran Saliban, doing the job. So good bit of early pressure being applied on the batting. Basically staff from the Stallions. And yeah, I heard you saying, let's just hope that they've not been too deterred from the way they played on day one with that loss yesterday to Dreux. I like the way that they played. I like the energy out there in the middle, and they certainly get pretty vocal on their bench as well. I know they come with a fair number of supporters as well.
Yeah, they came with a busload the first day. Oh, this is gone! Big wicket. And, well, I don't know what's happening to Star. They were very tentative. And that's Ullah, the century maker, who'll have to go third ball for a duck.
Yeah, it's a simple catch taken behind the stumps and the captain Barty. And that's the wicket that you really didn't want to lose if you were an AC Star team player or supporter, because the Centurion, Nazibullah, looks like he's got that on his glove as well. He's shaking his fingers. He's going to go. He gets the short ball that gets him. Clever bowling, though, you have to say, from Bashir Ahmadzai. He tested him upstairs, and he's beaten him.
Yep. So this is they're in a bit of trouble here, I think, Star, because their main 3, I guess, are gone. New batsman in, and chases that one outside off stump. So I don't I don't think they used many batsmen on the first day. They were just so dominant with the bat. And we thought these guys are world beaters. But well, now we're getting into the soft underbelly. They're batting already. And it won't get any easier with Zadran Saliman coming back.
Yeah, it won't. What a cracking over that. Just the 6 runs from it, 2 wickets, 2 key wickets. He's still got Naheed Hassan out there. And Tanbir Aziz is the number 5 batter. But I bet he didn't feel that he'd already be out there at the end of just coming to the end of that 3rd over. So very good power play from the Stallions. And remember, they did hold on to a very good victory yesterday. And they will be, of course, inspired by that. Got 119 on the board, but managed to defend it. That was going to get away, though, from the fielder. Well, just a leisurely single taken by the 2 batters.
It's going to be called wide, so batsman didn't get anything on it. No pad, no bat. So it'll be 2 to the total and bowled again. It's so nice and sunny now, Rika. Taking the jacket off.
It's beautiful. I see it. Jacket's come off. You've got the a lovely shirt on there. Is that the?
Thank you.
Oh, it's nobody there, luckily, because that's sort of just been pushed up in the air where the unorthodox point would have taken an easy catch. You've got the doves on you.
Got doves. Yeah. I thought they could be pigeons, but I think they're doves.
I think they look like doves to me. Yeah.
Bowler comes in again, gets a thick outside edge, going to the boundary, 4 runs. A bit dodgy, but they'll take it. They need the runs here to start. They need to kick-start their innings. But again, really good bowling. Not too far away from the keeper, but far enough away.
Yeah, gone quickly as well. Wasimbati, captain behind the stumps, applauding his bowler and encouraging him to keep it in that area. A little luck for Naheed Hassan. Maybe a little bit of luck that they need. And now, same area again. Doesn't look too comfortable with, the pace that's been generated by Zadran and that ball in that area.
Well, the power play's over. So Zadran Saliman, it's his last over. The 2 openers are gone. Maybe they can have a good look at some of the other bowling from Sanduni, and I think this is more to their liking. But Saliman is a top-line bowler. He's taken 1 for 12. A couple of balls left of his spell. But there's 2 new batsmen. They're going at about 8.5 and over, which is not enough in this format.
Well, we do know that Naheed Hassan, he can get going. He's got 41 or 21 in that victory against Every at the end of what was quite a sensational first day for them team on debut. Of course, 4 teams on debut, but they're a little bit different to maybe the likes of Every, who also on debut, but these were all new players, and they really performed outstandingly well. But they haven't been able to maintain. They got beaten badly in the 1 game they had against Drua yesterday. But looking to bounce back here against the Stallions, but the Stallions certainly got them right where they want them at the moment.
It's another one outside of stump. He's getting a little bit of swing. There's Saliman. And that's the end of the over. Good spell, 1 for 12 for Saliman. And 31 for 3. Star at the end of 4.
Yeah, pretty unlucky. 7 come off the over, and of course it was the edge that went for 4 as well. But they're very content with where they are here at the moment. And I'm looking at AC start to the left of me. They're very quiet at the moment. They're contemplating. Nothing's going really their way. Key batters, the top 3 really, who did expect to see score runs. Mohammed Shemu, Shaju, and of course the Centurion, Nazibullah. Back in the shed. They can't do anything about it, but where can they get to here? Can they get to a score they can defend? There's Verkali. He's going to come on and going to get the slower stuff in. Gets the ball to seam around in the air, but he starts with an absolute Gandhi ball, which Bharti actually give the captain credit. Does very well to get a glove on, otherwise that could have been 5 wides.
I don't remember Verkali bowling yesterday. I think he batted very well, but I don't remember him bowling yesterday. But I remember him bowling 1 over on a couple of days ago, and it went for a lot. Well, we might just get away with that one, the batsman. I think it's gone for 4. It was he's looking to play it on the leg side, went in exactly the opposite direction, the thick outside edge, and it fell between, well, went over 2 players.
Oh, this is where Naheed Hassan says, I spent a lot of money on this bat, which includes all the edges, and I'm going to get my money's worth from the edges today. That's the second one. He's edged to the boundary.
Ball comes in again and hit down the ground. Just be a single.
Yeah, that's the line, I think, for what he's bowling. That's where he's got to be, just darting that full length delivery in and trying to encourage the batters to go for the big shot and miss it.
Circle, pick up his crumbs. Just be a single. Miss hit again. It's been a good over so far. Bit unlucky with the edged 4. Being Aziz back on strike. 110 the expected score. And the run rate, just 8.4. Not enough. Oh, this is high in the air. And this should be safe, I think.
Oh! Now, the reason I go, oh, because I thought that we were going to have a nasty collision there. As the fielder came across, that was Zadran Saliman. And it's not his catch, in all fairness. Bashir Ahmedzai is right under this. He's getting ready to take the catch, and then look what happens. He comes right across and literally punches it out of his hands. But I thought they were going to collide there, Danny.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere, didn't he? Came out of right field. The big fast bowler. And this is nicely stopped. Just be a single. Saw a couple of collisions yesterday. Nothing too drastic. One where two players got in each other's way, and he smashed his mate in the face with his elbow, and they had to go off because he hurt his finger a little bit. But the magic spray fixed that one. Bit of tape as well, I think. And there was another one sliding on the boundary where 2 players collided into each other, both sliding into each other. But again, they were fine. So nothing drastic. Have seen some nasty collisions though.
Yeah, we get to the end of the over, 42 for 3. So I think AC Star showing that if the star players, maybe you can call them that at the top of the order, if they get dismissed, then they really do struggle. And even with a bit of luck that they're getting here, a couple of edges to drop catch, they're still struggling to get a decent score on the board.
Yeah, for sure. But it was good bowling at the start, to be fair. They didn't give anything away. You've got Sullivan, who's a top bowler for Sanduni, and they couldn't handle him. And those 3 big wickets, of course, one of them, the batsman didn't like. But it's not up to the batsman in the end. You have to walk if the umpire gives you out.
It's one of the things I think some of the new teams and new players will have to obviously also start to understand and abide by the rules. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that it wasn't a good call, but whatever it is, whether you like it or not, if the umpire gives it, you have to go. It's part of the game.
That's it.
And sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't.
I know that in club cricket there's always argument, but you can't. There's a good level umpires who know what they're doing, and you can watch the replay. Oh, you want to watch that replay though. The batsman that's taken his middle stump. Good bowling. It's Hassan Iqbal. You called him out in the intro.
Yeah,
he's being a good bowler, and he's proven it there. And it's another wicket going down. It's not looking good for Star.
Getting the ball in the right areas. That's what this is about. And Tanbir Aziz, who did get a little bit of luck when he was put down. Now, there's no luck this time, and this is where the bowler says, well, if you're not going to catch him, I'm just going to rip the stumps out of the ground, and that's going to be the end of Aziz. He'll go for 10 of 7. Troubles continue here. All right, Naheed Hassan's still there. I mean, he's not middling the ball. He's had a bit of luck himself, but can he make it count? There he is. He's got the pink pads and the pink helmet on, but he needs something to go his way.
Rabbani Khan's the new batsman. Let's see what he can do to the bowling. I see Iqbal. He's got the windmill action. He played on the offside. There's a sweeper back there. Just be a single. And bring the pink pads back on strike.
What can they get to here? I mean, it's at the moment, it's a less than 90 score, I think. And with the wickets keep falling, I think a lot depends on this guy. See if he can get anything started. Well, no is the answer to that. I know Corey would always say that when he's coaching, what he's telling his bowlers is to hit the top of the stump. And Hasib Iqbal, yeah, you're right. I gave him a shout out because I think he bowled so well the other day, and even yesterday when I wasn't here, him and Zedran were perfect. But look, right at the top, so I don't know what shot has been attempted there by a batter. When you take a look at the situation your team is, coming down and trying to play the Hollywood shot is not the way to go. And he looks back and sees middle stump out of the ground. It's disheartening for the batter, but it's joy for the bowler.
What's happened to Star today? I mean, yesterday as well, they got absolutely thrashed by Dreux, but I mean, Dreux are a different level. And Saint-Denis are improving. They're getting better. As I said, they had a rough first day, but they're really improving as this tournament goes on. And it's from a very good bowling. And I see Iqbal with the windmill action. Has picked up 2 wickets, and they're both bowled.
And now then, that's another. He's going to have to go here. I don't think this is bump. Yeah, he's walking. It's one of those that sometimes you see a lot of the fielding team think it might be a bump. That's come straight off the bat. And Hasib Iqbal takes another. That's 3 in the over. And now, well, we got definitely a genuine chance to see a hat-trick here. Hasib Iqbal gets another. It's going to be a first baller for a batter. You can see he just arches over. He can't believe what he's done there. That's Raiz Talukda. He's going to have to go. Hat-trick ball coming up here, Danny.
Yeah, look, again, great bowling. He's getting, it's the windmill action, and often you'll see those type of bowlers get a bit of in-swing, and that did swing in a little bit. So he has a realistic chance of getting that hat-trick. We've seen a few of them this week, or a couple of them this week. Saw Nabi get a hat-trick, which was pretty amazing.
Yeah, Nabi has got his name on that hat-trick board, and this Russ is enjoying a bit of the sunshine, and why not indeed. I hope he slapped on a bit of cream on that shiny head of his. Right, new batter comes in to face a hat-trick ball.
Well, let's see what he can do. Comes in, and not too far away from that bat. Good bowling. Top over this. And at the end of 6, Star are 43 for 6, going at 7.2 and over. Iqbal's taken 3 for 1. Well, you called it, Rico. Those 2 bowlers. You said Zaran Saliman and also Hasib Iqbal, and they've torn this Star batting lineup apart.
Yeah, haven't they just? And you just get a feeling here that AC starting. Now remember that I said that it's really between, I thought, them and perhaps CSPT, Sarcelle, maybe that second spot. But a big win here for the Stallions.
Yeah.
Well, that gets them right in the frame. The Stallions, they will play another match, and that's against Every, who are well short of confidence. So maybe the Stallions here could cause a bit of a comeback on this very important final day of group matches.
Oh, I think you're very right. This is going to turn around the corner. Good fielding, bit of confusion with the batsman. It'll just be a dot ball in the end. So Rico, I'm going to do a little bit of a test for you, because we might have a special guest in the next match. But I'm going to ask you a few questions. All right. And what it is a glossary of French cricket terms. So it's John Gray that's provided me that, and I have seen something like that before, but not quite as comprehensive. He gave me, it's about 5 pages, 6 pages.
That's
but then I turned it over and it's double-sided.
So these are all what? Just word or all cricketing terms?
Both.
All right.
So some of them are pretty obvious, and I'll start you easy.
Oh, well, in the end, you got to cue the circus music to this. They've been very good, have the Stallions, and you wouldn't expect the Stallions to get this wrong. You think they'll be on a perfect sort of rhythm, but they almost give away a boundary from nowhere. Have a look at this. I mean, here's one fielder coming. He misses it. Here's the second. He misses it, and in the end, it's a good recovery to stop the ball going to the boundary, but they will get a couple of runs.
That happened right in front of us in slow motion. Bowler comes in again. And a bit short and just wide of the fielders.
Come on, give me a word. I'm ready. Give me a word.
Give you a word, okay.
Me a word.
I'll start off easy.
Okay.
Right. Batteur.
Okay, so that's the battador. The
Yep.
batter.
Batter.
Yeah.
Okay. Lanceur.
Very similar to in Spanish, the lancer, which is the bowler.
Yep. Okay, easy start. Let's keep going. Go on another pace. Chasseur.
Okay. End of the over, 49 for 6. That's the 7th over now completed. Well, I'll have a think about that. And while we talk about this, I think I've got as far as England Hornchurch, Czechia. I'm looking for. Czechia I've been to a couple of places for the first time last year. Estonia was one. Czechia was one. Going there again. Very happy about that. Finland, I'm not there this time round. But I know we've got a fantastic crew there in Finland. We'll be talking you through the action. Bulgaria. It'd be nice to go back to Bulgaria. Hopefully in June we should have some better weather there this time. And of course I will go for the first time to Belgium, starting on the 7th of July. Leave it there for now. Okay, what was that one? The last word?
Chasseur.
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 Right, interesting. I see.
Well,
Fielder?
yes, fielder.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chasseur is literally a hunter. But if you think of chasse as to chase, so they're the chaser, I guess.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you something a little bit more difficult. Okay, there's touche direct and touche indirect. Right.
All right.
And touche as well.
Tush. Well, shake that tush. If you want to get this catch, they won't. It's tiki-taka at the moment. All right, so indirect and direct.
So there's touche,
Yeah.
there's touche direct, touche indirect. It's a tricky one because I wouldn't have known.
Okay. Oh, well. Would it be the boundaries? 4 and
Yes.
6?
Yes.
Yeah?
So touche direct is a
6, because
Yeah.
it's direct?
yeah, and touche indirect.
Is a 4.
Yeah. Well done.
Okay,
Very well done.
That's it. I like that.
Yeah.
It's sort of, I mean, it's a guess,
Yeah.
but only because it's kind of makes sense.
It does. It
Yeah.
absolutely makes sense. So I'm trying to give you ones that
What
do
about,
kind of
all
make sense.
right, tell me what's a wicket?
A wicket.
Yeah, the wicket. I always like different in different languages. What's a wicket? That is going to be another leg by. They'll scramble through, scrambling for every run they can get at the moment. AC start.
So
Yeah.
it says wicket here is guichet.
Say again.
Guichet.
Guichet.
Guichet. So I'm not sure if it's a wicket
Uh-huh.
because it doesn't say un guichet. It just says guichet. So I think it's the wicket.
Okay.
So I need to. I know John will know. I think.
So where's John come down from today? Did he? Because I know he said he set off at 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Good running.
He came from Saint-Malo, which is on the coast, an old pirate haunt in west of Paris, towards the coast. It's a lovely town. I was there a couple of years ago. A nice beachfront, and then there's there's a fortress on the right on the coast at the end of the beach. And now it's a bit of a tourist town because pirates don't exist in France anymore. They're more corsairs, so they're the privateers that were there. This has been hit to the leg side. Should be 4. Nice shot. Nice shot. Anyway, let's keep going because I know that Spanish will definitely help you.
Yeah.
So let's go. Appeler. Appeler.
Apule. Apule.
Appeler. Yeah.
Apule.
Appeler.
Apule. I'm just going to take a guess here because we haven't had it so far. Catch?
No.
No?
Appeler.
An appeal?
Yes, an appeal.
Ah, yeah.
Appeler
Okay.
is to call, so to appeal. All right. Okay.
Well, just like I'm struggling with these words, there's struggles for start as well as they are stuttering. 58 for 6. Looks like it could be one score in the 70s there unless something special happens. That again will not going to be a run, just a dot ball.
I'm going to give you 2 here.
All right.
Right, and they're both fantastic. Well, the first one is rase-tête. So rase-tête.
Yeah.
And the second one is ball haute dangereuse.
That sounds like an appeal.
No.
I like saying, how's that? No? They're saying 2-2-2, but they're only going to get the single. Azdet just sounds really... Azdet! No. All right.
Raz, tet. So what could tet be in Spanish? What could tet? I'm not sure if it's the same.
Nah, got me. Azdet.
And the other one is
what's the other one?
balle haute dangereuse. As this is going to be caught. Nice catch out in the boundary.
Yeah, good catch. Can't blame the batter there, Hussein. Just trying to get a boundary, trying to get something, but it's just going to be his wicket that's going to have to go. That's going to be well caught. He'll go for the 8 of 8 deliveries, Hussein. And another wicket goes down. That's the 7th that goes down, and it's Hussein Afzal that picks up the wicket there. Go on, give him to me.
So,
give me the first one.
Balle haute dangereuse.
So has to do, guessing again, something to do with the ball?
Yeah, balle haute
Yeah.
dangereuse. What could dangereuse mean?
Something to do with the ball. Wide ball or something like that.
I'll give you a hint.
Go on.
Ces bois sont dangereux.
That's still French. How does that help me?
Well, there's a sign. There's a sign.
Danger.
Yes.
No ball?
Balle haute.
Too
Haute.
high.
Dangereuse.
Which is it's a ball that's too high, dangerous. Beamer. Full
Beamer.
toss.
A beamer.
Okay.
So what? A ras-tête. And I love this one. Ras-tête. What could it be?
Dead ball. A bouncer.
Yeah, a bouncer. So raser is to shave. So
Close shave.
yeah. So it's basically it's a tête is head. Nice stop.
Yeah.
And mate will come around and pick it up and just throw it in.
Had
so
to go too really
ras
bad,
tête
yeah.
means like a close shave, but a close shave of the head, because tête is head.
And what's a shave? So is that basically
So rasé to like a razor, like rasé.
close shave?
Yeah, I like that. Maybe a couple more, and then we'll get back to this. So,
Well, we're gonna have
0
to go.
point.
Let's just have a look at this.
Okay.
I think the umpires are calling for the third. It could be a good stump in here from Wasim Bhatti. He's quick hands. I mean, he's outside his crease. And let's see here now. I think there's probably just a little bit. Looking at that, maybe just a little bit of foot behind the line. That's what the umpires are looking at. And, well, we'll leave that on display. We go to the next. I quite like these.
Yeah,
it's
they're good.
But they're not. But it's interesting. Only a couple have been similar to the Spanish. The others are very different.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking at this.
All right, in the air. Can anybody get there?
Nice catch.
Yes, very good catch. Outstanding. Brilliantly done. Unlike this. Well, they call the Stallions. And Verkali, well, he's got on that Stallion and he's got there pretty quick, hasn't he? Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. And Andre Iwa takes the dive forward, gets it in his hand. Not an easy catch at all because that ball is dropping before him. Has to get the dive, holds onto the cat. And Rabbani Khan, 7 of 11, his turn to make his way back as well. Right at the end of the over. So that's now 9 completed, 63 for 8.
Yeah, look, it's going all pear-shaped for Star. After their first day, we just thought they were world beaters. They've come crashing back down to earth, and it was Dreux that did the damage yesterday, and it's Saint-Denis who doing the damage today.
Yeah, the top two now we know just are so important to them. If they are to get runs to the board, the rest you can see really struggle. I think all the other batters that have come in sort of from number 5 downwards have struggled even to go and run a ball. An opportunity maybe for Mumtaz Ahmad to pick up a wicket or 2.
All right, nice shot. Found a fielder there though again, so not really being able to.
What other ones are important ones in cricket? What about, do they have things like for wides? So we've done a short ball and a beamer.
Let me just look up wide.
It's played nicely. He might get it in the gap. No, he won't. As well fielded there once again. Looks like Burke again. And, well, nobody's home at the bowler's end. And the batters somehow will get something out of this. Oh, dear. To be honest, the bowler, he's got to be going behind the stumps. But maybe he sees it's quite a wide and wild throw. Not able to do anything about it. Next one is short, up in the air, another catching opportunity, and it's been held. So Mumtiaz Ahmed will take the wicket. It's the 9th that goes down with 2 balls to go. Number 11 making his way out in the middle.
Yeah, so again, just not going for Star at the moment, and they're in danger of losing their 2nd game in a row and not getting a point out of it. So they were one of the contenders. They still are one of the contenders to get into their 3rd spot. But Saint-Denis have, after, I think they might have played Dreux in the first game, so there's no shame in losing that one. But ever since then, they've been playing very, very well and really coming into this tournament.
Bat on ball, and now you've got to run hard if you don't go to the boundary. But they are, well, I wouldn't say they've run hard, but they will get a couple. They'll double up, and it looks like a
white van alert. I wonder if that's lunch.
Could be.
I'm not sure. There's one in the car park. There's just so many white vans coming into this ground.
Coming up to midday. It could be. Right, will they get to a 70 score? It's a big swing. And no, they won't. It means that 70 will be the chase. So AC Star, remember the way they started back on debut day 4. They smashed 176 in one match, 161 in the other. Yet yesterday was a different day, wasn't it? Yesterday they only scored 64 for 8. And today, it's only a little bit better, 69 for 9. So AC Star, they certainly, if the top 2 don't click, they're in a lot of trouble. And what a opportunity for the Stallions. I mean, when we had a look at those tables a little bit early on, we saw that the Stallions, they were about 4th spot. They had Star above them. But what an opportunity they've got here now. If they can get a good win, if they take all the points available to them, they could jump up into 3rd spot. That would be amazing for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's very quiet over there as the football chant, and that's what it is in the dugout. As we see some of the highlights, and that was a big wicket. That was the one of Nazibullah, who went for not many.
Yeah, and this one, well, Hassan had a little bit of luck, didn't he? There's a couple of times where the ball could have gone anywhere, and on both occasions it went to the boundary. But yeah, this one though, that was probably the only lapse in the field actually from them. But other than that, I think the Stallions, they did ever so well.
They did very, very well. It was good bowling, and it was big wickets up front, and then it was Hasib Iqbal came in after the openers had finished their spells. It's 2 in a row for him. Good bowling, but the bowlers at the end just basically did the mopping up. The hard work was done by the 2 bowlers. See the comical fielding there. The hard work was done by the 2 opening bowlers to get the top order out, and then it was just again good consistent bowling by these Saint-Denis bowling lineup, and there's Troubled Star, who seem a little bit thinner on the ground after their first 4, as we see here. Just again more of the highlights, but they're mainly highlights for Saint-Denis. Nice catch taken on the boundary, didn't have to move, and this was another one. Good catch out there. That was a beauty. But yeah, Star. This is the one that they should have got the run out. No one home. They got the run in the end. But I don't think this is going to be enough. That was the catch at the man at 45. But really, not enough runs. And it's that top order that failed for Star that was so good for him on the first day. You see the overhead ground, over to this ground. Mohamed Shimu, he did well. 19 off 9. He was not happy with his decision, but as soon as the umpire gives you, you've got to walk. Misbah Saju, only 2. Nahid Hassan, 13. And it was Nazib Ullah going for a duck at the Centurion. And, well, the rest is a phone number. It's not good looking scorecard here. 10 extras as well. So 9 wide. Saint-Denis will want to tighten that up a little bit. But 69 for 9. And again, a lot of wickets going down in this game. That was a bit of what's happening in this Group B. Lots of wickets going down. So look at the bowling figures. They'll be pretty impressive. So Bashir Ahmadzai, a good opening spell. 2 for 19. Zadran Salaman, as per usual, gets a wicket. Only 12 runs from his overs. Verk Ali went for 12, and he's in his over. But Hasib Iqbal, 3 for 9, as the pick of the bowlers for me. And also Husnain Afzal doing, again, a bit of mopping up. Got 2 for 5 and 1 for 5 for Mumtaz Ahmed. So only one of the bowlers with figures above 10. As you see here, it's pretty impressive from Sanduni, and they should get all 4 points out of this game with not much going on with the start batting today. 70 in 60 balls at 7 and over. They'll be looking for all 4, and they'll be looking for a spot up in the top 2. Well, the second place, untouchable at the moment. We've got 16 out of 4 games with only 1 game to go. But it's a bit open to see who gets into that 3rd place, and Sanduni have given themselves every chance of getting 4 points in this game against Star. We're back in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game in the European Cricket Series here from France. Match 27. It's the final day of Group B action. Finals tomorrow. We're back in a moment.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back as the umpires make their way out into the middle. Umpire Michel and Ravel and third umpire Asif. Of course the umpires led very well by Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, who was good to have him back as well, and good to have the sun back, but just as I thought, just disappears for a moment, but I'm sure it will appear again. And what so far has been a wonderful start to the day, but not so good for AC Star because, well, after they really made their announcement, first time we saw them on day one of their action, it's gone downhill pretty fast. Yesterday, they only struggled to get a score in the 60s against Dreux. That may be understandable because, as we heard from Danny, Dreux really were pumped up yesterday in the way that they played. But today, same again. And it just seems that if they lose Shemu Saju and also Nazibullah early, then there's not much left in the tank. And the Stallions have a great opportunity for me to get 4 points and put themselves right in contention for coming back here tomorrow on finals day. I'm Rico Full, and back with me is Danny Hudicek.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with the Stallions. And I'll start. It doesn't look like they're going to win this game. Whether they get a point out of it is doubtful as well. As ball comes in short and called wide. Oh, not called wide. Must have flicked a bit of the shirt. So it was just a bit not very good, but got away with it. And you can see, well, the sun's out. It's nice and steamy here. It was freezing cold yesterday, Rico. You'd lucky you had a day off. Actually, I didn't even ask you what you did on your day off. I'll get there after this ball. As the bowler comes in. That's short and rubbish and 6. Well, that about sums it up. Nabi Rahman.
It's one way to describe that from Nabi Rahman. It's just an easy put away for Burke Ali. Says, thank you very much. Yeah, it wasn't a good delivery. Too short, too wide, and Burke Ali just makes that look easy. So 6 runs.
He's a good batsman, is Burke Ali. Don't like his bowling much, but his batting's very, very handy. And we saw it yesterday. It was a good contribution. All up. Yeah. The stumps went down somehow. Not quite sure how. Anyway, let's see if Nabi Rahman can stop bowling short. As the first 2 were short. Lucky to get away with the first one, actually. That should have been pounded into the car park. Comes again. That's a catch. Nice catch taken by the keeper. Wicket. Burke Ali chases a wide one. And a very, very nice take by the keeper, Sabir Hussain. And Sandini lose an early wicket. And, well, he stopped bowling short, Rico.
Yeah, well, this is a highlight and a half for a wicket keeper. It's a kind of catch his wicket keepers dream to be caught on camera. He just sees it and anticipates really well, catches it beautifully, does Sabir Hussain. What a moment for him, and also a good moment for AC Star. They needed something positive to happen early on in the innings, and they get the wicket off Burke Ali. So that just gives them a little bit of hope maybe here, gives them something to shout about, and it's a good team moment. And let's see if they can make it count and get 1 or 2 other good moments in here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they'll need it, but it was good bowling, and with the keeper, if you're wearing Larry pink pads, you need to take a spectacular catch, and he did. So good work from the keeper. Ball comes in again. It's a better ball. He's getting it to move away slightly, I think, and that's the right area. The new batsman is Idris Amatai.
Yeah, you're right. He's getting that swing away. Just a quick look at the field. I suppose I wonder if you would be encouraged to put a slip in. You need wickets to win this match. He's getting that movement away. Now that he's got his line right, maybe put an attacking slip. And, well, that would have gone to slip. I'm not saying that it was a catch because I think that's right off the path, but you'd stop the run. So I suppose it's something we don't see a lot of, but having said that, we have seen genuine slip catches.
Yeah, there was one, I don't know when it was, but there was a slip catch earlier in the week. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. And I think higher levels, I think it's worthwhile. And this one, it flies so quickly. I mean, is it going to hit the slip, or is it going to go flying over his head for 6? It's just one of those things, because they swing so hard at the ball. And this is straight to the fielder, no run, good pressure. Now they're chatty.
This, I can hear them now. They're vocal, which is good. And that's what they need to be. They've got a massive squad, haven't they? I just looked to the left of me, and it's almost like they got more sitting in their dugout than the batting side at the moment. There's a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do come from the other side of Paris. So, as do Saint Denis, to be fair. 97 matches since the last golden ball. This would be a low-scoring golden ball if it were to get there.
Tall man marking up his run-up, ready to get into the action. This is Mohamed Shahan, who probably has been the pick of their bowlers. Let's see if he can get a breakthrough here. Oh, it's close to. It's a terrible swing from Idris Ahmadzai, who hasn't got off the mark yet, and his third delivery is in danger of his stumps being clattered all over the place. Those stumps, by the way, at that end now, I think if you blow on them, they're going to fall out of the ground. They've taken a battering this morning already.
They have, and well, it's good to see stumps cartwheel, to be fair. I haven't really seen that since the 70s. We get Lillian Thompson doing that. And that's another good delivery, another dot ball. Pressure starting to mount. Shahan is the bowler.
Have a look how close square leg umpire is.
Yeah, he's pretty close, isn't
pretty close. I mean, square leg, I must admit, when I'm umpiring, I always like to be on the circle, because then I can see if fielders are inside or not. But have a look at where square leg umpire is there. It's close.
I saw umpire Anton get sconned in the leg. Oh, it's a nice shot. That'll be 6. Well, he's finally got one. It was well pitched up from Shahan, and he used his feet well.
Yeah, that's a bit more of a controlled shot, isn't it? I mean, maybe that will help Idris Ahmadzai settle down. Well, we did see one batter. That was Burke, who hit a 6 and got out. So Idris Ahmadzai, he hits the 6. What next?
Oh. It was an optimistic appeal from everyone except for the batsman and the keeper. It did almost roll onto the stumps, though.
I like the way that the bowler, Shahan, there, just telling everybody just to calm down a little bit. It's okay, boys, just calm down a little. Though, having said that, I think I like the noise. They need to try and get that working in their favour as well. Maybe get into the skins of the batters, but don't work this time, as Idris Ahmadzai gets another one that's kind of pitched up to him, and he wallops that straight down the ground as well. I think the shorter length works. Pitching up to him, well, he's going to swing hard, and if he connects, he's going to disappear. 6 more. Shaba, Shaka, Lagia.
Completely agree with you. He wants that ball pitched up, because he's got one shot that he's shown today, and that's the hoik straight. And if it's slightly short, he can't quite hoik it straight. Let's see if he's got a second shot. Bowler comes in. Nope. Same shot. Just it was played slightly higher. And that was well, apart from those 2 balls, a pretty good over from Shahan, and the score is 19 for 1 off 2.
Yeah, he's 2 big 6s, but that was it. The rest were all dots. I just get the feeling that might be the way things go here. It means that Zedran Suleiman, the bowler that we like, is going to get a chance to get off the market. Just faced the 1 ball so far. And it looks if though they're going to make a change as well. Tanbir Aziz is going to bowl over number 3.
Yeah, well, they know where to bowl it to Idris, and know where not to bowl it. As I say, the Saint-Denis 5th in the table at the moment. He's hit down the ground, and it's going towards the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, not going to be stopped as that ball now, of course, now that dew dried up, it's this outfield, remember it got a nice cut the other day early morning. This outfield is going to be pretty quick, and you saw how quickly that ball went to the boundary. It wasn't even off the middle, so there's runs out there if you can get going.
Was it 2 days ago we saw them cut it?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. That's called a wide. Just in front of us, there are nice little wildflowers growing. It's right in front of us.
Yeah, they grow pretty quickly.
They
That, well, we
grow-
did.
Yeah.
They cut it, and then once they cut it, we had that little bit of drizzle, didn't we, for about an hour.
You had a lot of rain on Wednesday, didn't you?
We did, yeah, a lot on Wednesday. All right. As this, once again, this time to Zadran, who, well, it's up in the air, but he's going to clear the infield. He might actually clear the whole ground. No, he won't. He'll drop kindly into the arms of the fielder, who does well to chase it, never gives it up. And that one sort of kindly bounces. It's a kind bounce for the fielder who plucks it. It's often the ball hits the deck and just shoots away, so keeps it to a couple.
Yeah, just a couple's okay. They do need wickets here to Star. Ball comes in again. And that's over the top, and that's 6. Nice shot. That's Suleiman, who's starting to get going. He's got showing that he has more than one trick up his in his kit bag. It's a nice shot over the top.
Gets down on one knee and clubs that quite handsomely once again over the offside. So unlike Idris Ahmadzai, he's not looking to go in just one direction, and I wonder if they think about making a change in that field. I know it's early on, you only have 2 out, but they've just gone for the standard 2 straight down the ground, which, well, when you have a look at the way Zadran plays, he does like to play a lot of his shots out there on the offside, but at the moment, no change. But you know where they need the field here to address. You've probably got to be looking at long on and mid-wicket back. At the moment, keeping it the same, just the 2, long off and long on the boundary.
Yeah, just got to pitch it slightly short of a length. Don't pitch it up, or he's going to put you over long on. Let's see if he plays a different shot. Bowler coming in. And oh, he checks it, but good bowling.
Yeah.
He's listened to us, Rico.
He's watched. He saw what happened in the first over. It's got to be shorter, got to be outside the off. And has been signal 1 for the over. So I think the same arm again, but maybe just don't bang it in as much. I mean, even a slower delivery, I mean, the same area, but slower would be enough to get it past the swing of Ahmadzai.
Yeah, he does swing hard at it, and you can see that when he connects, it goes a long way. But coming in possibly as a pinch hitter to get a few runs. He's doing his job okay. Whoa, that's another one for the over.
No ball, that.
It's a no ball for
yeah,
sure.
Because the one before was called, so yeah, no ball, and maybe a little bit of inexperience, maybe not quite aware of what our regs are here, but he's banged this one in. I mean, it's a very good short delivery.
Yeah.
It's straight at the batter, but you can see that one would have been a wide anyway. Umpire calls a wide at square, and then, of course, once it's acknowledged it's the second, it's a no ball. So free hit coming up, as Idris Ahmadzai now does have the license to go ballistic. He's been trying anyway.
Nice shot down the ground and 4 runs. Well, it's a different shot. That was a more correct cricket shot. Got right behind it, got to the pitch. And, well, I've served him short. As that was a good cricket shot down the ground. Moves on to 16. Suleiman's on 13. And, well, that's the end of the over. 19 from it. 38 for 1 after 3. Well, it's the end of the power play. They can put some fielders back. Can Star. But for me, I think it's, well, after their batting, when they got 69, I think that was almost game over. Just depends on whether Sanduni can get the 4 points, but they're looking pretty likely. 7 off the first, 12 off the second, and 19 off the third. Next one's going to go for 38.
Yeah, that, of course, the Manhattan at the top tells you the story, the struggles that AC Star had. They just never really, no batter got going, no partnership developed, there weren't the boundaries didn't come, and that's why the Stallions are sniffing 4 points here.
Nice shot.
Shots like that will help. That will go all the way. 6 runs, lovely jubbly. Kinna sona shot Maria ball, badhiya ball kafi short sigi out of the middle. And well, that is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. You're an Indian sweet fan, a bit of rasmalai and gulab jambu.
I've had some Indian sweets. I think, let me go back to that.
Well, good cricket actually. He hits a 6. Next ball is better. He respects it, but still says, yeah, but we can still take the single, and they do.
We're in a land of fine pâtisserie. The cakes and all the sweets here in France are unbelievable.
Yeah.
The glace and the sorbet, the ice creams and the sorbets, again, just out of this world, right? So trying to convince me that Indian sweets, I mean, the food is fantastic. Indian food and subcontinental food is absolutely delicious. Desserts fall a bit short for me.
Okay.
Is there anything you can recommend?
But have you had a rasmalai?
I haven't had a rasmalai.
There
What's
you
that
go.
rasmalai?
Rasmalai is like it's a kind of a milky dessert. So I would say well bowled, good Yorker, just a single. Kind of like a rice pudding, but you got a lot of condensed milk, which gets spoiled a lot, and they make these. With that, they make these balls, which are then soaked in this very creamy, rich milk with almonds and pistachios in it, and it soaks up all the flavors. And it's great.
It sounds delicious. But next time you're in town, have a look at a pâtisserie, which is the sweet shop, the cake shop.
Yeah.
And just look at the desserts.
I don't have to. Shall I tell you why? Because I was there yesterday.
Yeah.
Tell
me about yesterday.
I mentioned to you I've got to have a quiche Laurent.
Oh, yeah.
And I did.
Mm-hmm.
I went to this place because one thing I noticed here is that most of the restaurants are open at the night time, the evening time.
Yeah.
But during the daytime, it's mainly more, like you said, the bakeries and where you get the coffees, the croissants, whatever. But one or two places were open. So, what's happened
the
here?
He's gone down. He got hit in the leg, and he's got hurties.
So the umpire says, "You okay?" He says, "No, I've got a dead leg." And
well, we can chat more about food.
We can talk more about food
and about your day.
Yesterday. So what I did, I got a selection of things. Quiche Lorraine I had. I got a slice of. Best way to describe it is like we would have pork pies, but this was like a loaf, which had been baked and it had the meat inside. That was beautiful. And then also I had, come on, you have to add some of those desserts. Had a nice little, it was almost like a creme brulee, but it was like a cake.
Okay.
And I had a slice of that. So what I had the quiche and whatever. I sat down in the park, had that, walked around a little bit more. And then I thought, right, I've got this dessert. I had a coffee, had it with the dessert. And that's the other thing I noticed, that because a lot of the coffee places don't do food, they're more than happy for you to go to a place, pick up a couple of things, sit down, have them, and have the coffee. So it was a really good day. I mean, the weather wasn't the best, as you said. It was a little bit cold. But, when you're walking around, it doesn't really matter. And I took a nice walk right down to the other side of town as well, where you got the bridges that go over the river that goes from. It was just a really nice day, but rather than have one big meal, I went to different little establishments which are all open.
Yep.
When we finish here and go for a walk, all of those places are shut, and it's only one or two of the bigger places open. So it was nice to walk around, and there were people as well.
Yeah,
people. It was nice. It had a nice vibe to it. It was a lovely day. But yeah, I know the desserts are quite amazing. They really are.
Well, look, I had a bit of a walk around town after I got back from the day.
He's got him again. Hit again. Oh, now he's out. And that's it. He'll be counted out this time, I reckon. He said, that's it. कहते मेरी तो बस होगी एक बार ही नहीं मारिया दो बारी मारिया and he said मैं तो गया बस होगी मेरी होर कोई आ जावे. Well, he's down here. I reckon he's been hitting the same spot again. And Idris Ahmed Sai, he gets help to his feet, but he's in all sorts of pain at the moment. Ay. Look at this. It's the same spot again. Ouch.
It hurts less if you use the bat, I think, Rico, from what I understand. No, look, I went into town and just walked around. I went to a little area I hadn't been to, and it was like a square. There were like a little round square, like a little round, right?
Yeah.
And on one side of it there were different bars and restaurants, and there was open seating in the middle of the square, and it was very pleasant. And they do leisure very well, the French, I've got to say. I mean, it's a place where a lot of outdoor eating and aperitif in the afternoon and things like that. Also, leisure-wise, the French do take July and August off just to leave town. Everything closes. This is a hit straight and 6 runs. Nice shot. And right down the ground, and that'll pump the score up a little bit. So I remember living in France in a place called Lesigny, and it was got to July time, and we would often, well, he wouldn't often go to the bars there or restaurants. We would occasionally, but rarely. There were 3 restaurants in town. They all went on holidays at the same time. All of them went on holidays at the same time.
6 runs there, big wild slash as it flies away. It's a bit like, I know when I first moved to Spain, I know it's changed somewhat now because I think, the way that the business world works and things have changed. For example, siesta, it doesn't exist as much as what it used to when I first moved to Spain about 24 years ago. But I remember that the first sort of 8 summers that I was there in Torrevieja, it got absolutely mobbed. And it was a place where all the Madridians, they're almost getting in each other's way here, but they deal with it. All the Madridians would come on holiday. And what used to happen in Madrid during July and August, half of Madrid would be off in July and the other half in August. And it quickly became aware to me that if you were trying to do anything in any kind of building work, any kind of administrative work, you would get nothing done during those months. Nothing happened because everybody was shut. Last few years, it's a little bit different. They sort of, it's not half and half where they spread it around a little bit more. But it's still the case. You try and get anything done in July and August, which means ordering something to do with building work or doing something, going to a notary to sign for a house or even a car, it ain't going to happen. It just don't happen.
It's much the same in France. I mean, the French don't change very much. It takes a lot for them to change. Usually it's a strike, a revolution, and burning cars. That's how they change. It's a nice ball there from Tembiaziz. But as well as just taking a month off on holidays, because that's what we do every year, and we did it as kids, and our grandparents did the same, and everything. The other thing they do is they have lunch at a certain time. It's 2 hours for lunch. Unless you're with family, then it's 4 hours. Right. But I remember working in a ski resort down in Haute-Savoie. There's a ball that comes in again. This is Tanbia. And nice looking shot. And it'll be cut off, just a single. And I used to work in hotel reception there for a British company with all British tourists. And I would start at 7 in the morning, finish at about 11. All right. They'd all gone out skiing or wherever they were going. So I had a shift then and a shift in the afternoon when they came back. So I had a few hours there to go skiing. So I'd grab my ski gear. I'd be out on the slopes at 12. There'd be no one there except for me and Germans because the French were at lunch. Like why is no one on the slopes? And it's lunch.
It's lunchtime.
That's it. That's it. For 2 hours I could ski, and then I'd just ski for 2 hours with no ski cues.
Well, that's the beauty of when you know that. For example, going back to Spain, the time to go to the shops and things is during that time. If you need to go to the supermarket, you go during the siesta time because there'll be nobody around. You go to the shopping centre, nobody around. The best time to do it. you got to know the way the system goes. Going back to this match, it's just 7 required, and they've got plenty of time to do it to take all the points. Aziz is trying to take as deep as he can. That's not going to help. It's not out the middle, but it's going to race away to the boundary. That's going to be 4, so just 3 required for a big win here for the Stallions. And worse still, after 2 fantastic victories for AC Star when we saw them on day 1 of Group B, well, now they're going to go 2 matches without picking up a point, and that's going to hurt them on their quest to make it through to finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, are they playing the one of the Sarcelles team? So they're playing PFC. So they
the last match of the day.
That should be a win. Of course, there's the other Sarcelles team, which I think we'll see next. That C3PO.
Yeah,
Sarcelles.
We'll see them. They're up against Dreux. So that could help the AC Star team. If Dreux get another comprehensive win against CSPT Sarcelles, not a lot changes in the way the tables look. But the big matches could be the Stallions taking on Every, and if the Stallions go well again there, they could really leapfrog the PFC, the Bumblebees, and also AC Star, and end up putting their spot in the finals. Oh, that's going to be the end of the match. It's a drop catch on the boundary. It's not the easiest, but as soon as that goes over, that's it. It's done and dusted. So Saint-Denis Stallions are going to be victorious here. And the same way that Drew did in the first match this morning, they will take all the points. So AC Star now are really in a bit of a pickle, it's fair to say.
I totally agree with you. And it's they got demolished by Drew yesterday. And they've quite frankly been demolished by Stallions here today. And Stallions, they're on a roll. And we saw that with Royals, I think, in the first group. They were really on a roll. And they were hard to beat. And I mean, Dreux top of the group. You see here, we're going to see CSTP Sarcelles against Dreux. Now, CSTP, they've won 3, lost 1. Dreux's probably going to win that game. Whether they get all 4 points or not, don't know. But that might be vital for CSTP to get into the final, because Saint-Denis, they've picked up 4 points here. They've got a game with a winless Every in the last game. And they're looking really good. It's going to be a tussle between those two. I can't see Star recovering from this.
No, it's going to be tough for them. Sarcelles here, the Bumblebees, if they can even take a point away from Dreux, that'd be a vital point.
Yeah.
And that could make all the difference. That's what they've got to be looking at here. Dreux, as you can see on there, have won the toss. And Nabi, well, he hasn't hesitated to have a bat. But can he get in the runs this time around? That's the question. Hamza Niaz is being in good form. Yesterday he was unbeaten, of course. Got out today. Mohamed Nisar scored a few runs, got to 28. But Mohamed Rafa, 50 from him. They're a strong side, a talented side. It's nice to see that Alexandre Harkouk comes into the side. I mean, we know him as a specialist fielder, but he can turn his arm over as well.
Yep.
I always like seeing him play. He is going to be outstanding in the field as always. Talk about outstanding. What a great catch that was.
That was a great catch. And we thought maybe they had a hope if they could get a few early wickets. And then, no, there were just too many runs in the end. It was not, you wouldn't say a dominant batting performance by Saint-Denis, but they did enough to get the points. They were only chasing 69. Oh, that was unfortunate. That's the first time that...
That was numero uno. That was numero uno.
I think this might be the second one.
And here comes the second knockout blow. And this time, he was down and he was out. And he was saying, that is it. That's me done. Actually, fair play to him. He did carry on and he finished his unbeaten on 28 of 20. And Zadran Saliman, who is starting to show that he's a bit of an all-rounder, scores 36 off 14. Well done to those two. But a comprehensive victory by 9 wickets. And they do it with plenty of balls to go, 24 balls to go, taking all the points. So well done to the Stallions. They now have they've got a bit of time to relax as they get ready. They'll be next in action in match number 29, which will be the 4th on this match day 6. And I'm liking them, you know. I like they're not a team that get overexcited. You saw that. We saw them in the field. They bowl well. They bowl a good length. They field well. I think we only saw just the one error from in the field. And they look well as well. I'm loving their kits. So they've got a bit of that lime, green and blue about them. So well done to the Stallions. We'll see them in action a little bit later. And you never know. They could be the team that, well, it's a bit like a bit of a race. And maybe the Stallions will pip the others to that second spot, because there's no doubt that Drew are going to finish top. But the Stallions, with that win there and 4 points, certainly have put themselves in a position of perhaps upsetting the other teams around them and finishing second.
Yeah, I agree with you. And as I said, Star, they've fallen in a bit of a hole. They've taken nothing out of the last 2 games after being world beaters first up. Here's the bowling figures. Nabil Rahman with 1 for 15 off his 2, the only wicket taker. The rest, again, just going for 12s and 15s. But 73 for 1, 6 overs, still another over to go for the to get the bonus points. They did it pretty comfortably. And well, Saint-Denis Stallions, their form has been pretty good.
It has been good. I tell you what, also is good. Whenever there's an early finish, it's good for us, because it means that next match is in about 35 minutes time. And well, if lunch is ready,
yeah, I'm going to lunch.
Not only can we tuck into lunch, but it gives us a bit of a time to talk to some more of the players, some of the spectators, and of course, we can have a bit of a chat with our good friend John Grays here as well.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
So why don't we do that?
Yeah, we'll see you again in about 40 minutes time, roughly, just under, for the next game. We'll see Dreux again, a bit of fireworks, and they'll be playing CSPT, C3PO, Sarcelles in the next game. Hope to see you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers, as we get ready for match number 28, and we welcome back CSPT Sarcelle, or as I call them, the Bumblebees from Sarcelle are taking on Dreux. Should be an exciting match. I tell you what I'm excited about. As you know, our European cricket family is growing all the time, and communicating with you guys via the chat and having you tune in is absolutely fantastic. What could be better than that? I'll tell you what's better than that, when somebody from the chat actually comes to the venue. I know that John Gray has travelled a long way to be here, and I thought it'd be a good idea to have him involved in the coin toss. So let's go over to not just Stephen Goots, but also John Gray. I know Zulka is there, Nabi is there for the coin toss.
Dreux to call. Tails is called. It is tails. Good luck. Have a good game. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All the best. Have a good game. Dreux have won the toss. They're batting.
Hello cricket lovers, as we get ready for match number 28, and we welcome back CSPT. Thank you very much, John. It's always great to have you here. No doubt that we'll spend a bit of time having a chat, and you never know. I know that John is fluent in Spanish, and I think he probably would give Danny a test or two in the commentary box. Maybe we'll get him in comms for a bit. So the coin toss, Nabi winning, he's going to have a bat. No surprise there. I don't want to talk too much about Dreux. We've seen them in action already. We know they're a strong team. Mohamed Rafa was in the runs last time round. I do feel that Nabi is due a few runs. Maybe it will happen in this match with him and Hamza Niaz at the top of the order. Let's talk a little bit about the Bumblebees. They had a good win against yesterday. Their captain, Zulkarnain Monawar, 2 lots of 84s he scored. He's certainly going to be the key player in this one. But also keep an eye on the all-round performance of Umer Ashker. He is going to be pretty key as well. Remember Sarcelle at the moment, the Bumblebees, they're sitting second. So a good result here, I think even if they take a point away from Dreux, because no teams have managed to do that so far. Dreux have won all 4 and picked up 4 points in every one. Even if they get a point here, I think they'll settle for that, and then maybe we'll see a big finish at the end of the day to see which one of maybe them, the Stallions or Star go through to finals day tomorrow. Well, John, thank you very much, and maybe we will see you in the commentary box a little bit later. But who we're going to see there now is Danny. Danny Hudacek, over to you. Danny will tell you a little bit more about the 2 squads.
Thanks, Rico. And well, we don't need to know too much more about the Dreux squad. They're a very, very handy side. Everyone knows them from just cricket around Europe in the last couple of years. But CSPT Sarcelle might be new for quite a few of the viewers. They're a good side, as we'll see in this game. But whether they can keep up with Dreux is going to be a different story. So CSPT, they're looking for a place in the top 3. Dreux already there. They are going to be right at the top. They've got an addition of Alexandre Harkouk. But there's another one of the Mary brothers. There's 3 of them in the lineup today. Look out for Umer Askar with the bat and the ball, and Atik up the top with the bat. But they will be bowling first, as you saw before, because Dreux won the toss and elected to bat. Let's see what they can put on. They were a little bit shy of their normal total. Only scored 133 in the game earlier, but they are firm favourites for this game, 67%. And CSPT are they're at 33%. Let's have a look. CSPT have got all to do, but if they want to get in that final, they want to get at least a point out of this game, if not 3. against Dreux. It's going to be a tough one, though. So, I've got a special guest in the igloo today, and it's John Gray. I saw you out in the toss before. Welcome, John.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Danny. It's absolute privilege and pleasure to be in the igloo here in Dreux, and it's been a bit of a long morning already, but I think that Dreux have set out their intentions again today. They always have a kind of like a devil-may-care attitude with batting, but their bowling has certainly been their key factor in this tournament so far. They've won a few games where they've not really scored as much as they would be expected to, but you know the bowling has been on top, and when you look at the Ahmadzai twin bowlers that have come in that have really taken wickets.
Sure.
And even our friend, the shoe phone man, Mr. Wahid Abdul, has also been in on the wickets in the last game. So there's plenty of bowling in this Dreux side, and we'll have to wait and see whether they signal again their intention to get a decent score on the board to give Sarcelles something to chase.
They did it pretty easy this morning against Evry, who are winless.
Yeah.
And I was actually speaking to Ramatullah Mangal about the team, and they know they're short of batting. And also, I had a chat to him about his bowling, and he said that basically he's just tired because he played the weekend. He was only supposed to play a couple of games for France, as Nabi walks past us, just very casually. He was only supposed to play a couple of games for France, but it was so tight that he played all the games and ended up with good economy figures. But ever since then, he's been either working or playing cricket or both. So it's just a bit of tiredness going with him. But going back to this game. Dreux, they did it easy against Evry. This might be a bit more of a challenge for them.
Yeah, well, Sarcelles have won 3 of their games, so they're not really they're no mean feat so far in terms of their performances. They're up against obviously Dreux, which is a different kettle of fish. Maybe some of the teams they've come across so far, but you know they're up there on merit. They got 3 wins under their belt, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to let Dreux have things all their own way in this final game for both sides.
Well, it's the first time I've seen Dreux live. I've seen them, of course, in Khartoum, but unfortunately I haven't had the privilege of commentating there yet. Hint, hint. To no one in particular, just but really, like I thought, oh yeah, they're a good side. They've got the batting heavy and the bowling's pretty good. They stepped it up yesterday against Star, and it was pretty frightening, the change when they really kick into gear. It was. I mean, I'm hoping they do the same. They'll definitely do the same tomorrow because they've got it's the tournament. But really, it was a different team. The intensity, just the bowling. Wahid was bowling a lot faster, and.
But I also think that their fielding is a lot more upbeat than it has been in some of the tournaments I've seen in the past, where they've been a little bit lackadaisical sometimes in the field, especially at the ECL. But I think here they've come out with good intentions, and they've shown that once they apply themselves in the field, they restrict runs very well, and obviously the bowlers are doing a great job as well.
Yeah, look, Nabi as a captain is really got his field placements correct, because even though it's an individual sport in a sense that it's batsman against bowler, it's really not. A bowler has to bowl to his field, which we always say.
Yeah, exactly.
The captain has to put the field in the right spots for the bowler, and then the keeper, the fielders have to respond to that, and that's what they've got really right. Is that they know the batsman that they're playing against. He knows his bowlers. And his field settings have been spot on so far.
Yeah, it's a key part of the game. I mean, there's a time when we've seen on ECS around Europe where bowlers have had a field set for them, and they've just bowled it to the strengths of the batters. Whereas when the field's set properly and the bowler does what he's supposed to do and gets it in the right places, then then the field will do its job.
Yep.
But that's it's all down to the consistency of the bowling and making sure you're hitting the right spots, especially obviously when the batsman well enough that what kind of shots they're going to go for on a regular basis. Then obviously it's up to the bowler then to get his line and length right and make sure that he hits the spots where he needs to try and force the mistakes out of the batters.
Absolutely. So there's been a bit of a delay to the start, so I think we'll just keep on chatting. Firstly, tell me how you first heard about cricket in Europe and about the European Cricket Network.
Well, I was back in the day. I mean, as an expat Brit in France, I use satellite TV to be able to watch English TV. And back in the day, I think I caught the ECL at Cartama, and it was on FreeSat or Free Sports.
Okay.
Yeah, Free Sports which is a kind of a free-to-air channel at the time, and that's where I first saw it. And then obviously, eventually, I discovered the YouTube channel, became part of the YouTube channel. It took me about 6 weeks to try and get any of my messages to appear.
Yeah.
I ended up having to set up a completely new account, and from then I was hooked. Obviously with my teaching commitments, it's difficult to be online as much as I would like to be, but there's always so much cricket going on, and it's always fun to follow because you get comedy moments, you get some moments of real quality, and it's all exciting cricket. And you're watching T10, it's almost like T20 on speed, if you like.
Yeah.
but it's great fun, and I love the community in the chat as well. All the guys who I interact with on a day-to-day basis, whether they're in Australia or in America or in Europe and or in Asia even. And for me, ECN is now part of my life, and I'm delighted to be here today, and delighted to have made it in one piece.
And no problems with the car this year yet?
No. I had the cam belt done last week, so I wanted to make sure there was nothing that could potentially go wrong.
Well, I know that people in the chat will be listening, and it's Jake Stewart, who says hello, Danny and Mr. Great. So I don't know if you've got the chat in front of you.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if Rico set that up for you. Is it there?
I think. I think it's been Jake over in Estonia he's calling it an ECN podcast.
Oh, it is. Well, I'm glad you've got that in front of you because please feel free to comment on any of the bits in the chat because that's your world actually.
Yeah, that's where I'd normally be. It's so weird to be sitting there watching the game in real time and it's like seeing the action from like a minute ago.
Yeah.
And it's also very, very tempting to like post on, somebody's done a great catch or whatever.
Yeah.
But you can't because it'll be spoiling it for all the guys in the chat because
Exactly
they haven't seen it yet. So, well, here we go. The two first batsmen out for Dreux, Hamza Niaz and Nabi himself are going to be heading out to the centre very shortly. Well, they're waiting for the umpires, but we're all set to go here in the comms box.
So you're right. There's Nabi's opening again. He's not looked at his best. You've been watching this tournament.
The thing that's been noticeable, I mean, has been the fact that more often than not, I think he's got out by trying to pull across the line.
Yep.
And when you watch someone like Nisa or Hamza, where they will be playing a lot more straight shots or maybe cut shots if the ball merits it or the ball is in that area. Mm-hmm. Whereas Nabi tends to try to everything with the maximum force and to get it out of the ground. But I see him testing out a couple of different bats during the break, so maybe we might put it down to that. Yeah,
let's put it down to the bat. As we see the two teams up on the screen. So a couple of players coming in, Sufyan Ali and Bula Azim coming in for CSPT. Let's call him Sarcelles in this game because the C3PO
Sarcelles.
Yeah, and then Alexandre Hakouk has come in as well. We saw him yesterday.
Yeah,
and he had a bit of a bowl, looked okay. But,
you know, you've got to use this opportunity now that they're kind of pretty much nailed on for top spot. Use the opportunity to go out there and give a few of the squad players a bit of a chance, maybe to shine.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's this is one of the things which is often said, you know, that I often see on the chat where people saying, "Oh, you should put him in first, or you should put," and they obviously question the captain for not putting on a bowler at a certain time or a batter at a certain position. Whereas, you know, when we look at the game in context, very often the captain will give other people a chance that maybe haven't had a chance to bat yet, or maybe give somebody a bowl that hasn't had a chance to bowl very much. And you know, you just have to take these things in context rather than obviously assuming that everyone's going to be going 100% at every game and trying to put out their best attack and bowlers on at the first. You know, if they did that all the time, I guess that it would be fractious for the team.
Yeah.
But also it would probably be counterproductive in the sense that, you know, you want everyone to have a chance, and you know, if somebody's injured, then you know, if you know that they can step in and do a job, then that's so much better.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And what happens often if players don't get to go, they do leave. They sometimes form another club, which we've seen quite often. It just depends on the player. We saw Stefan Gooch with the Tigers that were the first time I commentated in Hungary. There were 4 teams that were playing in this tournament, I think, from memory. And I looked at the team lineups, and pretty much everyone in the Tigers lineup was a current international for Hungary. Where I think there was one other, Satya, who was an international in playing for the Cobras. And it's just disheartening, and I think that's why Steph formed the blinders, just because there were so many good players in Hungary that just weren't getting a go. So it's we're just about ready for a start. It is.
This is Shahab Bashir, who's going to open the bowling for Sassel.
Yep, and there's Mr. X, man with no number. Oh, it's a nice shot straight away from Hamza.
And Maximo over mid wicket in the through the cover. Sorry, the best start possible for Dreux. The main thing, of course, for these batters is, you know, making sure that they get in and make an innings of it rather than maybe 6 and out or whatever. But you know, Hamza's hit a good 70 yesterday, so you know he's in decent form. But again, it's consistency that's required.
Well, that's it. He's a quality batsman. So, let's see what Shah Bashir can do. He's a quality bowler as well, and squares him up. They'll just take a single, bring Nabi on strike. Good second delivery. The first one was just a little bit wide, and Hamza was straight onto it.
Well, they've dropped one of the fielders back towards the boundary on the leg side at square leg.
Yeah, they know Nabi. I've seen him before on TV. I think they've probably played with each other or against each other for quite a while.
Yeah.
I don't think there are too many secrets, except Star. I spoke to one of the Thai players yesterday, and or the day before last, and they'd never seen Star before. I think that's why they took the game a bit more with a bit more energy yesterday.
Yeah.
And then proved a point. Goes the bowler again. Just tucked around the corner. It should race to the boundary for 4.
Yep.
So
decent flick off the pads. And first thing this morning, those weren't actually getting to the boundary because they were being held up by the dew on the turf.
You're right there. It's something with that dew. It was very foggy here yesterday, and it stayed around for quite a while. Here it's burnt through pretty quickly, and perfect conditions for cricket and for commentating. Really, it's a nice be in this igloo. We've got the awning off and the side open, just a little bit of fresh air in. Comes Bashir again, and well, that's got to the fielder. That's why he's out there. And saw it's a bit of a stifled appeal. We saw I think the very first ball that he faced in this tournament, Nabi. He hit a ball straight to the man at a deep square leg, and was out for a first baller, which was a big relief for the fielding team. They still went on and got 4 points, but
yeah. What a rather circumspect start from Nebby so far.
Yeah. There you go, just push that one. We said about it in the previous game that he's in the finals coming out tomorrow. He should offer the full face, get some runs, get a bit of form, because he's not been in good form. I don't think in this tournament. And I think in the ECL as well he struggled a bit compared to.
It's been a problem for the last year or so. It's been very, very inconsistent, and he's never really. He's got himself a few runs, and then but he's never been able to turn it into a big score, and that's been the problem, which is a shame, because when we've seen him at his destructive best at the ECL a couple of years ago when he won, and you know, when every time that Nabi goes out there to bat, and you're kind of expecting fireworks.
Yeah.
You know, the important thing is, I think, for him to try and maybe anchor the innings and let others do the big hitting, and to help to rotate the strike, and then just get a few runs on the board for himself. And you know, if it means taking the back seat and letting the others hit, but you know, all the time that if he's there, he's holding his end down. And
absolutely. Good to see a bit of spin. Before we do, though, the Challenger division of the ECC, that's going to happen after the Premier Division. So a promotion relegation, as you see, Guernsey there was relegated from the Premier Division last year. But that'll be very competitive, some good sides.
Yeah, I mean, Estonia. I mean, we've seen so many big scoring games last year in Estonia, and you know, they're no mugs. And you know, Guernsey, who've come down, will probably be one of the favourites to climb back up. But
yeah, for sure. So this says prod to leg side, no run. This is a very un-Nabi-like innings. Just waiting for the right ball, but I think he's doing the right thing, to be honest. Just needs to get a bit of form, settle in, not try to aim for a low orbiting satellite like he normally does. And, gets an inside edge, close to those stumps.
We're in Dreux, so French cuts are in order.
They are. So you've been in France for a few years now.
Yeah, I've been here since 2007.
Yeah.
So I've been here for 18 years.
Yeah. What brought you to France?
Well, I met my wife in 2000 in the UK, December 2000, and we got married in Brittany, in a hometown or village, I should call it, in 2003, and we made the decision in kind of November 2006 to look for a new life in France, and I found a job working in a logistics company, and did that for 4 years. All the ball's coming over this way, and it's like a Maximo.
It's a nice shot
from Niaz, who getting back on strike and getting back into the Maximo business.
Yeah, nice shot. By the way, if it does come towards us, just stand and scatter.
No, rule number one: protect the equipment.
Have you seen my equipment?
Well, yeah.
It's past the point of being protected.
Could do with the net that they have for the Microlino at Cartman.
Someone mentioned the Blues Brothers and having the screen that the band use. That would be a good idea, because we'd be a lot more at ease. Oh, that's huge.
The rank full long hop on the leg stump, and Niaz made short work of that one.
Who needs a Nabi to be smashing it all over the ground when Hamza Niaz can do the same? So they're the terrible twins in a way. If Nabi doesn't get you, Niaz will. So they're wanting a new ball.
Yeah, new balls, please.
Quite a few Grizzlies in this forest.
Getting practice for Wimbledon.
Yeah. It's interesting going to Wimbledon, actually. Some new venues, a couple of new places in Spain. I think it's Valencia.
Yeah,
is one of them.
There was actually they had on the, I guess it was on the Spanish Federation's YouTube channel. That's a nice low drive, which goes within. Great diving save there from Walid. next to the icicle as we next to the igloo. Sorry.
Yeah.
As that ball flew past the igloo.
So I'm quite confident when it goes either side. Over the top, sometimes a little bit worrying.
Well, as you said, you don't. Sometimes if it goes high enough, then you lose it on the. you'd lose sight of it at the top of the igloo.
Just looking up because of what you just mentioned, there's a glider overhead.
Yeah.
Just over there.
Yeah.
Just be a nice sport to do on a day like this.
Oh, a microlight. Yeah. Is it a microlight or is it a glider? No,
It's
it's
a
a glider.
glider.
A glider. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes they have where I live in the Mont Saint-Michel Bay. They have what they call an ULM, and they offer people the chance to go and soar over the bay, the Mont Saint-Michel Bay.
That would be
I think
very
it's
nice.
about. It costs you an arm and a leg for about 20-minute flight, but it must be a decent view of the Mont Saint-Michel, which is it's a wonderful thing to have just 25 minutes down the road.
One of those white vans coming.
Yeah, is it a moving sight screen?
It's not. There've been white vans. Look, there's another one in the car park.
Yeah.
It's just a breeding ground for white vans. I don't know why they're here. I know one of them brings my food, so I like them.
Could be something to do with logistics. Yeah.
I no idea, but there's just a constant white van epidemic here in Dreux. Let's get back to a bit of cricket. Bashir bowling, and big swing and a miss.
It's the first time that Nabi's tried to swing at a shot, and again completely missed it. The ball kept low though.
Yeah, it did keep low. Pitch plays pretty well in general though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Saint-Malo a few years ago. I also went to Mont Saint-Michel, probably on the same day actually.
It's about an hour apart.
So this is called a wide. Now, Mont Saint-Michel, it's very much a love-hate for me, and you'll know why, because I guarantee you know why I love it, because it is beautiful. But why do I hate it?
Well, there's a few reasons probably. Apart from the fact it's usually, I mean, even in the off peak, you go there and you're literally surrounded by tourists everywhere you look.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've done the. You can also with a guide you can actually walk across the bay.
Okay.
And they have guides that take you through the quicksand, and we've done it with the students a few times, and it's great fun. But it's a wonderful experience, especially if it's nice weather.
Well, you got it spot on with the tourists.
Yeah.
I mean, and honestly, I was a tourist as well, so it's a bit hypocritical. As Nabi gets a run. But walked in and just absolutely surrounded by tourists. They're little narrow streets, and you can't go up them because there are tourists coming down and looking in shops. But I think if I ever go back to Mont Saint-Michel, and I'd like to, I would like to get a hotel there. I know it'll be expensive, but
there's two people that own the entire Mont Saint-Michel.
Oh, really?
And there's two owners, and basically they have kind of like everything's cut up between them. And there's only kind of like I think it's probably a dozen people that are permanent residents.
Mm-hmm.
The rest will be tourists staying in the hostels on the island, or indeed the monks that frequent the abbey at the top.
Yeah, nice
but
place
it's
to work.
it was 1,000 years
Yeah.
last year since they first built on.
It is. I mean, coming over the hill from the road. This is a good ball there from Bashir, right in the block hole. Hamza couldn't do anything with that. Actually, let's go back to the cricket for a sec.
Yeah.
So the run rate is going about 13.5 and over. It's been good bowling up front from these Sarcelle bowlers.
Well, in T10, if you're looking at, I mean, he's got one ball left, but Bashir's gone for 21 for his 2 overs pretty much.
Yep.
I mean, we'll wait and see what happens to this one. Okay.
Make
Make that 27. That bounced just over the boundary from where I'm sitting.
Sometimes difficult to tell, but you had a better view of it than I did. I'll just check with the umpires.
We'll see what the signal is.
And
He's given 4. So
yeah,
the bounce just in front.
Have a look.
Ooh,
Just in
very
front.
close to the line.
Yeah, very close to the rope.
But so 25, 12 and over is, in T10, 12 and over is not too bad. I mean, it's like when you start going 18, 20, that it becomes a problem.
Well, 120 is not a great score now in T10 cricket.
No.
Unless you've got a gun bowling side. But as you can see, 12 off the first, 17 off the second, 13 off the third. It's a little bit over that now.
It's a nice cushion to start with. I mean,
Yeah.
you'd probably be looking at maybe 50 if you're wanting for a power play.
Well, you're going to get change bowlers now as well.
Yeah. So you can start kicking on the accelerator.
Ashko, though, bowled very well yesterday. Also had a good innings. Come in, bowling to Nabi, who swings and misses again.
Yeah, it's again. It was a kind of a ball that was there to be hit, but Nabi played around it.
Yeah, it's a very un-Nabi-like innings, but Hamzaniya's going okay. 27 off 9, 13 off 10 for Nabi.
Yeah, it's not his usual demeanour, let's say, but
Well, he's still there, which is a positive.
oh yeah.
So again, he's just got to get some form. But, ball comes in again, and
Good shot.
has that hit him in the helmet?
It looked like it.
I think so.
You get
So-
the check out? Or,
It's a Raztet, as we discovered earlier. Let's have a look. And I'm
yeah,
not sure.
He hit the lid.
He's not getting a concussion test, is he? I think he is. So
Bearing in mind the last time I was here, he had to sit out. He had an enforced stint in the with the medical team while his team were playing the final last year, and Nabi got injured, or he took a knock, I think to the head or to the helmet in the first innings, and he was supposed to go out and field, and somebody in the meantime had called a missing leg possibly. Somebody had called the ambulance out, or the paramedics out, and because somebody called the paramedics out, he had to go. He couldn't not go.
yeah,
And by the time he'd actually got into the ambulance to be taken away, because obviously they're doing checks and stuff. I think that just as the ambulance was disappearing out of the car park, Drew won the game.
was he at the ground or was he in the ambulance?
He was in the ambulance not long before the game finished.
So it's been a good start from Asker. Balls are wide then, but he's got 3 dot balls, including hitting Nabi in the head, which is, as a captain, because Nabi is the captain of Dreux, I don't know if he's going to instruct his bowlers to do anything spectacular to Asker. I mean, that's not cricket, is it?
No.
Captains wouldn't do that. So
That's wide.
yep, called wide, and just a couple of wides there. Only runs off the over so far. But again, not a bad start from Sarcelle, considering.
I think if you're Sarcelle, you're going to be happy with 44 after 3.5 overs.
Yeah, the issue is that they can accelerate. Nabi's the one who you want to take off strike, though. He's going at about a run a ball.
Yeah.
Niaz is going. It's a bit.
But of course, if you happen to be the captain that happens to be going at a run a ball, do you envisage maybe bringing out somebody else to come and lift the tempo? That's the.
He might.
That
Depends on his ego, I think. So if he's really not hitting the ball, and he got that one.
Found the fielder at the on the boundary.
It wasn't a fluid strike.
No, didn't really middle it. But that's also been a recurrent problem. The timing's been one of the major problems.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can speak to somebody about somehow correcting it. He's a quality player, Nabi, and he caps the side well. So, but whether he should be opening anymore, I'm not sure. It's there's form. We talked about Greg Chappell getting 7 consecutive ducks, and you wouldn't want to drop Greg Chappell from Test team, or this is going to be caught, gone. Hamza, maybe a bit of frustration, I think.
Yeah.
And just clips it off his toes. Good wicket for Asker, good wicket for Sarcelle. And we'll have a good look at it here.
Nice comfortable take out on the boundary.
He picked out the fielder.
So Rafa will be looking to pick up where he left off in the first game this morning.
Yeah, it's good they promoted him in front of Mohamed Nissa. Yeah, he batted pretty well, hit a 50, then Then he ran himself out.
If you're looking for somebody with a good strike rate, somebody who's going to go and lift the tempo out there, then Rafa is a good pick at this stage.
There is a bit of a lull. I mean, that is that wicket, but there's a bit of a lull in this Dreux innings, and it's been caused, unfortunately, by Ahmed Nabi. And you normally wouldn't say that, but I'm sure that they've got so much quality batting. You've got Mohamed Rafa coming in now. You've got Mohamed Nissa. You've got Kamran, who's a little bit out of form.
Yeah, but he's capable of knocking a 20. Right on cue, Rafa comes in and hits a Maximo off his first ball.
That was just clubbed straight. I've heard a rumour as well that Kamran Ahmedzai will be taking the gloves. So I don't think he needs the gloves. Have you seen his hands? But he's going to be taking the gloves. So that's a bowler out of the attack for Dreux. I mean, not really sure why.
As I was saying earlier, they can experiment. They can afford to experiment at the moment. And if it gives the chance for a couple of other guys to get a game and get a chance to do other things that maybe they wouldn't do, then
yeah. Well, we'll see that in the second innings, I think, with Kamran. Rico taking a break. I'm here with John Gray. It's great to have John in the igloo. This is going to be wide as well. Optimistic shout. He missed that by quite a way.
The wicketkeeper dropped it.
Did he? There was a shout from.
Well, unless he caught it and then threw it down, but from where I'm sitting, he looks as if he dropped it. But
they said, let's have another look at this. He was miles away from the bat, and he dropped it.
He never really got it under control anyway. So
got him.
Oh, played onto his leg stump.
That's the end of Nabi. He's gone to a runner ball 14. The 50 came up, by the way, with the 6 by Rafa. But Nabi, his ball form continues, and but it'll be a good batsman will come in Mohamed Nissa, and these two will look to getting quite a few runs. They lost a few wickets in the first game.
Yeah, that's unusual for them. But then again, they lost all 10 wickets, I think, in their first game, didn't they?
They might have, yes, I think so. Yeah, they were, maybe. I don't know. Again, my short-term memory.
I know how he feels.
But
Nissa is he's usually Mr. Consistency. I know he got a duck, I think, in the first game, but the first game yesterday. But he's a batsman that plays everything on its merits, and he's a very stylish batsman. It's a joy to watch. Last year, I watched him hit an absolutely brilliant knock on this pitch.
It's a bit of a hello from Chris Smith. Is that gone? Gone. Well, he's walking a little edge, and that's the end of. It's a
commentator's curse.
Yeah, it's
sorry.
It's a pair for Nissa today, and this is a golden one. So, well, normally if Rico was there, he might bring out the duck. I did have a bit of a chat to him about the duck the other day. I don't know if you were on the chat, but I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think about Rico's duck? The quacking.
Well, I mean, it's fun. It's it's light-hearted. I mean, it became. I mean, Derek is kind of synonymous with ECN cricket,
true.
And as a member of the chat, it's always great fun, and it's to lighten the situation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Drives me crazy. I love what Rico does. I told him that, and I do absolutely love what he does. And right in front of you, there's a screen, there's another screen there, but all those notes, if you have a look at it, are hold on, let's go back to it. Comprehensive notes on every game. So if you want to go back to a game, he can pull up what happened in one game, and he scores as he goes. Which works beautifully for him. I tend, if I try to score or try to keep notes, firstly, I never look back at them. And secondly, I lose concentration on what's happening in the game, as I have been here. Hashir to come in. He's taken 2 for 2.
So not a bad start to your first over.
Well, it's
the ramp shot.
A little bit funky from Rafa. So he's only...
That's, two balls, 2 sixes.
That's the only second ball he's faced, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I've seen batsmen ramp it into their head, which is not a good
4,
thing.
sorry.
Is that a 4?
6 and a 4.
Oh,
and he's hungry for more.
not a bad result.
To coin the 50s.
So a couple of balls left in the 5th over. You know what that means, John? It's going to be Comcam.
Comcam time, and back in the igloo for the first time in a year, and delighted to be alongside Danny here.
Yeah, we'll get there in a couple of. Well, hold on, big shout. We'll get there in a couple of balls. It's not the end of the 5th yet. 57 for 3, and she is bowling well. And in fact, this whole Sarcelle side are bowling very well. They're looking to get that 3rd place into to get into the finals tomorrow.
Even the excess is looking a little bit, well, I would say optimistic at the moment. But with Rafa in there, it's well within the ballpark.
You know what this team can do.
Yeah.
And especially with the bowling they have, because a lot of concentration goes on the batting in the top order.
He's managed to keep strike there, has he, for the next over?
So, if you're watching out there, John Gray is with me in the commentary igloo. And,
Thank you. It's
delighted to have you here.
Absolute pleasure and honour to be here, and I'm enjoying the weather, enjoying the atmosphere here at Dreux. It's a wonderful place, and if you can get through the potholes on the beaten track to get to the ground, but it's a lovely place. They're very welcoming. They've been absolutely going out of their way to make me feel welcome here.
I do approve of your headgear as well. The flat cap.
I thought it's my nod to you.
Thank you. Good to see a new bowler coming on. And here's Ramatullah Meri. He's bowls left arm around the wicket, and he's been good in this tournament as well. And having a left armer in the team, left arm spin bowler. This could be gone, and
he's tipped over the bar.
Oh, you know who did it too? You know who it was? His brother. It was Samuel Ameri. And I don't think the discussions around the dinner table tonight are going to be very pleasant. So it was a hit hard, but instead of a wicket, it was 6 runs. So Rafa is 17 off 7. Safi's 1 off 1. But
that should have cleared the boundary, I think. Yep, Maximo.
Yeah, nice shot. That's going to where my lunch is. So hopefully it'll won't have destroyed the.
In the absence of Rico, bolle, kinasona, shaka, lagia.
Love it. No idea what it means, but so 70 for 3. A couple of balls left at the 6th, and this is
well stopped on the boundary there.
Good piece of fielding by.
Judge the bounce well.
It's the another Mary brother. This is Insanullah Mary. So I think it was Stefan Gooch. We had a bit of a chat with the Mary brothers. Oh, that's huge. Well, Safi has just taken it up and launched it. I think it's endangering the camera crew. Not sure how close it got to the tower. Might have gone over it.
Manos arriba. Por eso es 6 carreras más.
Watch out. You're stealing Rico's shtick. So, well, let's pump the run rate up a little bit. Expect to score now 135. And needed this sort of over, I think.
Well, but, yeah, they needed to pick up the pace a bit because they'd got into a doldrums, lost a couple of wickets too. And this is an important partnership. Although Cameron coming in, he's capable of hitting it. And Abdurrahman Abatsai as well. He's no slouch with the bat.
Well, the problem with his Cameron at the moment, that apart from a couple of games in the international series against France, where he's looking untouchable, he's looking fantastic, he's not really scored any runs in this tournament.
Looks too high again. This time, this time it was catchable, if you like, but I think it was going a little bit too far out of his reach there.
Yeah, it's Samuela.
It would have been an amazing catch if he had held on to that.
We've seen some amazing catches in this tournament so far.
This morning there's been a couple of excellent catches that I've seen. There was a caught and bowled which was particularly good.
Did you see the juggling catch there? So the circus catch.
Yes.
That was pretty amazing. The bowler. It was a caught and bowl chance, and he ran back to get it, made the ground, dropped the catch, then stuck his hand out behind him and flicked it up and caught it. It was off the, after he flicked it up, it was pretty amazing. That was a comical innings. But the whole innings had so many ECN moments in it. Just a single. And bring Rafa back on strike. He's 31 off 11.
Safi playing his part, giving Rafa the strike as much as possible, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, it's one of those things. This is hit a long way.
That's a 6. It's landed a good 20 metres behind the boundary, right, that one.
It's Paul Kempen going. He's quoting you, who quoted Rico. This is getting. It's like one of those mirrors where you look into a mirror and you just keep on seeing this constant reflection, like an echo.
And that one's just inside the boundary line. But another cracking shot from Rafa, who's really kicking on right now, up to 41 on 13. It's a decent return for him, but he's been in fine form today so far.
I think you just got a unique name. Igloo John.
Igloo John.
Chris Smith said he loves the jumper.
Thank
I know
you.
that Chris is going to be watching Wolves play Leicester a little bit later. It should be coming up. Is it a couple of hours? I think. And Wolves could go 6 in a row.
Up. There's another one.
Talking about 6 in a row. 100's up now. It happened so quickly for Dreux. And well, this is happening in Belgium night series. My good friend Phil G will be there with all those teams. So 6 teams playing in that series, and that'll be good fun.
It's been the first time I've seen Belgian club cricket, apart from obviously where we've had like Beveren playing at the ECL. But I'm looking forward to seeing that. And obviously it'll be of an evening, so you know. It means I'll be able to watch it from the comfort of my study when I get home from school.
There are some high quality cricketers in Belgium.
It's Belgian ball is a word or is a phrase that's been bandied around quite a lot since I've been watching ECM.
I can't remember who first labelled it Belgian ball. Nice shot again, another 6. Well, that's Safi this time.
Might have been Corey, and but obviously
no.
But
it was someone. It was someone in the chat,
Luke?
and it was a woman in the chat.
Oh.
I don't think it was. It might have been Maya, all those years
possibly.
ago.
Yeah.
Might have been Maya. So of course we have a few ladies in the chat.
Meda as well. Meda Gooch.
Meda Gooch.
Yeah.
I've not seen her in the chat,
No.
but I'm sure she would contribute. Oh, that's a good piece of work by the bowler. Monica, of course, is from Colombia. Is in the chat quite often. It's good to see her. So 2 hours 3 minutes. Thanks, Chris.
Before the Wolves game.
Yeah, for the Wolves game. It'll be 6 in a row, 7 undefeated. So they were looking like they had a few issues earlier in the year.
Well, their manager's come in, done a great job there. He's got them into a position where they're no longer looking over their shoulder for relegation, and they play some very good football.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're looking to go ahead of Manchester United. Another 6, nice shot, hook shot, and Safi is looking pretty handy.
20 from 6 is not a bad return either.
Not a bad return. I think Rafa wants the strike, but can't get it. So.
Oh, they're team players.
They are team players. He won't mind. But 113 for 3. Expected score now 154. So going 15s and over, and that's accelerated a bit in the last. Last bit.
Yeah, heaven knows what the score would have been if they'd have kept the rate going through those middle overs of the innings. Uppish drive, but a slice down behind third man for 4.
And Chris has got a head cold, so he's not going to the game today, unfortunately. I'll take your ticket. Give me 2 hours to get to Molyneux. So I've been to Wolverhampton. I've never seen a Wolves game, so I hope to one day.
I've been there once. My cousin played there for Derby County back in the 1980s. And it was a time when Molyneux only had 2 open sides.
Yeah. That was it before or after the Barty brothers?
Well, they just built the big new stand at Molyneux, and it was about half a mile from the pitch.
Yeah.
And the only parts of the ground that were open were the main stand, and both the home and away supporters on the terrace were behind the goal.
Well, this is chance for a wicket, and gone.
Himself set well there.
Nice catch there. And that's
number 9.
Yeah, Zakaria Atik, who's the wicketkeeper. Today.
Obviously not at the moment.
Not the wicketkeeper. It says wicketkeeper here, but he's not the wicketkeeper, so that's some sort of change. Not the wicketkeeper, but
he caught it.
He caught it. So that's the end of good innings. But it does have him listed as the wicketkeeper, unless they've put another random one in front of it. But no, there's definitely a teak.
Maybe the tape has come off.
No idea who's keeping for. It's Wakas Bashir. That sounds better because a teak doesn't really keep, I don't think. So Wakas Bashir is the man with the gloves. So 16 points from 6 games. We'll stop talking about Wolves. I think Chris can fill everyone in, but doing very well. So and, Vitor Pereira, the fantastic new manager for Wolves. Here comes the bowler again. Hit firmly into the gap, 4 runs. Nice shot.
And Abdurrahman has skipped up the order ahead of Cameron for this innings.
Yeah, I think. I tell you what, Abdurrahman has been bowling beautifully, and so give him a bit of confidence to come in and have a bat.
Yeah,
and
he's been a good strike bowler.
Very good strike bowler, and he's a good foil to Wahid Abdul as well, because Wahid bowls quick and he bowls outside off, whereas Cameron is a left armour that bowls directly at the stumps usually, and both with good pace.
We've seen them cartwheeling a few times today already.
We have been a lot of bowls actually. I think they're asking for a new bat. Well, Rafa's got to wait to get his 50, and
we have a potential bat change here.
I think so. He's going to give it to the fielder. No, he's not going to give it to the fielder.
Not sure we got much use for the fielder because he can't use the bat.
It's a bit of a standoff here, as the batsman is on the 30-metre circle. There we go. That's good. That's good fair play there by Kinsanullah Mary.
Fielder acting as a courier.
It is. So
it's another Mary.
There are 3 in the side. There's 6 altogether who play for the club. So they're all very good cricketers as well. Here comes bowler again. Ashir.
That looks like a 6. Yep, and that's gone over to.
Endanger small children.
And he's up to 50 now, Rafa, with that 6.
Yeah, it was as soon as it came out of his hand, I saw it pitched. I knew where this ball was going, and Rafa's on 53
of 15 balls.
That's not bad. Not bad going. We did see a 9-ball 50 the other day. That was crazy. Oh.
There's a helicopter shot, and that's
my lunch again.
That's not a million miles away from the table I was sitting at earlier.
Yeah, look, there's been quite a few go into the mint tea tent. You can see that they're setting it up there. The barbecue tent, I think they've destroyed the barbecue, hence it's not open. But the mint tea tent, yesterday, it went into his tent and he looked back and was like, with this what are you doing type attitude.
Full toss. And this is looking rather ominous now for Sarcelle as Rafa gets into his stride.
Yeah, look, they're just one of those teams is that if the top order miss out, and they did, to be fair. Now Hamza batted okay, but Mohammad Hamza Niaz batted okay. Mohammed Rafa, it's second 50 on the trot, and he was unlucky with the run out.
Another one. Well, this is looking very ominous. He's gone for another 6. Sorry.
The expected score a few overs ago was 130, and now they're 145 with an over and a bit to go. Just so dangerous. Well, they're looking for another 4 points, obviously.
Yeah, he's gone up to 71 off 18 now.
It's brutal.
And that's 4 sixes off the first 4 balls. In fact, we had a 6 off the last ball of the previous over too.
One bit of relief for Hashir, the bowler, is that they haven't found that ball, so this ball couldn't be as unlucky for him. Let's see what happens. He's got rid of the evil one. Well, sorry, Rafa's got rid of the evil one for him.
That's too high. And another 6. That's 5 out of 5 this over.
Yeah.
6 in a row for Dreux.
He's got an outside chance of getting 100 here, Rafa, if he can get the strike. Just a single. Just a single. Mohammed. He's looking around the ground. There's no way he's going to hit a single. He's going for the 6 sixes in the over. Couldn't be 6 sixes in the over, could it? Is it there?
Before here in Dreux already.
Yeah. But no, I'm just looking. The bowling figures at 2 for 37. And just this. Oh no! What?
No, he didn't even get the single.
He's well, you could see what he's doing. He's trying to get the single because he wants to get 100.
He wanted to get on strike. That's the main thing. But
yeah, I think he wants to get 100. But yeah, to get on strike for sure. I mean, he's hitting the ball so cleanly. But 150 up, 151 for 4, and Dreux are they're cruising in this game at the moment. A few overs ago, we were talking about how Sarcelles are doing so well. As you see here, the bowling figures. Azim going for 24s, and the best of the bowling figures up the top, Bashir, with 12 and a halves. Wickets though for Ashka and also David Hashir. Well, Hashir
he's coming on for the final over.
He did have 30 hit off that over, didn't he?
Manawar coming on for the captain's brought himself on for the last over, possibly in the hope of trying to restrict them to a modest total in this last over.
Oh, I don't know about this. Last time he bowled, they hit him for 44. So he's good with the bat, though. Manawar.
Let's call this a calculated risk. The first one, long hop outside the leg stump, and 4 runs.
On the first day, Manawar, I think he took 3 wickets when he bowled, and bowled well, but he also hit 82. And the next game, he got hit for 44 off 1 over and went for a duck. I think it might have been a golden duck, actually. So
it'd be a bad day at the office.
And then yesterday, he smashed another 80. So this one's going to be hit to the leg side.
We'll get Rafa back on strike for the last 4 deliveries, isn't it?
Well, 4 times 6, 24. He can do it. He can do it, just. So 4 deliveries left. And Rafa, if he hits them all to the boundary, will get 100. Well, not to the boundary, over the boundary.
yeah.
Comes in again short. Ended up being a pretty good result, just a single. No,
fielder
2.
slipped over, but he's picked up inside the boundary.
He's now on 79. So no real chance of getting the 100 unless Manawar gives him a gift of a no ball.
7 up.
Slow ball. Pretty well bowled, actually.
He's found the right line and length there to stop Rafa from getting his helicopter shots away.
It's been a good over so far. Well, 8 from it, couple of balls left. And in context of T10 cricket.
In terms of death bowling, that's a reasonable return so far.
Yeah, good captaincy, I think.
And give himself a pat on the back when they finish.
Maybe, still a couple of balls left. It's again, nice shot.
Well, got enough on it to stop it from going to the boundary.
Yeah, very nice over. I'd like to see Banawa get some runs as well in this game, because he is a powerful hitter of the ball. I said he's hit 280 so far in this tournament, and I'll need something big. Well, Sarcelles against Dreux now scores 160.
Oh.
166.
That one's headed into the trees, into the no-go area.
It's a nice shot to end up. And one more. Manawa goes for 15 off the over. 166 for 4. Didn't look like they were going to get anywhere near that at one stage, but this is Dreux, and they do what they do.
Rafa with another majestic knock for 86 off of 23. That's an excellent innings, and hitting it to every corner of the ground.
Yeah, I think he's looking for another man of the match award, but Mohamed Rafa, we won't probably see him bowl because he's got a bit of an arm injury. He's got strapping on his elbow. See some of the highlights here. So it was a nice start. First ball's big 6 from Hamza Niaz, and it wasn't all their way. It was a little bit of a partnership, but Nabi, this was a runner ball in this innings, and it was Hamza who was getting most of the runs. That was the sort of Baximo, I think it was. But it was good bowling up front from it was Shabab Bashir. It was again a quality bowler, a man with no number. But also it was again good bowling from Umek Ashgar a little bit later on. The wickets started to fall a little bit, and the top order went. That's Nabi, and first bowler for the very good Mohammad Nisar. You think surely they couldn't get on top of this team. The Sarcelles couldn't get on top of Dreux. But well, what are your impressions of the innings?
It was kind of like a tale of two stories, really. I mean, we had a reasonable circumspect start, then we had a time where the middle, the few overs, the third, fourth, fifth overs, where things really kind of went a bit haywire for Dreux. We lost a couple of wickets, and they didn't really get runs on the board. But then Rafa came out, and the last 6 overs, the last 4 or 5 overs were just the Rafa show, really. I mean, absolutely amazing knock, 86 from 23, and you know that's given them a score 166, which you think would be beyond Sarcelles. And you'd imagine with the bowling that they've showed so far, Dreux, that it will be a very tough ask for Sarcelles to get close to that, and Dreux will be looking to close out their group stage with a fifth consecutive win.
It's never been done before with it's scored 4 4-point games, and they've been doing 4. These could be 5, as you mentioned. So Hamza Niaz at the top, 27 off 10. Nabi never got going for his 14, but Mohamed Rafa definitely did. 86 off 23. Nissa got a golden, and Safi with 24 off 8. Left to Abu Rahman there with 10. 5 extras, pretty disciplined there from Sarcelles, but 166 is a big total for Dreux. Didn't look likely at one stage, but then Rafa took the bowling on. See here some pretty ugly figures, but 2 wickets for Ashgar. Also Javed Hashir with a couple, and they're the only wickets that went down. Azim expensive. Manawa, pretty good last over until the last ball, where it's I think it's still going.
I think it's they've got the search party out trying to find it now.
I think so. So, well, 167 runs needed in 60 balls, just under 17 and over for Sarcelles. I think they'll definitely try to look for that point, which is probably going to be about 115 mark at a guess, maybe around about that. My maths isn't great, but it's going to be a tough task. Well, we're back soon for the second innings, but first I'd like to thank John Gray for coming into the commentary box.
Thank you, Danny. It's been a wonderful experience again, and it's always a pleasure to be part. And we're behind the scenes here at ECN here in Dreux, and living the dream.
Good. Thank you, John. And we're back in a few minutes' time. Rico will be taking the second innings while I grab some lunch. Hopefully he's left some, and hopefully hasn't been destroyed by a random Rafa 6. And we're back in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this match. It is match number 28 here for the European Cricket Series in France, a match between Dreux and CSPT Sarcelles. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Thank you very much to Danny and John Gray And loved hearing both of those together, and a little bit of French in there as well. Loving it. And well, I guess we're also loving, especially the batting there once again of Mohamed Rafa. What a fine knock, 86. Remember, we did see him score a half century earlier on as well for Drua, so he's certainly in good form. And they might want to rest him, I feel, going into this innings. I wonder if we're going to see him have a bowl at all. You would feel that Drua, with the bowling options that they have, would go on and defend that score. And it's a good score as well, 166. And a bit of a change here. Have you noticed who's behind the stumps? It's Cameron Ahmadzai. And normally we used to see him and his bustly figure coming in and bowling, but he's going to be behind the stump. And when I spoke to him a bit earlier, he said, Rico, you haven't seen my keeping. There he is. He said, I'm a great keeper. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on him. Definitely will. So behind the stumps is going to be Wahid Abdul, who's going to be doing the bowling. So ready for the start, ready for the first delivery here of the reply. And it just chipped up in the air. There's nobody back there, so it's a pretty safe shot to play. Could have probably put a little bit more into it, actually. So runs on the board straight away. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. And John Gray is in the chat actually saying thanks, guys. He says he'll leave it to the pros now. No, you've been very good yourself as well. And of course, it was lovely to see John involved in one of the coin tosses as well. Always nice when we get a chance to, or you know, we love all the interaction from everybody in the chat. But it's always nice when we get to see you in person as well. I know it's not the first time we've seen John. But always lovely, and you're always more than welcome to come to whatever could be your local venue. Nice bit of footwork there from Cameron Ahmadzai. So moving along. Hey, I've said already, we'll touch on some of the days we've got today on this Saturday. Alien Day is celebrated today. It's a day accompanied by celebrations aimed at not only appreciating science fiction, but also educate people about it. A number of people and our believers, of course. USA celebrates Bob Wills Day today, the king of Western swing. It was celebrated the last Saturday of April every year since 1972. Eeyore's birthday, the character from Winnie the Pooh. And also, don't forget, if you have some Australian friends, you've got to give them a hug today because it is International Hug a Australian Day today. Why not? Oh, that's played away. This one will all go to the boundary. There's the fielder who's after that. Realises he's not going to get there. I think that was Fahim. He says, I think that's 4 runs. I'm going to give it up. Inventor's holiday today. International Marconi Day is observed today. The inventor of the radio. Oh, what an invention that. Where would we be without the radio? And I've got to mention this one. I'll mention it now, but I'll mention it a little bit later on, actually, to Danny. We often do talk about the food here. As I speak, I say hello to Chris Smith and Terry Richmond that joined us in the chat. So yeah, we have a lot of chat about the food here, and I know that's France, well known for his snails, for cheeses. Onion soup, that's hit pretty well straight down the ground. Fielder's not going to get there, you know. That's a really nice shot. Wahid Abdul just pitching up on this occasion. And that's delightfully struck down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. What a beautiful shot that is. A lovely strike. So 4 carreras. And a little bit of the double teapot there from Abdul. He didn't like it, did he? But nicely played. Yeah, so what else? Yeah, we talked about France, and that's going to be a big wide, actually. Or is it? Oh, nothing signalled here. Let me see this again. I think the umpire is, well, let's see here. That's definitely, yeah. I mean, it doesn't catch the pitch. It doesn't bounce before the line of the stump. So that's a no ball. And no ball it is. So a chance to cash in here. It's got 8 with that no ball. It's going to be 9 off the over. So good opportunity to really cash in. I'm just trying to get the scores updated here, actually. In fact, they're just updating now. So that takes 13 off the over. And a wide. Abdul doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. He's complaining. Let me see this again. Let's have a look. What's the complaint here? So, yeah, that's never a wide, actually. That's a very, I've got to say, that's a very bad call from the umpire. And that's well inside the line. I wonder if the third umpire will get involved here, umpire Niaz. I know that Stefan Gooch is there, and yeah, I like that. I like that. Look, there's no way that's a wide. I know sometimes we could be a little bit harsh on the umpire, but I like the way they dealt with that. They got the right decision in the end. Well done to the match official. This one, on the other hand, is a wide. You can't have any complaints about this one. So, got plenty of runs to play with, but standards are standards, and Wahid Abdul just letting himself down a little bit here. So he's just trying to finish this over. Wakas Bashir. Here's the batter. That's getting a little bit of all sorts coming down his way. I will go back to what I'm talking about after this ball, maybe. That's on the pad. It's going to race away. Fielder should get there. Will get there. Stops himself going over the line. That's Shabazz Javid. And a very long over. It does eventually come to an end. And yeah, a little bit of everything in that one from Abdul. 98 matches since the golden ball. We'll leave that out there as well. So 15 come off the first. But of course, they need to be going bigger than that. It just goes to show the task at hand here, really, for Sarcelle. But can they pick up a point? That's the question. Can they pick up a point here? And, yeah, what I was talking about. So all the things, foods that France are favourite about. I remember when I was a kid, though. So, of course, we mentioned the onion soup, the croissants, the cheese, the snails. Also got to talk about the red one. But when I was a kid, it was none of those. It was frog's legs, wasn't it? It was always, the French, they eat frog's legs. And I'm sure they do, though I have to say, it's not something that is very noticeable when you're here. I don't think I've seen it on the menu anywhere. But it's quite interesting that we are in France. And as a young kid, or I think most of us as young kids, it's in the air and just easily plucked. Good, simple catch. Well, he makes it look simple. Does Mohamed Nissa, and Abdurrahman Ahmadzai picked up a wicket off his very first ball. And it's a little bit similar to a shot that was played earlier on the leg side. I don't think the intent is quite there. I mean, he plays the shot, but he never really gives it everything. And I think because he left a little bit out there, he's going to have to go. So he goes for 8 of 7 deliveries. That's the end of Wakas Bashir. Nisar plucks the ball out of the sky. Abdurrahman does get the wicket. Yeah, so we're talking about frog's legs. Today, guess what day it is today? Save the Frogs Day is today. Can't believe it. We're in a country that loves to eat frog's legs, and it's Save the Frog Day. But I'm sure as this one gets through, and well, Cameron Ahmadzai, he knows I'm going to be ribbing him. Cameron Ahmadzai said, Rico, I am the best keeper. Well, the best keeper, well, good keepers I know probably wouldn't let the ball go through their legs. Cameron, and that's going to be 4 byes. And he's not going to get a clean sheet. And Abdurrahman Ahmadzai is not happy that's gone all the way through. New batter, by the way, is Mehdi. That's a good shot. Well, that's what I'm talking about. You're going to hit it? Hit it. Put everything into it. Get the intent. And that will go all the way. Yeah, so today, Save the Frogs Day. It's an annual campaign to help raise awareness about the plight of the frog species worldwide. It also encourages appreciation and celebration of the amphibians, their role in keeping nature's balance. Frogs are in danger of being wiped out. So it's up to us to make sure that they continue to roam the earth happily. Let's use this day to spread the much needed awareness about the endangered species. So, come on, you French, stop eating frogs. Don't eat the frog's legs anymore. I wonder if that would help if all the French thought, you know what, from this day on, because Rico mentioned it, we're not going to eat any more frog's legs. We're going to give them a year. I'm pretty sure though that there's certain frogs that are ideal for the catering industry, and probably not the ones we're talking about that are endangered. But anyway, do what you can to help the amphibian, the frog. And good comeback. I just get the feeling that after that one got hit for a big 6, that Abdurrahman Ahmadzai has just put a little bit into his bowling. I've got a question for you, as Danny's not here. My question is, and I'll give you the answer. I'm going to give you a few overs. I'll give you the answer after over number 7. Okay. So, question: which bowler took 4 for 4 in his first match for Warwickshire in the Benton and Hedges Cup match in 1996? Well bowled again from Ahmadzai. That's the end of the over. It's the only runs that would come. It was the 6 that was blast from it. And 25 for 1 does pick up the wicket in that over as well. So, question for you, give it some thought. Which bowler took 4 for 4 in his first match for Warwickshire in the Benton and Hedges Cup in 1996? I'll leave you to think about that. On this day, what else on this day? Here's one. So I've mentioned about France and frog's legs, and of course about today being about saving the frog. This is a good one, and France actually are well ahead on this compared to some parts of the world. Stop Food Waste Day is today. Aims to teach people the ways to reduce food wastage. It's crazy to think around 1/3 of the food produced on Earth goes to waste. That's shocking, isn't it? Isn't that shocking? Just think about that for a moment, folks. As you see a swing and a miss off the first ball of this. Anyway, it's Safi who comes on. I'll say that again. So it's crazy to think that around 1/3 of the food produced on Earth goes to waste. And when there's so many people around the world that are starving, okay, so it goes to waste, either it's lost or goes bad. The day aims to raise awareness of this, as this one is going to be a wide ball. It's a shocking statistic. While so many on Earth go hungry, the issue of food waste is only growing. And the reason why I touch on France here, of course, in France, you don't waste food. You don't throw away food. If food is good, if it's not soiled and gone off, then you don't just throw it away. So whether it's you in your own home, if you do, you get fined. And restaurants as well, don't throw that food away. It goes to good causes. And supermarkets as well, if that food is going out of date, it gets distributed to where it's needed. And I think that's the way the world has to go. Hello to the ECS Supporters Club in Australia. Good evening to you all. And that one, probably just going down leg side. Here comes the throw, which is backed up. Let's take a look at this one again from Tassianullah Safi. And don't quite see the impact there. I don't know if we'll have another look at it, but this is the throw. The throw also, the batter does get in. But yeah, I suspect that to the left-hander, we're just going down the leg side. Gets back on ball, but not the desired timing. And well, it's bowled in by Abdurrahman. Probably just warming up for the next over, maybe. 1859, construction of the Suez Canal officially began, completed 10 years later. The waterway connected the Med and the Red Seas. Started 1859 and done in 10 years. That's played away. So, getting bad on ball, but just not getting not getting the boundaries from there. And every time you see that they're not hitting those boundaries, I mean, they're at a point now where you need to be hitting about 3 and over with that score per over, hovering around that 19 mark. If they don't get a bit over, that goes well soon. But that will help. It will keep it around the 19. There's a nice pull shot played there by Samuel Emery. And of course, the big thing here, I think, when you think the match is still to be played, so the last match, of course, coming up, match number 30, will be a team that's running cold at the moment. AC State will take on PFC Sarcelle, and a lot depends. The result of this match really depends whether that match becomes an important one or not. I mean, the things we have to remember is we know that Dreux, they're finishing top. It's all about second now. At the moment, CSPT are sitting second with 9. They've got the Stallions right behind them on 8 though. So you just feel, so this last match that the Bumblebees are playing here, a point takes them 2 ahead. That's a lovely shot, and it's going to get past the field of 4 runs. The outstretched foot there of Nisar can't stop it. So yeah, if we look at those, we'll probably see those tables a little bit later on your screen. But so CSPT, they're a point ahead, but they're playing the last match here. Now the Stallions will play the last match, and they're of course up against a team that have lost their form at the moment, which of course is the Star. Now I'm looking at Star. They're on 7. That's a good shot. Well, they all matter at the moment, and a big cheer from the Bumblebees. A bit of the hooray! Swing hard, and if you get a little bit of luck, if you get a little bit of good fortune, well, you're going to get that one probably, I think, goes all the way. Yeah, it does. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. So, yeah, AC Stay will be playing their last match. Now, they're on 7 points, okay? And if, say, Sarcelle playing here now get a point, even, say they lose, they get a point, they go to 10, all right? So, AC Stay, if they win their last match, then they also go to 10 points. Then it comes down to net run rate. And, of course, AC Stay didn't do themselves too much of a favour with the way they lost the last 2 matches. If Sarcelle go down and don't get the 117, then things become very different. AC's start. If they get a win, they can go all the way. So so many things to look at here. But this is a big one, really, big match. But the other thing is, don't forget that the PFC side. This one is just a single. They can't. I mean, I'm just having a look at them. They can't really get anywhere. So it's a lot. There's a lot at stake here. A lot at stake. The Stallions have got an opportunity. It's got to be said. They've got the opportunity. So this is crucial here, really, for them. It's in the air and gone. It's, well, Wahid Abdul likes to do that celebration. So that's a catch easily taken. Yeah, so let's look at the remaining matches to come, and that's what we really have to look at. That's the important thing here. So we've still got the Stallions to play. They play AC Star, and I think the Stallions know that, and Star, both those teams know that this next match that comes after this on 29 is a must-win match for either one of them. Whoever wins that match, I think, stays in contention. And then the last match coming up, yeah, because don't forget, every take on the Stallions, every haven't got a point at all. So if the Stallions get that win, they're in with a chance. And then in the last match, match number 30, it's the AC Star if they can get a win against BFC Stanley. So there's still so much to play. I know there's a lot there to try and absorb, but only when you see the tables do you get a good chance to have a look at it. But you just feel that whatever happens in this match, that the Bumblebees, so CSPT, need to try and pick up a point. If they can pick up a point, then they give themselves a hope. I mean, if they win the match, then they're in second. But I can't, where they are now, it's coming up to almost 20 required and over. That's going to be hard to do. Monoa, though, we know what he's capable of. Good Yorker there. That's the end of the over. So 2 wickets once again for Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. Hasn't he been good? And great guy to have in the side, just changing things up. That over does go for 13 because of the earlier boundaries at the beginning. One of them was a fortunate one. But he comes back. He gets his man. 46 for 2. Shaba guys, come on guys. So of course Drew looking to make it 5 wins on the spin, and also what they're trying to do is make it 5 wins with 4 from everyone. Oh, that would have been an incredible catch. It really would have. It's Mohamed Rafa, who at the moment can't seem to do too much wrong. He does really well to actually make that into a chance, and because he's got there, I think in the end it will go down as a chance. Look, he sprints hard. He knows he has to get down to take it. I think he gets hands onto it, but isn't able to hold on to it. And Munawa gets a lucky break. Munawa, of course, he scored 2 lots of 84. We saw him score 84 in his first knock, and he scored 84 yesterday as well. 84 here now will do them very nicely. He's got to stay there, though, isn't he? He's got to stay there. He's got to make it count. There's Safi bowling himself out here. Slow ball. That's been really well hit, and it's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully timed this by Zakaria Atik. Very good shot, and that races along the floor at some speed. Nicely hit. CSPT, remember, 2 wins yesterday. They put 155 on the board against Every and held on to it, winning by 10 runs. That's when Munawa scored his second 84. That's hit pretty well as well. A bit more fielding to be done, but this time it's Fahim makes the stop. And then we saw them in action in the last match, match number 25 yesterday. 145 was enough to beat PFC Sarcelle in the Sarcelle derby. And it was Umir Ashgir who was great all round, 32 and 3 for 15. So they come into this match with wins behind him. That's uppish, but he gets it in the gap. That's going to be 4 to Zulkarnain Munawa. And a very proud club also is are the Bumblebees. I know that they're in Sarcelle. They do a lot of good work in promoting the game, particularly with the juniors. I had a quick chat once again with Amjad Sandhu, who was showing me some very, very impressive portfolio of what they've started there with the juniors, particularly with the women's game, and showing me some pictures of some finals that they've had and trophy presentations. It's all great, and wouldn't it be lovely if some of those young players start to break through into the academy sides and also into the national team. So keep up the good work there in Sarcelle. We'll keep up the good work on our travels. Belgium, Czechia, Jersey and Greece to come. But before that, of course, Malta tomorrow. Finals day here in France. And then, well, I'll be bizzed away to the Marsa Cricket Ground. And, well, that one gets bizzed away for a 1 bounce, 4 runs. 4 carreras. As this is, I think it's Fahim. Yep, it is Fahim Pachakan. Oh, well, in the last match, he's a bit deceptive in his pace. You think the ball is probably coming through at some speed, but it doesn't. And well, that's another boundary. Well, wakey, you're in the firing line there, boys. Well, cricketers should always know. Yeah, you gotta be keeping your eye on the ball. Well, if you're having a little siesta, well, the grizzly. Oh, Sapa, yes, Sapa. It's not a snake. You're all right. Well, I reckon. Oh, there's a snake. He quickly jumps up. But no snake. It's just a grizzly. But yeah, got to keep your eye on the ball. And that's going to be a wide this time from Pachakan. Lovely day being here today. Certainly one of the best days that we've had so far. In terms of weather, and that's a really nice shot again. So that one is, well, I think it might, does it go through the fence? If it does, be interesting to see how this is going to be retrieved. And well, the fielder's there now. Oh, he's going to be just able to get it. It's just the other side, so he hasn't got to go too deep into the dreaded haunted woods. But 4 more runs. I'm liking this little partnership. Atik has moved into the 30s, 32. Munawar's just joined him out there. The rate has, as I said before, is gone into the sort of 20s required. But if they can keep it at that, and let's say even take it at that into the last over, well, who knows? It's not going to carry it to Nisar, who took a good catch earlier. Just a single, so they'll get Munawar on strike. Shot. Muscled. Big. To the boundary. Hits it on the up. 6 more runs. And, well, they're needed 20. That's 22. With a ball to go. CSPT, Sarcel. 2 wins yesterday. 2nd spot at the moment. Wanting to come back here tomorrow. They can settle. They can settle the group if they win this match. I know that AC Star and the Stallions will be watching with intent. That's going to be another wide delivery that's going to have to be bowled again. Just noticing here, I know there's not a lot at stake here for Drew. Whether they win, whether they lose, they're in the final tomorrow no matter what. And comprehensive winners off the group, but they're just a little bit quiet at the moment. Not too much. Oh, well, that'll quieten them even more. That is a biggie. What a big over that is. 29 from the over. That certainly helps things a little bit. That takes us score to 87 at the end of 6 overs. 4 overs to go. And what does that over do to the run rate here? So it takes it down to 20. Went up to about 22. Drew just, well, I can see Nabi just having a little think. He has a look at the score. And I think he's going back to Wahid Abdul. He's going back to his main bowler and saying, all right, come on. I want you to bend your back now. No more just gently trotting in. I want a wicket. I want you to do the business here. Because Atik and Munawar are, well, let's just say they're batting pretty well here at the moment. So remember, after I did put a question out there, I'll ask you it one more time. A few people are having to think about it. Some have had a go, but I will reveal the answer in a bit. And the question was, which bowler took 4 for 4 in his first match for Warwickshire in the Benson and Hedges Cup match in 1996? It's in the air. It won't carry. just won't carry. Mohamed Nisar makes the ground to get to his left, but he's not able to hold on to the catch. Munawar, the right-hander, back on strike. He's been in good form. Abdul checks his field. High. Now that's catching opportunity. Who wants it? And dropped. It's being dropped. Now we'll probably have to check a boundary check here as well. It's been absolutely put down. Well, Diana Oroz is there with her burrito snapping away. She signals 6 here. Let's see. 1 foot was out. He comes back. Yeah, that's 6 runs. 6 carreras. And, well, Diana Oroz, who's clicking away, the ECM photographer, was the first to say 6. And she's absolutely right, because the catch isn't taken. It's 6 runs. And now that's a no ball, surely. It's the same fielder this time, makes a stop. But this is going to be a free hit. Abdul apologises to Munawar. Let's have a look at this side on. Now that's a Gandhi ball from Abdul. He's done this a few times. Not the first time he's got it wrong. But even though he's coming down the track to this, that ball is just high. And I don't think it is coming down. And it has been called as well, no ball. So 1 for the no ball, 1 for the run. That means there, Zakaria Atik has the chance. And oh, he just moves a little bit early here, which is such a shame in a contest like this when you're needing 20 and over. If one of the better bowlers is getting it a little bit wrong and you've got a free hit, you've got to cash in, and he doesn't. Ends up being a dot ball. I suppose credit to Abdul. Oh, he's missed out on a second. Bit of a cutter this time from Wahid Abdul. 2 dot balls, and one of them was a free hit. The opportunity was definitely there. Lost the 2 wickets, haven't they? But still got batting, and that's why. Now this one, that's the umpire decide here. Looks like it's gone straight through him. So 3 dot balls. So Wahid Abdul doing what his captain wanted from him and getting a tight over in and taking that rate back over that 20 mark. Disappointment already for Atik. He's the opening batter. He's been there long enough. Now, well, he's hit this dead straight. And that's going to be 6 runs close to the tower. Just steps away, but this time gets the ball where he wants it. Does get 1 away, I suppose. But they needed more than that out of the over. That brings the 100 up. 100 on the board. And that over from Wahid Abdul just goes for the 15. So 6 short of where they needed to be. So once again, you'll find that that rate will go back up to close to that 22 per over. 102. 2 down. The batters that have gone was Bashir, went for 8 of 7 balls, and then Samiul Ameri also departed. Where it was Abdul himself who took the catch and did the roll and the ball celebration. Shabas Javid, and he gets lofted over the leg side boundary, over square leg for 6 runs, and he does this with minimum effort, does the captain, Zulkarnain Munawar. You just get a feeling here that Drew are not going to be happy until they see the back of big Captain Munawar. Good strike rate, striking at 300. And that one catches him, and I think he might have felt this one. He's down like he's hurt himself here. We've seen a few batters that have been hit high on that right thigh. I mean, you can see plenty of protection on the left leg with the thigh guard, but there's not too much on the right. Dot ball from Javid. And now it's the middle stump that will go. Goes across the line. Javid gets the wicket. And Drew, well, they will sigh. A big sigh of relief because they get the dangerous Zulkarnain Munawar for 33. 33 of ball number 12. And well done to Javid. Keeps it simple, keeps it straight. A little bit more in this one. And look at the middle stump go. Well, those stumps are going to need some. They're going to need a bit of bashing in themselves, aren't they? They've been bashed out a few times, and now they need some bashing in. बहुत अच्छी bowling की थी अपने Shahbaz Javed ने Shaba for Javed. As the middle stump goes for a walk, and so does Munawar back to his dugout. Go for 33 off 12. Javed gets the wicket that Drew wanted to see. Another good batter comes out there. This is Amir Asghar. Put a good all-round performance in yesterday in the second win for the Bumblebees. They should get a point here. They need 117, so 9 more gets them a point. And I said at the time, if you take a point away from Drew, well, you've already done something other teams haven't been able to do. Let's play down onto the leg side, and once again bowled in viciously by Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. And there are quite a few of the Drew players telling him to calm down. He doesn't have to bowl it in so ferociously from close to that boundary. But it's well taken actually by Shahbaz Javed. Atiq, the left-hander, has got to do most of the running from here on in now. And slices that really, doesn't get it out the middle. It'll go calmly to the fielder. That's Safi. They found 2 of the bowlers, haven't they? Javed is one of them. Fahim didn't go well. He's over. Went for 29 for Fahim's. Oh, that one's almost another one. It's a hoik across the line from Asghar. He gets lucky. Good over. And that one basically, I think, seals any opportunity of a comeback from the Bumblebees in this one. 8 coming from it. 1 wicket as well. 110 for 3. 57 required in 12 deliveries. And only if this over goes for something similar to what that one from Fahim went, his first over number 629, is that going to be possible? Let's see who they came with the ball here. And they do go back to Fahim. So Nabi, the captain, trusting his bowler to bowl another. And Atiq is the batter on strike, so it's not as if it's the new batter. So, okay. Opportunity. Hit well. And nobody there. That'll be 6 runs. So, 6 more. Atiq finds a boundary, finds a 6. They need a big over here. Could this be a lifeline that's been thrown here to Sarcelle, the Bumblebees? Goes across, hits as well. But it will just be a single. No mistake from Nisar down the ground in front of me. A few people saying, Rico, where's the answer? We want the answer to your question. I'll tell you what, we'll put it up. Maybe even any point now we can maybe put it up. We'll see the replay of this one. And of course the question was, which bowler took 4 for 4 in his first match for Warwickshire in a Benton and Hedges Cup match in 1996. Let's take a look at this though first. Skies it up, and that's the wicket that you wanted to get. The new batter is going to go, but they do, that's the important thing, I think they do cross. So Atiq will go on strike, though Asghar doesn't really help his team out. So well done. I mean, I thought it was brave move, but Fahim does pick up a wicket, get caught and bowled in the end. And it gets Asghar, who could also be dangerous. Let's have a look at the answer then. So you'll be surprised, it was Sean Pollock. 1996, Sean Pollock took 4 wickets in 4 balls in his first match for Warwickshire against Leicestershire in the Benton Hedges Cup match. A little bit more on that. At one stage, his figures were 5 for 1, as Leicestershire were 9 for 5. Pollock ended up with 6 for 21 and a handshake from the watching Alan Donald on the boundary and his country cap. Isn't that nice? Could be a wide. Point has been secured, so for the first time in the competition for Drua, they are not going to take 4 points. So that end has come, but they will get the win. It's also going to be a teaser for the umpire, but umpire's quite happy to call it another wide. So Fahim Pachakan, wicket to his name. Still got 2 balls to try and get through the over. I think it's still there though. And that's up in the air. Mohammed Nisar gets underneath it and makes no mistakes as he holds on to the catch. So another wicket for Fahim. And yeah, Nabi, the captain, should take a bit of credit here. Quite easily could have gone with another bowler. Could have said, no, you went for 29. I don't want to risk it. He could have bowled himself. He might still do in the last over, but he goes back to Fahim, and Fahim's rewarded the captain with 2 wickets. And I suppose in the end, Atiq, 48 he finishes with. He does get his team to a point, and then after that, you knew he just had to open up and try and see how close he could get them. But not going to be close enough, is it? It's another wicket goes. Fahim takes another. A new batter comes out. So 2 new batters more or less out there. That's been played away just for a single. As Insula Mehdi will get off the mark. 2 batters will have a chat as Fahim finishes 2 for 40. A much better second over, 2 wickets, just the 11 runs that do come from it. 121 for 5. So it's going to make the tables look pretty interesting. And still, so Sarcell will move to 10 points now, but they're done. No more matches for them. We have the Stallions and AC Star. And they have games left. Next match, Stallions are going to be in action against Every. So Stallions, a win will take them above the Bees. A win takes them above the Bees by 1 point. So we say goodbye to the Bees, and that will take them to 11 if they get a win. If they take all the points from Every, take them to 12. And if they would do that, then they book the second spot. If they get 4 points against Every, they book the second spot. If they don't win and just get a point, of course, then it's an opportunity for AC Star. And even though Star have stuttered, they could finish with a win again, a big win against PFC Sarcell, and book that all-important second spot themselves. So still so much to play for here. So the next match is a very, very big match coming up, really. A huge match. Every they're just looking for a win to end their campaign on a win. They will play no part other than bystanders tomorrow in the final stage. I'm sure they'll come down. But a win for the Stallions puts the Stallions in a good position, and then it all depends how many they win by. If they take 4 points, they can't be overtaken by AC Star. If they win by 3 points, it comes down to net run rate. This one, a lot of work to be done by the fielder, eye on the ball, and well, gets a second chance. Does the fielder. Well, where's the headband for Abdurrahman Ahmadzai? I had to take a double look to make sure it was him. He's normally got the headband on. And it pops in, pops out, catch gets taken. It's the end of the innings. And it will be Drua that finish their group matches with another victory. But they don't take all the points this time around. That's the only difference. So well done to Drew. And I suppose they'll be pretty happy with the finish there. Abdurrahman Ahmadzai once again 2 for 19, pick of the bowlers. 2 wickets there in the end for Shahbaz Javid. Well done getting that wicket right at the end of his spell. I suppose there's also 2 there for Faheen. If he could forget about his first over, we better. But still, he does pick up some wickets. They're very happy, the home side. They're getting a lot of support here, of course, from their supporters. I think they want to do that celebration one more time. It looks like it's brewing, and I think they've shied away. I think a few people have said to Waheed Abdul, no more, it's getting boring, we don't want to do it again, let's think of another one. So he's a bit of an entertainer, is Abdul. Let's take a look, a quick look before the highlights at what's coming up next with the Stallions up against Every. They have got Akash Malapalia coming in to their side. Let's see what he's got to offer. He's a batter, and they need some batting strength. Whereas the Stallions, we have another Mangal, but not a Mangal related to Ramatullah or Rohula. Well, I don't think so. Anyway, this is Naroz Mangal comes into their side, and of course, they could do with a bit of depth, perhaps in their batting, but on the bowling front, they've been really good, thanks to Hasib Iqbal and also Zadran Saliman, who also showed he can add a little bit with the bat as well. So interesting match coming up next, and a very important one for the Stallions. A win from them could see them progress to the final day tomorrow. That was a nice catch taken by Nisar. That ball was travelling. That was Kaman Ahmadzai, after telling me he's such a good wicketkeeper, letting that one go through his legs all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Well, talk of 4, well, forget it, that's 6. This one, though, I think was 4. It was hit well down the ground, and Nisar couldn't get there. This one was a Baximo, goes for a big 6. At that point, when you had, well, that wicket would fall, but there was a point, well, Waheed Abdul also would fall and do his little roly-poly celebration, but there was a point when Atiq and Munawar were out there. That would have been a great catch from Rafa if he was able to hold it, and that was probably the best little time that they had. Wakey, wakey, sapagya. Oh, batagya. Well, you don't fall asleep while you're watching the game of cricket, because, well, you could always be taken out or surprised, like that man out there was. Surprise there for the batter as the middle stump would go. Rock bat for Munawar. Atiq was still there, though. And while he was there, they would definitely get the 1 point, and they achieved that. But after getting the point, you can understand that they were trying everything to make the impossible happen. It wouldn't be. And the likes of Fahim and Javid finishing off with 2 wickets apiece. That's a nice catch. The second one taken there by Mohamed Nisar. And this one needed 2 attempts. Did Abdurrahman Ahmadzai, without the headband, holds on to the catch, gives Javid his second wicket, and Drew, they finish their group stage campaign with another win. 100% record from them then in their 5 matches. Quick look at the scorecard. 48 from Atiq, just falling short of his 50, opening the batting. And as you'd expect, the Zulkarnain Munawar scores 33 of 12. They do get a point, but now it's the agonising waiting at the ground to see how the other results go. Of course, they will be back in Every in this next match. Every one of them will be back in Every, because they want Every to do them a big favour and get a result against the Stallions. And then in the last match, a little bit later on, they'll be hoping that it's the Sarcelle club that do them a favour as well, and then see them progress. 2 wickets there once again to Abdurrahman Ahmadzai, 2 also to Shahbaz Javid. And also I like the fact given another chance after going for 29 in his first over that Fahim picks up 2 as well. So good all-round performance from Drew. Once again, I think similarly to their earlier match, there wasn't that 100% effort from them. They're saving a little bit for tomorrow when it all matters in the finals day, where we know already that they will be playing a Royal 94 in that qualifier number 1. What we don't know, though, is who will be playing the Paris University Club in the Eliminator. It's a number of 3 teams in the hunt at the moment, but just for now, it is CSPT Sarcelle, the Bumblebees, that are in that prime position. Going to take a short break now. I think we're going to come back probably in about 15 minutes time, slightly later than scheduled. And Danny Hudacek will be back with me as well. So we'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get set for match number 29. Features two teams that are experiencing different form at the moment. We're going to see every in action who have lost every game is the way to put it really. They've got a 0-4 record and they've taken a bit of a hiding, it has to be said. And the Stallions, they seem to have found their form. But this is a big match for the Stallions. The Stallions know they get a win here, then that certainly opens the door for them to come back again here tomorrow when it comes to finals day. They could be finishing second in Group B. That's what they're after. They're just looking for a win. They're just looking to put an end of this miserable run that they're in at the moment. The two captains are with the tournament referee. Let's go straight over to the coin toss.
Every to call. Heads is called. It's come down heads. Good luck. Have a good game.
Good luck.
Good luck. Every won the toss, they're bowling.
Captain Ganesan winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bowl. I think one thing that every know is that the Stallions, their strength seems to be with their bowling. So I like this move from Ganesan, though I'm sure he'd love to have a bat himself, but batting just is not working for every. So they're going to try and put the pressure on the Stallions with the ball. Let's take a look at the bowlers that Every have to their disposal. Rambatullah Mangal, though it must be fair, he looks a little bit tired. I think speaking to him as well, he did say that after that long sort of tough spell in the internationals at the beginning, before the start of this series, he also has played every game, so he is starting to feel a little bit tired. That's understandable, but can he put one big last effort in this match? We saw him with the batting, score 47. I think there's an opportunity maybe for Every to push him up the top of the order, because certainly someone like Arun at the top there isn't really clicking. Ganesan is going to be key with the bat. Can he finish with a good score to his name? Then of course they always have Dawood Ahmadzai, Mr. Universe. I'm sure he'd love to finish with some Mr. Universe celebrations, particularly if they get a win. The Stallions, though, they continue to impress with the ball. If they can get to a 130 score, then I would back them to defend it, because they've got good bowlers there. Hasib Iqbal has been sensational. He picked up 3 wickets one more time. Bashir Ahmadzai is somebody else at the top of the order, can certainly make a big difference with the bat and with the ball. And then what about Zadran Saliman? We know that he's a very good bowler, but in that last match he showed he can bat as well by scoring a fine 36 not out. Of course, he had Idris out there with him as well, who was the not out batter. So I think the Stallions, they've got to be pretty patient here with the bat. They've got to score the runs, get the run to the board, get that 130 on the board. Then I expect that their bowling and particularly their fielding will be enough maybe to get them another all-important win, and a win that could see them once again come back here tomorrow. So good match coming up. Let's go over to Danny Hudacek. I must admit, I loved hearing Danny Hudacek there talking to John Gray, and a little bit of French in the commentary as well. Well, Danny, take it easy on me, because I'm not as fluent in the French as John Gray is. Over to you, Danny, for the start of the first ball.
Well, thanks, Rico, and welcome back to everyone to Dreux and lovely friends, and this vital game for the Saint-Denis Stallions. They've got a good chance of getting into tomorrow's finals in the third place if they take all 4 points against Evry, which is possible. They'll go directly into third place. Otherwise, they'll go down to the last game with Star. They'll need a big win. But Evry, they've underperformed in this tournament. Some excellent bowlers, but just been a bit shy with the batting. They do have another batsman coming in. It's Akash Malapillai. See him in the second innings of this game, but it's the Saint-Denis Stallions who are going to bat. And it was Evry that won the toss. Interesting move. They're going to try to put some pressure on the batting of Saint-Denis first up. Is Zadran Saliman will be facing the first delivery. And looks like they've changed the order. Fayyad Usman will be there, the opener. As you can see, it's a pretty even, according to the supercomputer for match 29. It's I don't know what the supercomputer knows, but it's the Saint-Denis Stallions who are looking for a spot in the final, whereas it's a winless Evry who are just about even, according to the supercomputer. So, just about ready for a start. And it'll be Dawid Amatai to bowl. Good move, wicket-taking bowler. And they'll want to get a few runs on the board early up the Sanani Stallions, but Dawid bowled pretty well in the first game. He was pushing the ball through against Drew. Let's see what I can do here. The two men back are long on and long off. And I can see the batsman. He's looking at that leg side. There's no one back. In fact, there's only, well, there's a long on, and there's a mid-wicket, and a man on 45. Everyone else on the offside. Here we go. First ball of this game. It's Dawid. And dug it out. Go down the ground. And it is typical Ibrahim will pick up the ball. So yeah, my thanks again to John Gray for coming into the igloo for an innings. That was a great insight, and hope he had a lot of fun. This one's hit into the covers, just be a single. It's a skipper who'll pick it up. So a good start from Dawid. He's got the line right. Doesn't want to stray on leg side too much. Salman facing Dawid Amatai. Just a bit short. Got away from one fielder, got away from the other. And it's the two Mangal brothers who are out there. Pierced the field. Didn't get all of it. Just got enough. So 4 runs. First boundary of the innings for Sanduni. As mentioned, if they get all 4 points here, they're directly in the final. Get 3 points, and Star will need a big win. This is in the air, and 6. Nice shot. Charged it. It's a brave move against a leg spinner, but he used his feet well. Got to the pitch of the ball. Let's have a look at this. Nice shot there. Very confident. Doesn't get much side spin, does Dawid. It's mainly top spin, so gets the ball to dip. Sometimes shoots one through as well. And big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. And that's out, though. Fantastic piece of fielding. Well, out of nowhere, the man with the shades throws it in. And they're going to have a look at it, but I'm certain this is out. Have a look at this. So they went for the run. And boy, to stumps, he's nowhere home. And that's great fielding. And a big wicket there for Evry. Well, that's a big wicket. Zadran Saliman has been in good form. I'm sure we'll see him open up with the ball, but he'll go after hitting a couple of boundaries. That's a big wicket first up for Evry, and a great piece of fielding. I wonder who that is in the shades. Is it the new man? Akash. Might be. 12 for 1. Very good start here for Evry after Dawid went for a few. And a new batsman comes in. So I think it's Idris Amatai. He only knows one way. That's a big swing. And that's his swing. That's a good shot. And that's 6 runs. Nice shot there. So he'll join Fayyad Usman out there. And that's 6, I think. Well, new bowler will be Rahmatullah Mangal. As we see here, this is the Premier Division for the ECC coming up in September. And that'll be a great tournament, as it is usually. And Group A will start on 25th of September. Haven't talked about Group A yet. Germany, Ireland, Romania, Belgium, Norway, Greece. Some good sides there. Norway, they're down the bottom of that draw, but very handy team. Ireland as well, and Germany, as per usual. Probably the favourites for the group. Ireland will have something to say about that, the Ireland 11. Here comes Rahmatullah Mangal. And this is over the top. It's going to go for 4, is it? It will. Just away from the fielder. Yeah, I was speaking to Rahmatullah a little bit earlier, saying that he's played a lot of cricket in the last week, and he's starting to feel a bit, trying to feel a little bit of it. He's had no break. He's had to work. At other times, he hasn't been playing cricket, so it's a little tough for him. Rico's back in the igloo.
It's good to be back in the igloo, and well, what about that stunning run out? Arun Rama, direct hit, totally surprises Zadran, who was, well, I can see he was worried about the LB decision. Was looking at the umpire, not his partner. He was too late to go. A direct hit from Rama sees him gone. It's a good batter to get out. Remember, he made 36 in the last. And this is up in the air. They're just being positive here. I like it. This is just going to bounce before the rope and well picked up by the fielder. They'll just take a couple. They've got to be positive here. One thing my feeling is, and I think I said that, if the Stallions can get to 130-ish here, they're a good bowling attack. They can certainly cause some pressure on Every, who, as we know, have struggled with the bat themselves, Danny.
They have struggled a lot with the bat. There's Rama again. And a little bit shorter, pretty quick. But, yeah, Idris Ahmadzai, we saw him earlier. He does have that one shot he plays. Well, we saw a couple of shots, actually, to be fair. Did play a pretty correct on drive. But he's definitely going to swing at this one, like he swings at every delivery. There we go. That's the shot. Chance for a run out. Got him! Well done. That's Rahula Mangal. Another wicket down, another run out. And that's a big wicket. It can be dangerous, can Idris Ahmadzai, but not anymore. So he goes hard, and is a good fielder. Is Rahula Mangal. I think I make it at least his 5th run out of the this tournament. 4 have been in the last over, where he's just picked the ball up and and run out the batsman going for a single.
Sensational stuff. 2 very good run outs. Once again, it's a good pick up and throw. The batter, you can see, was always struggling there, and I could see the way he was looking at Rahula when he picked up the ball, and then he was thinking, if that hits, I'm in trouble. So Idris goes. 2 batters did score runs for the Stallions. Idris and also Zadran already back, and now, well, guys that we haven't really seen click with the bat are going to have to try and perform here. 24 for 2, both wickets courtesy of some fantastic fielding. You can see the umpire just having to take a little bit of time to get those tops back up.
So there's a pretty good bat just coming in Verkali. This is just at the end of the another chance for a run out. Well, that would have been Verkali going for nothing, but not to be. Just a single. They're starting to make it happen, aren't they, Every? Starting to click in the field.
Yeah, I like the fact, I know we've talked about Rahula Mangal, and he has had to work really hard the last sort of 8, 9 days, but I like the way he's given it everything in this spell. It doesn't help when he starts and has to go back to his marker. That's happened twice to him already, but he's given it everything. I think he's saying, right, this is my last match, then I've got a nice break, give it everything, and he is.
He is, as he normally does. Just be a single. No, it won't. They send him back. I've not seen Rahmatullah give less than 100%. He's always charging in. He's always throwing himself around in the field. He's a good cricketer, and he scored 47 earlier.
Yeah,
against Dreux. So good on him. He again mentioned the 47. I said, "Oh, shame he got a run out." And he's like, it's all right. Didn't really matter too much. I don't think he's into figures. Apart from the fact that he's into his bowling figures, I think, not his batting. So I had a trip in the chat. Good to see you.
Good fast pacey over. They'll go back to Dawood. It's good hit down the ground. 6 runs, just a little bit short, and quick hands from the batter. He crunches that pretty well. Nice shot from Usman.
Yeah, it was a nice shot. Just you're right, it was pretty much in the slot to hit. I would see what he can do to him this ball.
That's hit pretty well as well, and too spicy for the fielder. He's trying to get there with Jabrakal Ibrahim. It puts a good effort in. Kafi coaches the Kitty, Achi dive money, but Joka Lagia, that was travelling.
It was travelling. Glad it wasn't travelling towards us though, Rico. Don't know if we would have had much chance to save equipment or save ourselves.
Happened so quick, yeah. I think we come first. The equipment,
Oh,
can be
close.
replaced. And, well, the umpire, no hesitation. Finger goes up straight away. And Darwin Ahmadzai, this time the appeal gets the right desire. It's going to be going to LBW here. So look here, skids through.
I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, well, but
Let's pull it apart.
it's all about, I mean, the impact. It does step across. It does sort of come back in a little bit for me as well. I don't think it's going over the stump, so I can understand why it's being given.
It's hit him high.
Yeah.
Right, so I can understand why the batsman's not very happy. But at the same time, was it going to hit the stumps? Well, the umpire thought so. And I think, well, it's out, put it that way. So from looking at it live, it looked pretty adjacent. It did hit him high.
I think it does. For me, what I wanted to see is if it held its line. If it held its line, I think it may have gone on to mistake. But for me, it does come back. And I think that's the important thing. It pitches online, it comes back. Is it going to go over the stumps? Umpire decides not. Thinks it's going to hit the top.
Starwood again. And I don't think they're going to run on a Mungal arm, especially the Hullers. So dot ball. It's Furkali. It's not Furkali who's facing. It's Afzal who's facing. You got left-hander. Swing and a miss. Good here, over here from Ahmadzai. Did take stick off the first ball and got his man. 36 for 3. One ball left of the power play. And there's a bit of dot ball.
Yeah, you can see the Verk at the other end a little bit frustrated with Afzal's shot selection, but they have lost 3 wickets in the power play. It's 36 for 3. I said to the viewers that I'll bring this up when you were back with me, because I think it's quite interesting that we are here in France, and I know that as a young kid I always used to think, well, France, what do we know about France? They eat frogs' legs and drink a fair bit of wine. But today is Save the Frogs Day. It's an annual campaign about awareness of the plight of the frog species, which are actually now endangered of being wiped out. So it's about
Frogs?
Yeah, frogs. They are. And I was just thinking, well, it's probably not the best of days to mention it when we're in France, is it really?
Going to a French restaurant tonight, so I'll make sure I don't have the frog's legs, if they have them. It's I'll tell you a bit more about that. So looking forward to it. So I think we talked about it with Shadi in Dreux. So they're changing the menu. So it was all mountain food from Savoie earlier in the week, and then the lady who was serving us mentioned that the menu was changing because they have a mountain menu, like a winter menu in the mountains and a summer menu at the beach. So we're figuratively going to the beach tonight.
I don't know how you can eat some more. We had a good feed here.
Yeah.
The spread today was wonderful.
Lunch was great. Well,
Wonderful. And I forced myself to go normally for a fairly long walk in the evening anyway, to try and build up an appetite just to have a little bit of something. But I think today the food was so great that I think I'm done for the day food-wise.
Well, let's talk about that in a moment. This is gone. Good catch.
Well, Ramatullah Mangal, he ends up on the floor rolling, and the batter, well, he's going to end up going as well, because that's a pretty decent catch there from Naeem Dawdzai. Looking forward to seeing Naeem bowl as well. I like him, I like what he's done with the ball. He tends to get a few overs in, probably around about maybe he'll bowl number 6 and 8, or they might even go a bit later. But he's hit that pretty well as a batter. He thinks he's going to get it away. I mean, seeing the bowler roll around in front of you might sometimes be a bit off-putting, but Afzal is going to have to go. And I just think, I still think that's pretty comical. Well, when the new batter comes in, it'll take the bat of the outgoing batter. Now, when Verker scored 0 or 4, I don't think I want to use that bat.
That's a petty superstition there, Rico. So, anyway. So, yeah, it's looking forward to this restaurant tonight. And talking about eating, we have a couple of food monsters in the Blue Crew. Oh, this is in the air. It's high. Who wants to get under that? It's Arun. No chance. Oh, what a catch.
He's coming over to you, Danny. I like it. He's there to do the Drew celebration. Number 22, Arun. What a good catch this is. Ayapu Puraju. Well, first of all, I like the way that he called the bowler off. Look, Ramatula always wants his own. Arun keeps his eye on it. Look at the head. Perfectly on the ball. He's got the shades on. And then, well, Danny, when you said no chance, he's coming over to you, then he thought, you know what, where's the Drew guys? He'll give them a little bit of their own celebration.
He did.
Good catch.
Oh, fantastic catch. It's the first bowler for Bashir Amatai. But what a catch. I said no chance because I saw him put down an absolute sitter a couple of days ago. And that one was getting away from him and still getting away from him and getting away from him a little bit more. He just stuck a right hand out and it just ended up in his hand. You saw Ramatullah there shaking his hands. That's appreciation from a Frenchman. Oh, it's on a hat trick. Good ball before, though. That was right on the money. So 5 down now for 39. This was not in the script for Saint-Denis. We were talking about 4 points. They might just get 1, if that, if ever you keep on going like this with the bowling. Mangal, 2 for 11.
I'm very pleased that Ramatullah Mangal is going to finish with a few highlights, a couple of wickets. Maybe he gets a third here on the last ball of his spell. He's a hard worker and he's a lovely young kid. This will be a single, but yeah, well bowled. And well, maybe after his earlier 47, we might even see him elevated up the top of the order. So going at 10s at the moment. 4 overs done, 40, but they've lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, 10 and over. It's not too bad, but those 5 wickets, you're right, and it's their main batters and the batsmen have been getting the runs for them. So as I said, we do have some food monsters. Stefan Gooch is a definite food monster.
Yeah.
And he loves his food. I don't know many people who love food more than Stefan Gooch. So I'm sure Meda doesn't like the fact that Stefan likes his food.
He's got a very healthy appetite, Steph. There's no doubt about that.
Then again, Meda is a bit of a foodie as well. So, all right, new bowler is going to be the skipper. It's Lile Ganasan.
Oh my. Well, Ganasan is going to be over the moon. He's going to say, did you see that ball? It did a bit of this and a bit of that and everything else. It was awful. And the shot from Ahmed, even worse. I suppose he often say, if the best thing you can do as a bowler is at least get it straight. Well, it's straight. That's all it has for him. But the shot was ugly. It really was. And he's put his team in a lot of trouble now.
It was just straight up and down on the stumps. And you're right, it was an ugly shot. 6 down for 40 now. Oh, Ganasan. Ganasan has just, just put one on the stumps. So neither batsman has scored. There's a new batsman who's just walked out.
Look at Mumtiaz. Played a very nice shot when he was on the hat-trick ball, it has to be said, for 4. And then, he plays an awful Gunda shot. And the captain was in Barty, coming out at number 8. He's got to now be thinking about getting some sort of partnership going here with Hussain Afzal. I still will maintain it, even if they can, from here on in, if they keep going at 10 to get 100, they give themselves something, and with the bowling attack that they've got, they could still cause Every some problems, but they need to find a way to get the runs on the board. Of course, a team that's loving the way things are going here at the moment, but of course will be, the Bumblebees, because if this result goes the way it's looking at the moment with every winning, and it will be their first win, by the way, in their 5th attempt, then
not there
they
yet.
stay second.
Not there yet, Rico.
Not there yet.
You've seen them bat.
I've seen them bat, but they're not there yet. But yeah, at the moment, I think the Bumblebees are going to be happy. The other team that's going to be pretty happy if this result goes the way it's looking. Of course, the team we're going to see play that very important last match, AC Star, because they take on PFC Sarcelle.
They've fallen in a hole though. They haven't reached 70 in the last
Can't
two
be doing
games.
that. What's going on here? The batter should be the other side. Oh, he's running in between the batter and the umpire.
You can do that. That's fine as long as you're wide enough.
No, you can't do that. It's not allowed.
Of course you are.
You can't come in, but he's got to be the other side, the batter.
No, he doesn't.
He does.
No, he doesn't.
All right. Not going to get into the debate. You show me where it says the batter can be. Look, he's being moved now. He can't be on that side.
Okay.
He's got to be on the other side. Oh, that's out the middle. That's being walloped, and it's, well, they might be able to get this one because it hits the tree and ends up just the other side of the fence.
So, yeah, he waited for that one. It had hit me written on it. I'm sure he read that and hit it. Because that went a long way. Nice shot.
Oh, no, he's been taken out by something. Well, what caught him must have been one of the nettles.
Get out of the forest.
Danger. Danger. Well, it looks like Vasu Sani says, don't worry, I'll go in there. Well, Vasu, he says, don't worry. But there it goes. Danger. Vasu, it says danger. Well, Vasu's going for it, you know.
No, he's not. Oh, is he?
Keep an eye on Vasu.
He is too.
Keep an eye on Vasu in between balls.
He's important to us. Vasu's a nice guy. We don't want to lose him to the forest.
Well, he's
demons.
Romanian. He's used to bears and things, isn't he?
Yeah, true.
So maybe he's used. He's going in there. There goes Vasu. And keep going left. Keep going left. They're in the wrong place, aren't they? It went a lot further left than that. That's it. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay, Gunnarsson. Charge. Gone. Another one. Well, played on. Middle stump. How many players have we seen with inside edges playing onto the stumps in the last couple of days? It's been a bit insane.
It's been crazy. I mean, we saw it so many times, even in the internationals. So another one gets played on. Vasu has found that ball, by the way. Well done, Vasu. But yeah, I mean, chops it on. I mean, so it's not the best of shots to be played anyway. I think if he waited for that one, he could have stood still and hit it straight over. But it's what pressure does. Another wicket goes down. 7 down now here. Wasim Bharti, the captain, is probably wondering what's going on as Naraz Mangal comes in. First time we've seen him. Let's see if he can get him out of a hole here.
There's another Mangal.
There's another Mangal, but on the opposite team.
Well, okay. These I've seen like 500,000 Ahmedzais so far in this tournament, and I thought there were only 2 Mangals, but there are 3. Lots of Medis as well. We saw 3 Medis in the previous game. Of the 6 Medi brothers. Mary brothers, sorry, Mary.
Mary, that's right.
Mary brothers. So, here comes Gunnarsson. There's only one Gunnarsson.
And that's a pretty good start for the new guy, Naraz Mangal. Gets that pretty well. It'll help his team get past 50. So 54 for 7. 5 overs gone. An opportunity to welcome you into a rather warm igloo today. We've got the side off, but it's a lovely day. It's actually nice to have a bit of sunshine. We've had a kind of a wet and damp start to most parts of where we travel to, so it's nice to finally get some beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. I mean, yesterday I was rugged up. I had
You said it was cold yesterday.
Yeah, I had a vest and another jacket on, my rain jacket, my scarf, everything. Now I'm just down to the dove shirt, the birds.
The birds and the doves. And yeah, well, this is what to expect. You just knew it. After having the kind of rain and some of the unseasonal weather we've had, you know we're going to have a long, hot summer. And let's just say I can't wait. That's a good delivery. It's well played out. They'll take the single as Rahula Mangal comes in to, well, maybe hopefully add a bit more success to the side here, looking for their first win every. And this is going to be good. And Mangal bowling to Mangal.
Well, I think Rahula's been the pick of the bowlers for every. I'm sure he'll bowl the last over as well, but it's a good time to put him on. Oh, that was very close, and Rahula thinks the same. Almost played back onto his stumps, but that was bang on the pegs. Oh. I could see why Rahula was had his hands on his head, on his head. He's only got one. Lots of Mangals, only one Rahula Mangal's head.
Pretty close, but being pretty brave here is Naros Mangal. Well, that's well hit. Well, sometimes I say it's a bit of the old Captain Caveman. I think that is. He's like he's clubbing it well. Is Naros Mangal, and well, the battle of the Mangals at the moment, and is the one with the bat in the hand that's winning at the moment.
He's definitely winning. But, let's see how the ball goes in the next delivery, because it's been winning so far in this match. Whoa, that was a bit quicker.
And no love lost between the two Mangals, as he's right up in his face this time and saying, well, what about that one then, as he just revs up and goes up a gear, does Rahula.
Yeah, a little bit annoyed. Doesn't like getting hit past, well, any bowler doesn't like getting hit, but especially when it goes past you at great knots. Oh, could be caught. It'll fall in front, and keeper gets his leg in the way. But I didn't see it. How did Cameron keep?
It wasn't too bad. There was one glaring 4-bys, but other than that, it was okay.
Yeah.
He didn't do too bad at all.
I'm amazed they found a pair of gloves to fit him.
I did actually jokingly say to him, I think you're going to keep without gloves, because with those hands, he doesn't really need gloves.
Doesn't. Yeah, you're right. So, comes the bowler again, tucked around the corner, nice shot, 4 runs.
That's a delightful shot, actually, from Barty. I'm not sure if it was quite the slower ball. I think it was probably, looking at it, and he just, well, takes a long stride outside the off stump, and from outside the off, he plays it in the vacant square leg area and gets 4 runs. So, in the end, that ends up being a pretty handy over for the Stallions. They'll get 14 from it, and they move to 68 for 7 at the end of 6.
Yeah, it's a little wag in the tail. That was Mangal, 15 off 5, looking pretty good. Zimbati, the keeper and captain, on 6. So it's been good. Just one wide in this innings too. It's been pretty disciplined and good bowling, got to say. And there's Naam Duatsai, who he bigged up before. He was coming to bowl. Oh, it wasn't the greatest delivery, but got away with it.
Slow full toss, which doesn't get punished.
Yeah, no, normally slower full tosses aren't the greatest delivery in cricket.
They should be looking to come back with 2, actually. They will take on the arm off. That's Dawood Ahmadzai, who does the sweeping out there on the boundary.
Yeah. Well, they've got just under 4 overs to get some more runs on the board. Expect to score now 96. And you're right, got every chance of getting some points out of this game. And they have been disappointing, but their batting has been very thin. And the fact that their skipper, Gunnarshan, hasn't really fired, puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the order. But the last game was a good 47 from Rahmatullah Mangal. So he looks like he's hitting the ball pretty well.
Do you think they'd go with him at the top, maybe just put Aaron a couple down, just try something different in that power play?
I would say no. He's hit hard, but just a single. I'd say no. I'd say stick with who did they open with? It was Gunnarshan. They did open with Dawood Ahmadzai. I don't know if they'll do that again. As ball comes in, I personally wouldn't. Partly because he scored good runs not against the opening bowlers, and not saying that. Well, the opening bowlers for Dreux are very strong, but also the opening bowlers for Santonier are very strong. Anyway, let's get back to this. This is what's happening in the European Cricket Network calendar over the rest of the year. It's going to finish up in December with the European Cricket Championship for women. There's 2 divisions there as well, the Premier and the Challenger, so that's going to be good fun. And then just before then, we're in Spain as well, but this time in Alicante and Valencia, and that's exciting.
Yeah, very, very much. I mean, Alicante, a ground that we both know very well. We have played there. Valencia, the very first time at that Levante ground, which is very similar to what we've seen at Barcelona and in Madrid. It's a baseball ground, but in a beautiful part of the city. I think the crew will have a good time there. And of course, straight after that, we go to the Euros or women's cricket, starting on the 1st of December. So that will be a cracking finish to what will be quite a cracking year. Some more spin. Whoa! It's hit hard. It almost takes out the non-striker.
That's scary when it comes back at you that quick. That was hit pretty firmly.
Him to continue, and Dawood's eye just goes for 6 in that last over.
And again, but hit us firmly. Trying to get his revenge on his batting partner. So 76 for 7, Rico.
Yeah, good hit. This is what they need, and Naroz Mangalu's come in for this match. We didn't see him play the earlier game. Certainly putting a vital contribution together here with him and Barty are going to be the key here. And that's the captain. Barty gets that one pretty well, but he's got Mangal going well at the other end. Could be a good finish from these two. And just as I say that, it's a catching opportunity. Fielder doesn't look comfortable, but holds on to the catch. I mean, I think he got himself in a position, saw the keeper kind of coming, then thinks he's going to back away. The keeper then shouts back at him and said, "No, it is yours." And in the end, Akash Malapillier does hold on to the catch, and he's just come in to the side as well. And in the end, well done to him, because it was like he's, then not he's, then once again he's.
Yeah, it was a good catch, a very good catch. And you can see he was never really set, but good pair of hands. That's another wicket down, 82 for 8 now. So new batsman coming in is it's Kakahel Noor. Will be facing named Dawood just picked up that wicket. In fact, it's not, it's Jabakal Ibrahim. My apologies. That was Ibrahim again. And nice shot.
Crunched. First ball from Kakahel Noor, and it's gone for a big 6.
It was just a glorious shot. Well, again, these guys could bat all the way down, it seems.
Well, would you believe it? He's coming in here to number 10, and boom, 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 shakalagia. And he's done it on 2 occasions, 2 big 6s. And well, now that expected score is around that 100 mark. In fact, really, they still got 12 balls here, you know. Yeah. And if these two, even if, let's say they get 15s, get that, I mean, if they get to 120 here, that'd be quite amazing.
It would be. It's Naim Dawood, he'll bowl. So there's still one over left. It'll be Rahula Mangal to bowl the last one. Let's see how many they can pillage off this one, though. Just be a single.
Take the single. I think at the moment you'll accept that and say it's Noor. All right. Well, it's the same again. It's slow bowling. If he puts it anywhere near him, he's going to bang it straight down the ground. Well, he has a go. It's a big wild swing. But, yeah, misses that one. But you know what he's there to do. And I think really that name Dawood knows as well. Oh, that's hit hard. Oh, well, even Mr. Universe couldn't stop that one. That was travelling. And I get the feeling, Danny, that if Dawood Ahmadzai got a hand to this, that the ball would have taken him past the boundary rope as well. Look at this. That is motoring.
That or taken an arm off. That was hit hard. Oh, it's just
Watch
coming to
out,
us.
coming through. And
Rico does the fielding. Well done, Rico. Good stuff. You saved us.
well, good hitting here from Noor. And yeah, that was it came into the cube. Well, having the side removed meant I had a little bit of work. I could get down there, and I think that's okay. Just over the line, that's good.
That was a pretty friendly bounce for you, though, to be fair. We lose it. We lose it if it goes anywhere near under the table, because then it rebounds off all sorts of legs of tripods and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
But no, you had a good view of that one and well fielded.
Thank you very much.
106
100
for
is
8.
up, by the way. Ball to go. Can he whack another one out of the ground here? He'll have a go, and he will. Balle, ginna sona shaka lagya. And well, opportunity for crowd catch doesn't get taken. But what a knock this is. Qatar Khail Noor, outstanding. He's just hit 28 of 7.
Look, everywhere well in this game. It looked like they were going to bowl the Stallions out for under 100, if not under sort of 85-ish.
Yeah.
And then it's just taken off. Well,
I do feel, though, I think sometimes you've got to read the situation. Knowing what Noor just did to Ibrahim, going for a bowler that bowls exactly the same sort of thing to bowl the next was a bit of a gamble. Didn't pay off. And, all right, Mangal on strike. You got Rahula to bowl the last. So Mangal and Mangal do battle again. That's hit pretty well. That's also going to be 4. You know, what a finish this is. And remember I said if they get to 120, it'll be a result and a half. And the Stallions, I did say in my intro, if they can get 120, 130, I think they've got a very good bowling attack and could cause a few problems of their own for every. So this now, especially the way the last 2 overs have gone, has probably made this a bit of a 50-50, and that's exactly what we're seeing, I think, there on the win predictor. It's we're in the Goldilocks zone.
absolutely. Rice is going again. Gunnasan will stop it. Just be a single. Made good ground there to his right. The skipper.
And let's see how Noor goes against the quick stuff. He showed he can be devastating when he's facing the slow bowlers. Let's see how he deals with Rahula. That one's gone past him pretty quickly, and not at the kind of length that he likes. He likes to hit the full delivery. This one, he's very late on it. It's a bit of extra pace on that. Just watch that. He's gone past him before he's even completed the shot.
It was a there's always in every side. I'll come back to that.
Catch gets taken, and that's going to be out. Well held, and had a whoosh at it. And Jubaid Ahmed makes no mistakes taking the catch. So he comes at the toe end of the bat, so he's a little bit unfortunate. And well held from, probably wasn't expecting that coming his way actually. But that's the end of a very good innings from Khail Noor. 28 he blasts off just 9 deliveries, and that's going to give the Stallions something to bowl at. And just listen to the cheers he gets when he gets off.
Yeah.
Big smile on his face, and so they should be. That's a wonderful knock, and it could make the difference between winning and losing this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, absolutely. As I was saying, there's always a guy in each club team who says, "Oh no, I like to bat at number 7 because I can't wait till the spin comes on." Well, that's the guy who likes the spin on. So that's the go-to guy when you think, well, we need someone against slow bowling. All right, 118 for 9. It's the last ball, and ended up being a pretty good innings here for the Stallions, and it all did fall apart a little bit for Every with the spinners in the end. Not Ahmedzai right at the start. Can they bowl them out? They cannot. They'll look for 2. Will it be another run out? It will be another run out. That's his 6th so far for Rahula Mangal. 5 of them in the final over, and actually 5 of them in the final ball, as we see the bye celebrations from the Mungal boys, and all out.
Have a look at it.
He knew as well. He knew they were going.
Yeah, I was surprised here, actually. There's a couple of things there I've got to touch on. First of all, fair play to Rahula for not going at his own stance, because he likes to knock them over, doesn't he? But the batter who's running, I mean, he does everything to get out of the way of that ball. If he just lets it hit him, they're going to get 2 runs, because you can't blame the batter for the ball being thrown at you, can you?
To be fair, though, you don't want to get hit by a cricket ball. This white van just left, and now it's come back again. What's going on with the white vans?
Maybe he's got those coffee pots.
Oh, I hope so. I hope so. We'll talk about that later, Rico. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, why don't we indeed? And I suppose it's the tale of really two ends, is the way that it started, and very much every on top. And this one, brilliant run out. Fantastic. You don't quite see it there. It wasn't the LBW that was given. It's a brilliant run out. And that was one. And then we saw another one. 2 great run outs, actually, which put the Every in a very good position. But then, what about some good hitting towards the end? It's just going to say that the tail can sometimes wag and wag pretty productively.
Well, wag it did. And we'll see most of it. This is the LBW that the batsman was not very happy with, but when he looks back at it, I think he'll realise it was closer than he thought. Nice catch on the boundary, but the wickets kept on going down regularly. This is the catch by Arun, never a chance, and then just stuck out a mitt, and he was happy with it. And then the bye celebration to the Dreux players, but the wickets just kept on tumbling. They'd hit the occasional boundary, a big 6, and then get out. Oh, get out of there! I think he might have got some of the nettles or a snake or something. There's another wicket. That's Gunnarzan who takes a wicket, and they were looking on top, and then just a couple of batsmen had to go with the spinners. It was Noor, I think. Let's have a look at this. Nice catch there by the new man for Every. Hope we see him bat soon. But some lusty hitting. It was Kakakal Noor. And this one was absolutely hammered. No chance for Dawood out there on the boundary. And this has plucked the score up to something that's pretty positive. And it's a good chance for a victory for the Stallions. One they need at least 3 points to get into this final. This is Rahula Mangal, who knew that he was going to get a chance for another run out. And that's Rahmatullah having a chat to one of the Saint-Denis players, obviously good friends. See here, up the top, 11 for Saliman and Fayed Usman, 18. Then it was not much. Right at the end, good little innings from Wasim Bhatti, 15 off 8. But then Nawaz Mangal and Kakadel Noor, their number 10 and 11, scoring 27 and 28 between them. So wickets all round except for Dawodsai, who was expensive. Well, actually, he wasn't too expensive. It was Ibrahim who was expensive, who took a wicket in the end. Wickets for Rahula, for Gunnarzan, who went for 14 but took 2 wickets. Rahmatullah Mangal, good to see him in the wickets, and very economical as well, 2 for 12. And Dawood Ahmadzai, 1 for 28. Only 2 extras, good disciplined bowling by Saint-Denis, but it was the numbers 10 and 11 that pumped that score up and hit about 50 between them to get the score up to 119 all out. So we'll have a look at the summary in just a moment, but it's the European Cricket Series here from France, from Dreux. It's a lovely place. Match 29 of 30. So the next game will be the final one of the Group B and of the group stage. There'll be, of course, 4 matches tomorrow. So Kakahel Noor, 28, and Nawaz Mangal, 27, did very, very well to get that score up. And well, you can see 2 wickets for Rahmatullah Mangal and also Gunnarzan. So 120 runs, 120 to win. 119 the score. 120 to win for Every. They'll have to bat well because, and they'll have to get the openers to get the majority of these runs because they're a little bit thin on the batting side. Every still haven't won a game yet in this tournament. And tune in just a couple of minutes' time. We'll be there for the Every. We're back for the Every innings to see if they can get the runs they need. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
So welcome back to Dreux in France for this match between Saint-Denis and Évry, the second innings of it. And you see the innings of Évry. See if they can get the 120 they need to win. Saint-Denis, they'll want this win to get into this, possibly get into the final tomorrow to sneak into the third place. So Saint-Denis, they need to win this. If they get 4 points, they will get in automatically. Otherwise, it'll come down to the last game, with Star, who have fallen in a bit of a hole with their batting against the other Salcel side, which we haven't seen yet today. That'll be the final game of the group stage. But Every rely on this man, Arun Avaraju. And also they're going to be opening with Jubaid Ahmad. I saw him yesterday, and he's going about a run a ball. So hopefully he can find a bit of form. They are very thin with the batting. Gunnasan is going to be very important as well to Every, and he hasn't really hit form yet in this tournament either. The skipper and the captain of France. So he's become more a frontline bowler than a batsman in recent games. So they're going to bring a slip in, which is interesting. So Arun can hit the ball a long way, but generally likes to play himself in. Doesn't take too many risks. Quite a correct batsman, as you can see. Test match cricket, first up from Avaraju. So Saliman, he's a very good bowler, is Saran Saliman. There's some interesting options here for the skipper of Sandoni. I see Iqbal seems to get quite a few wickets with his windmill action. We'll see him a little bit later on. As Saliman comes in again. And played back past the bowler. It's going to go towards the boundary. Fielder's trying to catch up to a bit of fancy footwork, and I think that's okay. Looks like he jumped in before he picked up the ball, Ali Burke. Might have another look at that. Let's have a look. It's rolling. Good footwork. And then Burke is outside. Then he lifts his foot back in. Good work. And they've come back for 2. First runs on the board for Every. So, he's got one man back, deep backward point, and the other one is at a deep fine leg. It's a pretty good ball there from Salomon, and slow going early on for Every. They know how good this bowler is, so you can't really see off 2 overs of him though, because that'll leave you with 8 overs to get there 120 and make it a lot harder to do. Oh, that's a lot harder for Every now with the end of Avaraju. Clean bowled middle stump, and that's the first wicket down with only 2 on the board, and good bowling by Zadran Saliman. And bring out the skipper, Gunnasan. It's really up to him now, with Avaraju, the only other recognised batsman really in the lineup, already on his way back. So, but good bowling right at the sticks by Zadran. So the Stallions are looking confident. They so they've lost their first game against Dreux, and then they've gone on a bit of a winning streak. Won the first game yesterday, and looking pretty good for that final spot. Again, if they get all 4 points in this game, they'll make the final, and they'll play PUC, which will be an interesting game. Royal 94 was the other team that got through in the in round A. Zadran comes in again. Gunnasan swings and misses. Excellent bowling. 1 for 2 off this over. 1 ball to go. Liverpool just give the ball back to the bowler, and hopefully Gunnasan will be able to keep it out. Maybe score some runs along the way, but self-preservation might be the best way at the moment. Big swing and a miss there from Gunnasan. And good start here for Sandoni. They're 2 for 1. 99 matches since a golden ball. I mean, again, this is about the score. A golden ball normally happens. You know, we send them all around the shop But it'd be great to have a golden ball here in France. We've got one more match until we click over to 100. New bowler will be Bashir Ahmadzai. He'll be bowling to Jubaid Ahmed. I said who's struggled a bit with the bat, going about to run a ball throughout the last couple of days. Comes in. And it's down leg side. Called a wide. So Rico's back in the igloo after taking a wander.
Yeah, I'm back, a little wander, and yeah, Bashir Ahmadzai, he's the guy we liked the way he was able to go wide and angle that ball in. You see, he just overdoes it this time, but he creates an angle which batters do find difficulty in playing. So let's see if he's able to get through the defences of Ahmed here.
Dot ball. Dot ball's a good ball, Rico.
Yeah, very good. I know that you're going to get 4 very good top-class overs here from the Stallions to begin with. I'd imagine that Zadran Saliman will come back to bowl his second. Bashir Ahmadzai has also been good, but they've just got good bowlers, and that's why I think, you know, 120 chase here, not going to be the easiest for everybody who have struggled.
Just prodded down the offside for a single. Now, I especially on yesterday when you did your day off, I basically run on coffee. There's caffeine coursing through my veins as Saliman gets the ball thrown to him, and he didn't expect it, so he's had to chase it. Now they've had these coffee capsules, which are pretty nice, I think. So I make put a little mug here that's sealable, and so I don't have to waste the disposable cups. And normally I have a couple of these coffee capsules, which are pretty nice, and they have a big pot of coffee brewing all day, every day.
Yeah.
Come back to this. Nice shot by Gunnarsson just over the field of 4 runs. So, they ran out of the coffee capsule, so I had some of this other coffee. But it had been brewing since we got here. And we got here at 8:15 or something like that. And it's a tad burnt. Now, I'm in a dilemma, because burnt coffee is not my favourite.
Yeah.
And it's nothing to do with the organisation here. They provide free coffee, and I'm grateful. So do I just go for the whole fact that it's coffee, that it's burnt, and that I don't like the taste? Or do I just take a nap? Because inside edge, just be a single.
I think go with the coffee. What about just diluting it a little? And a bit of hot, because they've got a kettle, they've got hot water in the coffee.
They
that
do. I've tried with that kettle. It takes about 45 minutes to boil a litre. So unless you want to take this innings, and I'll go for a wander. No, what I'm going to do is after this completion of this game, I'm going to go and get both of us. I think, I hope, if you like, a nice mint tea from
that's a very
mint
good
tea
idea,
guy.
actually. It's a nice day for a mint tea as well. Anything like this is going to help the cause of a lot, as it's just going to be Jubaid Ahmed will get his first boundary. Not quite where he was looking to go. He was like to cut that more than anything else, but I think you're going to... look, if one team have probably deserved a little bit of luck, it's probably every lost 4 on the spin. They haven't had a good time. They love to finish on a high. They had a little bit of highs out there in the field. It just got away from them the last 3 overs, but looking to get back on top here. Another boundary here would be a good finish at the moment. The 15 for 1. We're needing to go at around about just under 13 and over.
A big swing and a miss from Jubaid. So, to the end of the over, 15 for 1 off 2. Not the quickest of starts here from Every, and they lost a big batsman in Arun Aviraju. But Gunnarsson's still there, and even though he hasn't really shown in this tournament, I assure you he is a very good batsman.
Yeah, he is class act. We know that. We saw him show some of that magic in the internationals against Sweden. But I guess, you know what? We've heard from Rahmatullah, and Gunnarsson himself has probably got to be another one who's feeling it a bit, because don't forget, we often forget that a captain has those additional worries and things to deal with. So there's always more stress on a captain. He captained the national side. He's captaining the every side here as well. But he's just got to try and put that to the back of his mind now and concentrate on just getting a good knock in there.
Another good piece of bowling. Been very impressed with Zadran Saliman.
Yeah.
He's just the odd bowler in teams. They're a level above. And Saliman for this side is really a level above.
Yeah, he's got Takane-san. I'm not quite sure the field is right, actually, knowing the shots that Takane-san plays. He's got 2 men straight. And we know, Danny, right on cue, that this guy loves to go over the offside. So I wonder if they stick with this, whether they make a change. But that one just also, in fairness, was a bit over-pitched. I think it's Zadran trying to get the Yorker in, overcooks it, and he gets whipped away pretty quickly by Takane-san. But yeah, 2 men straight to Takane-san, probably. I think I would be looking for long off and a sweeper out there, maybe at point. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. He does go pretty straight as well, especially on the leg side, but he does like the shot over the offside. So it is difficult. But look, as long as he keeps his wicket, he's got 4 more balls left to navigate of Saliman. Then hopefully he can pick a bit of fruit coming up from the change bowlers.
Another good delivery from Zadran. I suppose if you think of Numan Amjad when he was really charging in, Rahmatullah Mangal, he's as quick, if not maybe a little quicker than those guys. He bowls his quick delivery, he's got some wheels, hasn't he?
He does have wheels. Wahid's a little bit like that as well. There's another bowler in this Group B as well who reminds me of him as he just balks on his run up. And yeah, I'm just trying to think of who it was that he reminds me of. It's escaped me, but that's okay. Comes in again. Is that an edge? No, it's not. But another dot ball.
He's got the knack also when he bowls his heavy length, even though he's a big, tall chap, so he could quite easily be banging in a little bit too short and all of these going above the shoulder, but he's got the knack of keeping the ball about the chest height as well. And you can see, even though we know Takane-san's a very good player out in the offside, even he is struggling. I wonder if he goes for the Yorker again here.
Does. Good well picked there, Rico.
Good bowling and good fast bowling. It didn't get deterred by being hit for a boundary. And the dots mounting up, just the one shot in the over, which did go all the way for 6. But that's all they've scored so far, with 2 balls to come, falling below this and behind this rate, around about 13.5 now required. And need a good finish to this over, Dervery.
Comes in and short. And it's called a wide. I don't know about that. But then again, we have a different angle to it.
Yeah, let's see side. I mean, does it go over his head?
Yeah, it does.
I think if he was
batting stance, it does. He's.
I think it's a good call by the umpires. It's probably the right call, because you're right. You have to call those, imagining the batter is standing upright in his crease. And I think if Takane-san was back, it would have been. So, yeah, good call. Tight call, but the right call.
All right, still got 1 ball left of this spell. It's been a good one. And another wide. They'll take an extra. And chance to run out. Not on my bowling team.
It gets past 2, but will be stopped there. Closing onto the boundary by Verkali. So I don't think you'll mind that, actually, Zadran Saliman. He was getting to the end of his spell, and he just has a ball now here to Jubaid Ahmed. So I think he'll give this everything as a different batter. And let's see if he can finish with another wicket.
Comes in, bowling to Ahmed. And tucked around the corner, and end of a very good spell by Zadran Saliman. 1 for 11 off his 2, and at the end of 3. And at the end of the power play, every 24 for 1. So, yeah, I'm not sure about putting water in the coffee. I might just, as I said, we'll do the mint tea, at the end of this innings. That mint tea stand has been peppered. There was one yesterday, as I mentioned, that it went straight into his tent, and he looked around. It was like, why are you doing this? Who did that? Why are you doing this?
Yeah,
So,
do you want tea or not?
have you ever seen cricket before? Have you set up a tent in the hitting zone before? Because that both the barbecue tent and the mint tea tent that are next to each other have been peppered. And well, still no sign of the barbecue. Hopefully they're here tomorrow. But that's closed up shop for the week, it seems. Obviously, be barbecue somewhere else on a Saturday. It is a Saturday today, isn't it?
It is a Saturday, and noticed that when we came in this morning, no traffic around, which was great. And you can tell from the chat, of course, Saturday. That's a nice looking shot, beautifully played as Bashir Ahmadzai doesn't really get this one to come back in. It just hovers around about the off peg. It's a nice height to get a stroke in, and Afghanistan gets that one away nicely. So Bashir Ahmadzai will start the over with the boundary. They really need this one to go well to Every. Maybe that's the start of things to come. Though I'm pretty sure that Bashir will try to get it back on the mark. A few people are talking a few movies. I heard the Terminator mentioned. I think Wayne was probably saying definitely said that's the slow ball. Clipped away around the corner. Fielder's got some work to do, but that is racing to the boundary. How these outfielders quicken up as well. That's 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. So 6 and 4. And Afghanistan, as we like to say on the network, is looking hungry for more.
He is definitely looking hungry for more. Yeah, you're right about Terminator. Is a great film. First 2 Terminators are great. Yeah. Don't know about the ones after that, but the first 2 are great. Another great film is The Matrix. The next 3 are rubbish. Next 3 are rubbish. First one's a fantastic film. So, shot again. There's a player out there though. He found him straight to him.
Yeah, so 2 boundaries, single, but it's a better over so far. Now let's hope Jubaid Ahmed can keep it going as well. Yeah, Terminator ones are brilliant, and the actual last one actually Terminator, because there was one, wasn't there, where Arnold Schwarzenegger was not in it. But the last one, they made sure he was, and I really did enjoy all of them. So, yeah, definitely a tick for me with the Terminator. And maybe the coffee is saying, I'll be back as well. You never know.
Maybe. Hope it's not back in like an acid reflux type of way, though. But, no, the first 2 Terminators were fantastic. And it's rare that a sequel is better than the original. The original was great. The second one, I think, was better. Same as The Godfather. The first one's amazing. The second one's even more amazing. But, you know, there was a Titanic 2 a couple of years ago. Not that I loved Titanic, even though a lot of people saw it like 150 times at the cinema. It was fine. I had a couple of beers before I went in to see that film. Yeah. And like 3¼ hours of gushing water didn't help me. I just wanted to... I wanted
you went to the bathroom a few times.
It was all it was. I could see what was happening, gushing water everywhere. All I'm thinking is sink and die. Sink and die. And that's what happened eventually, but it just took a long time.
It's lobbed, perfect lob, and he's going to be saved. It's a very good bit of fielding as the fielder comes across, gets a foot on it before the ball goes over the rope and stays inside the fielder player as well. I mean, yeah, that's nimble footwork. Well done. And a little bit of line dancing there from the Stallions.
That's a good piece of feeling, but this partnership's starting to mean something. And it was a good over for Every. Let's see what Sandini can bring with the bowling. Who are they going to bowl? Don't think they're going to bowl Verk Ali, who's gone for a few. As you can see here, it's fairly even. It's a bit deceiving because where it is on the 4th over, they're about the same. I think they're the same score.
You've got to go
2
Haseeb,
overs.
Haven't you?
Sorry?
You've got to go with Haseeb next, surely.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, I mean, he's been so good.
Yeah.
I mean, you said he's got that sort of kind of a unique action, isn't he? Sort of the old windmill action, as you call it.
It is Haseeb. Good call, Rico. But after that, I mean, I don't think they've got any weaknesses with the bowling. I just don't think they're as strong. No one in this team is as strong as Zadran Saliman. And so if these two can get a hold of, especially Haseeb, Hasib to Jubaid. Nice shot over the top, 4 runs. Good shot.
Yeah, it is a good shot. It gets a little bit of width first up from Hasib. Hasib is very different to Bashir and also to Zadran. He's not quick. He's relying a lot on his accuracy. And gives a bit of width first up there to Jubaid, who plays a nice shot. He makes sure he plays it a little bit late, so he's not going to point. He gets it in the gap nicely. So cuatro carreras. A nice shot played away.
He does get a little bit of in-swing sometimes to Hasib, but the conditions aren't ideal anymore. There's no real moisture in there. It's a very dry day. And, oh, this one's cut in. It'll be fine, I think. Umpire says so.
Yeah, Wayne is saying about his favourite movie. He's got Shawshank Redemption, good
great
movie.
film. Yep.
The Fugitive, meaning the original with I mean the original we're talking here.
Was it? Wasn't
and
David?
Forrest Gump?
Was it David? Was it David Jansen? Or was that? No, it's a nice shot. 4 runs.
Oh, well played. He likes a bit of whip, doesn't he? This time plays it into the deck. Well, you're talking about with the one with Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford, I think, was a cracking movie. I loved it.
Yeah, it was, agreed. I can't remember the original Fugitive. Was it David Jansen? I think it was David Jansen, the first Fugitive. I'm sure the chat will correct me, but again, it's looking back at a film that I probably haven't seen. Well, Hasib's going to come in. There are some of the great films as well.
Yeah. Tom Hanks doesn't make too many bad movies, actually, does he? And I love the Green Mile. It's one of my classics. I think it's a great movie.
Yep.
And I just saw it again actually quite recently. It just happened to be on one of the networks when I think I was in Madrid, maybe it was on. And I like the and being that it was Madrid, it made no difference to me that it was in Spanish as well. So that was worth watching. Lovely movie.
Just Thomas Martinez talking about Aliens. Again, a really great film. And it says in the air, should be gone, and it's Gunnarsson. It's a big wicket, and he'll go for 24 again. Gets a start, but doesn't go on with it.
Very good catch actually there on the boundary. It's Zadran who holds on to it. Just once again, just ironing out what a good player he is, and he rewards Iqbal with another wicket. Iqbal's going to be right up there, actually. He's one of the leading wicket takers. I'll have a look in a minute, but that's an important breakthrough. 48 for 2, just when they were starting to get the acceleration in.
Yeah, look, it's unfortunate. It's kind of like, it's what Gunnarsson tournament has been like. Sometimes gets a start, but never really goes on with it. See, began, and big swing and a miss. But, well, Zadran Suleiman taking a catch. He's been economical, takes wickets, opens the batting. He's so vital for this Sandini side. Well, still a long way to go in this game. Let's see if they can get 4 points or 3 points out of this game, or if every can mount something. We'll see.
Yeah, just having a look. So Hasib Iqbal with that wicket now is with 8 wickets. He's tied with Harikaran, the Raw 94 bowler, but leading a wicket taker, no surprise really, Abdurrahman Ahmadzai with 11.
Yep.
So Hasib Iqbal goes joint second at the moment as we have a look at where we will be travelling to. And France comes to an end tomorrow. We're going to have to say goodbye to this beautiful ground and the excellent federation. It's a Gandhi ball to start here with Noor. And it looks like it's been called a no as well. That's too high.
I think so. I mean, I'm not sure. I think they have a look at it because it was pretty high. All I saw it live, and it looked like he hit it off his hip. So let's have a look. And he's crouching a little bit. I think that's a no ball.
Yeah, I mean, good pick up from you, because it's remember, waist or above, and that is above the waist. So it's a bad start, and maybe it's something that Every really needed. So again, they start with a bit of a freebie this over, and that's no better really. That's down the leg side. So back-to-back wides here.
50 came up also for Every.
Yeah, so
for 5 overs, it's pretty even at the moment, but that's a big wicket of Gunnarsson. Do you know why that was? Well, it used to be that slow bowlers could bowl. I think it was. Oh, big hit. 6 runs.
Well, just for a moment, when I just saw that shot there, I wonder if you can show us that shot again, Chris Tats, when I saw that, I thought, what are those two doing sat inside the boundary rope? Because there is a bit of a rope behind it, but of course, that's the bit of the boundary rope that's not being used. But I thought, what are those two doing sat on a bed inside the boundary rope?
Let's go back to film chat in a minute. It's a nice shot. It's in between the two fielders and 4 runs. A good placement.
It's the over they needed, Every. It really is. And Karahel Nur, well, he did this when he came out to bat. Now he's getting his own medicine. He's just a little bit leg side-ish. I think if he gets that one a few centimetres out towards the off stump, it's a much better delivery. So he's just strays. 16 of 2 balls because there was the no ball and the wide in there as well.
Good over this for Every. And this has gone all the way as well. That's 6. Wow. This is turning around 22 so far off 3 balls. And wondering what was going to happen with the soft underbelly of the bowling attack for Saint-Denis, and we're finding an answer.
Yeah, well, this hurts now. 22. We're only halfway through the over, and what Noor is not, he's trying to deliver the same ball every time, and now you can see that Jubaid Ahmad is saying, yeah, okay, if you're going to bowl it again, I know what I'm doing. He's got to bowl something different. Let's see what he comes back with here. And it's shorter. He does do something different, and the fielder does not go for the catch. Can't believe it. You've got to be taking this, you've got to be making this into a catch, or at least trying. If it goes down, it goes down. That's a big moment.
That is a big moment. Very big moment. Going back to film for just a moment.
Yeah.
Thomas Martinez has mentioned Coen Brothers films, Fargo and No Country for Old Men. Oh, what about The Big Lebowski? I mean, surely it's a cult classic. I know so many people can recite every line in that film. I won't recite any because there's a lot of swearing. But it really tied the rug together would be a clean one. The rug together, really tying the room together. That's better. Anyway, but some good suggestions in there. Goodfellas is another one. Scorsese's made some great films. That's the end of the over, and well, it was gone for 24. That has changed things a little bit. 84 is the target for a point. They've got 4 overs to do it. They've only lost 2 wickets. Big wickets, but only 2 wickets.
Yeah, I think you'd go straight back to Hasib Iqbal and hoping that he can pick up a wicket or 2. They'd like to get the one of Jubaid Ahmed back pretty soon. I mean, Jabbar Khair's only just got out there. We just saw him get a run. He goes back on strike, so he's going to start on strike. Pretty sure he's quite happy just to stroke the ball around and get the strike back to Ahmed. So big over this, I think. Get a wicket or 2 here, you back hit it. If you don't, then I think this game is slipping away from you.
It's mistimed to the leg side, just a single. So talking about Martin Scorsese, I love Scorsese's films, but The Irishman came up as a film, and
yeah,
to be honest, I didn't love it because it's very similar to a lot of his other gangster films, but I don't think it was long, but it was just, I don't think it was as good, you know. Goodfellas is a great film, but yeah, I'm not sure about The Irishman. It was fine, and if you hadn't seen a Scorsese film before, you'd rave about it. But there are so many good Scorsese films. But so that's just a personal opinion. It's not a bad film, but I think probably not one of my favourites. I'll tell you what is one of my favourites. It's a Brazilian film, and from a few years ago. Oh, this is trouble. Could be caught. It won't be. And it took an age to get there. Hasib Iqbal, I think he sort of danced around it a little bit and decided not to go for the catch.
It's an interesting one, that one, because Hasib couldn't get there. The wicketkeeper's probably standing too far back to get there, so it ends up being perfectly placed by Jabbar Khair. We'll And the strike back to Ahmed.
Use the bound at the moment. Oh, shot! Lovely, juicy full toss on the legs, and that's still travelling.
Well fielded by that man.
Very well fielded.
The youngster out there, but not a good delivery. Full toss right where he's waiting for it. And Every looking like they're on course for perhaps their first victory, and we're seeing a retirement here.
Yeah, good move.
We're seeing a retirement out, and it's Batter Jabrikil
Yes.
just hasn't been able to get going, but
Good move. Ramatullah Mangal is
Yeah.
in. Scored 47 against Drua just before. And that's a very good move from the skipper. So, someone's come up. John Hingerman come up with American Graffiti. You're right about the soundtrack as well. Oh, clamp down, and they'll
might
get
go
a single now.
yeah, I suppose again, I think in the situation that the match is in, you've got to try and get a wicket from somewhere else. So I'm not disappointed the keepers that go here, because look, if he hits him, he's out.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got to have a go.
So it would have been Ahmed is on 46 of 19. Where's his form come from? Ramatullah just has a go at that down leg side. Didn't get up much, and it's called a wide. Took him a couple of balls to get into the that innings this morning. He was missing the ball quite often, and then he just exploded and is hitting it to all parts and very long. So let's see if Ramatullah can do the same here. And gives it a go. It's away from the fielder, and they'll catch up with it. Just be two. But 2 more runs to the total. They've passed that mark for the 1 point. So they've got a point out of this every. They will want a win, and that would hurt for Saint-Denis, who have been so good in the last couple of days. Still, as I said, quite a long way to go. This is the last game of the round B, and it's PFC Sarcelles against AC Star, and it's Star who won the toss, elected to bat. Good to see, and hopefully their top batsman can click, because they're a delight to watch.
Yeah, and it could be a very important match, because I'm trying to explain how things looking at that's a wide. That gives me a bit of time. So if the Stallions don't win this match, they look, they're going to get a point. So they have moved to 9. So they're going to finish outside the top 2, because of course CSPT, the Bumblebee Sarcelles, are second with 10, and they've played all their matches. That then means that with PFC playing AC Star are on 7 points. If they get a win, they get 3. Let's say they win by 3 points, they'll be on the same number of points as the Bumblebees. Then net run rate comes into play. At the moment, the Bumblebees are 0.960 and AC Star are 0.652.
All right.
Not a lot in it.
Well, if Star win, that automatically that improves their net run rate, and they'll get through. So Star wins, unless Saint-Denis win here. So and then Saint-Denis are ahead on run rate.
Exactly, I mean, if the Stallions win here, then it's done. The Stallions,
no, it's not done.
Because they'll move to 11 points.
Will they?
Yeah, they move 11 points if they get 3 points.
Oh, they're on 8 at the moment.
Yeah. So if they get a win, then the only way the Star
4 points.
Need to get 4 points.
Yeah, but if they get 4 points, that means their net run rate will go up a lot.
But the Stallions are already on a plus, you see, and if they win this one, this will go up even more.
True. It just depends on how much Star win by if they win.
Yeah, but at the moment, every look like they're on course for the win. That means that last match between AC Star and PFC Sarcelles is going to be, well, it could be a decider. It really could.
Absolutely. So, we're still a bit left in this. 31 needed in 15 balls, 12 and a half and over. It's very possible for Every to pick up their first win. It'll be heartbreaking for Saint-Denis. They've been so good in the last couple of days. Well, Ramatullah didn't get hold of that. Good bowling there from Ahmed. It's Mumtaz Ahmed.
the Stallions know. You could sense it. They know every time there's a dot ball, and this is a terrific over at the moment. This from Mumtiaz Ahmed, just the 4 runs from it, and a little bit of frustration creeping in, I think, from Jubaid Ahmed. He's on 47 of 22 balls.
Yeah, he needs to get back on ball, doesn't he? He needs to launch one. And again, didn't time it, and just come back from a single. Let's hope that Rahmatullah Mangal can get going. He's 3 off 2. And Javed Ahmed is on 48 off 23, but he's kind of put the brakes on, hasn't he? I don't think it's because of getting a 50. It's just sometimes in an innings that happens. Great over here from Mumtaz Ahmed. Comes in again and swing and a miss.
Wow. Now, interesting, isn't it, how things work out? So, Rahmatullah Mangal, who came in because Jabrikir was retired out. Jabrikir was 3 of 5 balls. And now, Rahmatullah Mangal is 3 of, is that 4 balls or 3? 3 of 3. So, it just hasn't worked out at the moment. They're needing 30 of 12. Could be put an end to the golden ball here as well, because this is right on, isn't it? There's 30 required. There's 2 overs left. Could we have a golden ball finish here, folks? Could we?
Oh, could be. Vinny's in the chat saying, relax, guys. The supercomputer is fired up. That run rate supercomputer. How close is this?
Yeah, this is what it's... well, all right, here we go. That's well bowled, dug out. Singles are good. Pressure starting to play. Which team is going to handle it the better? As surprisingly, Noor gets another over after going for 24 in over number 6.
It's Jabaid that took him apart. Let's see what he can do here. And full toss. There's a player out there. Goes for the catch.
What an effort. What an effort. I mean, they'll come back for 2, but that is a tremendous effort. He's thrown himself at this. I mean, I didn't think there was any way there was a catching possibility, but he almost creates something out of nothing. That was a great effort from, I think that's Hasnain Afzal who's out there.
Yeah, it was a good effort. Still got 2 out of that ball, though. It's what they need. Oh, that's not what they need. That's a big wicket. And that's one of the Mungals gone. Dawood Ahmadzai's the new batsman. He can hit a few as well. But Rahmatullah will have to go, and it's a dot ball.
Oh, it's all happening. Which way is this group going to finish? Will the Stallions hold on? Will Every get their first win? And the Stallions have to bow out, leaving the door open for AC Star. It's all to play for at the moment. But whenever one batter goes and a new one comes in, then the pressure always goes on to the batting side. But we know that Dawood Ahmadzai, if there's one guy who never feels the pressure, you would say it's Dawood.
Yeah, he's such a, as we always say, he makes things happen. He can hit the ball a long way. He missed out this morning, but it's a good position he's in now. He knows he has to go for it, but if he gets one out of the middle, they could give him a bit of confidence as well.
Don't forget, though, you'll have Mumtiaz to bowl the last, surely. He only conceded 5 in his first.
Big swing and miss. There's been a lot of dot balls in this innings, Rico.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Every staring down another defeat here now. They've had 4 on the spin. Haven't had a win at all. They got themselves in a good position. Can they come back? Dawood hits it. Oh, that's a great take. Can he hit them? And he does. Oh, that is absolutely incredible. Noor, what a bit of work this is from him. First of all, well, Mr. Universe has absolutely crunched it. And Karan Khail Noor, first he gets a hand on it. I mean, if he catches this, it would be one of the best all-time catches caught on bowls. It was wallop, but he takes the pace of it. Then he aims, he fires, hits the target, gets Dawood Ahmadzai run out. And also, there's no run. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And that's exactly what Sendini needed. And now they're on top. And I think, well, they can't cruise, but they can hopefully get this victory for them. And it'll end a couple of days of very good cricket from Sendini. It's another good delivery right in the block hole. just be a single.
Yeah, Rahula Mangal is the batter who comes out. It's the end of a very good over. Well, the captain put all his faith, was in Bharti, on Noor, who went for 24 in his previous over. And Noor has rewarded the captain with a sensational over. 3 from it. In the end, actually 4 from it with that single. And also 2 wickets to fall. 1 being that superb run out. So 94, 5 down, 26 required off the last.
So, Mumtaz, it's a nice shot. It's going to go towards the boundary. Just be a single though. And bring Javed back on strike. He's on 50, by the way, Rico. We missed that one. He did get his 50, but he'll have to go big here in these next few deliveries. I think he'll have to try to keep the strike as well. Nothing against the batting of Rahul.
That's 4. That's 4. Look at that right foot. That right foot is the wrong side of the road. That's 4 runs.
That is 4 runs.
That's 4 runs, and if he never touches it, he's fine. But just there, it touches the ball, and the foot is outside the rope.
Absolutely. Both feet are outside, I think.
So the batters will have to change. If they give this 4, the batters, I'm sure that's 4, you know. They're looking at it. That foot goes down, and he's touching the ball.
It's got to be 4.
They're not giving 4.
What? How are they not giving 4 for that?
Not giving 4.
That's, well, I mean, it is the furthest part of the ground from the camera. It's going to be caught. That's it. That's the end of, I thought it was Mangal. Not Mangal, I thought it was Javed. But let's have a look. It might be Ramatullah.
Wicket will go. So,
sorry, Rahula.
Good catch on the move, but no problems. Big man with big hands. Bashir Ahmadzai makes no mistake. This new batter now making his way out there. But, well, what can Akash do here? There's Rahula. He makes his way back as he examines his bat. It's a duck for him. First bowler.
I'm very, very surprised. Maybe there wasn't enough evidence, but it looked like there was. I'm surprised that wasn't given.
It looked forward to me. I'm sure that foot was outside, and foot was down.
Yeah.
And he touched the ball.
Oh well, it probably wasn't going to make much difference. As well, they'll take a single. Big appeal for something, and I just missed the stumps. He's not on my bowling team either. 95 for 6 at the moment. It's going to take a minor miracle to get the win for Every. They'll be winless for this tournament. They do get a point out of it, which means that Sandoni have got every chance of getting into that end of the finals. And they've played very well. A little bit ropey in this game. It was a good last wicket partnership that really got them the runs they needed. Otherwise, they'd be struggling at this stage.
Yeah, you're right. And, of course, hitting there from Noor himself, 28 of 9, and Naroz Mangal hit the ball pretty well as well. And they were 74 for 7 at the end of 7 and somehow got to 119. So the tail certainly did wag. And then the bowling, apart from that one over, it's been once again pretty good, pretty tidy. And this guy, Mumtiaz, hasn't he bowled well towards the end, and he really sucked all the life out of them with that over number 8, where only 5 came from it. And then a good one from Noor came back after going for 26 and only goes for 4. Incredible solo run out.
Yeah, it's been a good late flourish. And, well, they're not even. They said, there's no point. Just hold on to it. Try to go for the acrobatic shot. Hey, Every, it just haven't happened. We thought for a moment that they're gonna get their first victory. It doesn't happen. Even when they're in front and look like they're gonna get that win, they throw it away. Yeah, that's the only way to describe it. So it's gonna be the Stallions who are gonna, for the time being anyway, take second spot. And that is it. So the Stallions will take 3 points. They will move from 8 points to 11. So we say bye-bye to the Bumblebees, who now go into that 3rd spot. But it's not done and dusted just yet, because AC Star are playing the final match, and they're playing against the PFC Sarcel, who also have no chance of making it back here tomorrow. But a 4-point victory
is what AC Star need to do. And also, I think they're going to have a comprehensive one, because they really do need to make their net run rate look a bit healthier. Them losing the way they did the last 2 matches hasn't helped their cause. They haven't taken a single point from the last 2, have AC Star, but they've been given a lifeline here. So at the moment, the Stallions are all smiles. We're looking at the team, looking bright and chirpy, and maybe they've galloped all the way into the Group B final tomorrow. The way it's looking at the moment, they will be playing the Paris University Club in the eliminator, but, and there's a big but, AC Star could cause another upset in the final match of the group stages as they take on PFC Sarcelles. Well, plenty to look forward to, but let's take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, so this was a good piece of feeling there at the start of it, and they needed good runs, but and early, and from their main men, Averaju, and also from Kanasan, and Averaju just went for 2. Kanasan, though, you saw some good hitting for the most part, but when he lost his wicket, it's going to be trouble. Javed Ahmad did very well for this was the catch, and Kanasan had to go, and I think at that stage kind of knew that it was going to be an issue to get to the total. But Javed hit a 50. Didn't look like he was going to at any stage in this tournament. He was struggling to get a run of ball. It was a good effort there by the fielder. But ended up getting a 50 and being not out. It was Ramatullah being bowled. He hit 47 this morning against Dreux. This is a fantastic piece of work. Just missed the catch, but then knocked out the middle peg. Very good feeling by Noor. And bowled a good second over. This one, well, maybe, don't know. It was not called for, so obviously the umpire, the third umpire, had a better view than we did. And that was the last wicket to go. And celebrations there for Saint-Denis, who have been very, very good over the last couple of days. Sad to see them go, but I'm sure they'll be back stronger next year with a stronger batting lineup. As you can see, 52 for Javed Ahmed, one of the rare highlights as I'm being attacked by a spider. Gunnazan, 24, no one else getting past 5 except for the extras, which are 11. So, bowling figures, fantastic again from Zadran Saleman, 1 for 11, and wickets for Asif Iqbal, Noor, and also Mumtaz, who ended up with just 7 from his 2 overs. So, yeah, in the end, it was a comfortable victory. Didn't look that way. Didn't look like it was going like that during either innings. It was a good late flurry from Noor and Mangal for the Stallions to get them to a decent score of 119. And even though Javed Ahmed and also Ghanasan scored a few runs, there was just nothing coming from the rest of the team, which has been a bit of a story for every this week. So 22 run victory for Stallions to pick up 3 points. They look like they've got 1 foot in the final, but it's going to come down to the last game of Group B, and that'll be AC Star. We're playing Sarcelles. That's PFC, PIF, something like that. Just Sarcelles to end up the final day. It is PFC Sarcelles against Star, coming up in about 17 minutes time. I'm going to go and get us a couple of nice mint teas and then settle in for the final game of Group B. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers, and what a conclusion we're going to have to Group B. We know all about the winners. Drew have won, and that means that they will go into finals day tomorrow. They will play Royal 94 in a qualifier. But who's going to play the eliminator against Royal 94? Well, we thought it was going to be maybe the Bumblebees. Not anymore. They're not second anymore. It's the Stallions that have galloped and taken that position. But it could still all change when it comes to the end of this final match. It's going to be PFC Sarcelle taking on AC Star. Everything to play for. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
AC Stone to call.
Head.
Heads is called. It is heads.
Well, I'll go to batting first.
Batting?
Batting.
Good luck. Have a good game, gents. Have a good game. AC Stone won the toss. They're batting.
AC Star winning the toss, and they decided they're going to have a bat first. They'll be hoping once again to find their form. When we saw them on their first day, they looked incredible. They looked hot. They looked exciting. They were making a lot of noise. They were scoring a lot of runs. But that's all gone a little bit flat. They were absolutely thrashed yesterday by Drew, and the first match here today, they've been thrashed one more time. So they're looking to bounce back. Good move, though, I think, for them. They might as well take the destiny in their own hands. And batting first, I think, is going to be key for them. That's what they like to do. I wonder if we're going to see someone like Nazim Ullah go a little bit further up the order, the captain. He's been coming in around about number 4 or 5, but he's a man that scored a century in his first match on the European Cricket Network. He then followed it up by a 50. I think he has to open, and I think someone like Misbah Shaju has to also be up there with him. Those two could make all the difference, and somebody like Shaheen with the ball could be key, and maybe somebody like Hassan also plays a big part, but they've got to get that order right, and they've got to score runs at the top of the order. What can we say about their opponents here, the team from Sarcelle? I think certainly someone like Shazad is going to be the key man. If he plays well, Hassan Shazad, he can certainly score some runs. And maybe Mohammed Shafiq has probably been one of their outstanding players so far. But outside of that, they've had their struggles. They haven't batted well, and they haven't been able to bowl consistently well. And the other thing is, in the field, they've dropped too many chances. We know that they cannot make it back here tomorrow, but 4 points, and that's the key here. 4 points for AC Star, and they could do it, but you're going to have to keep an eye on the net run rate as well. I'm very excited for the way we're going to finish the last day of group matches. I know another man very excited who's ready to go in the commentary igloo. Let's go straight over to Danny Hudicek.
Thanks, Rico. And I'm very excited for this game. And it was a very good toss to win for AC Star. Decided to bat, and we'll see which one. If it's day 1 of Group B, Star will turn up, or if it's days 2 and 3, because it looks like a completely different team. And psychologically, I think they might have been bruised and battered by Dreux, and had an awful game this morning. They are 2 and 2. PFC Sarcelle 1 and 3. So nothing to play for really for PFC, but Star, they know they have to go hard early. Apparently the word from the supercomputer that is Vinny Sandhu is that Star have to win by about 76 runs. So that's what you have to keep a lookout for, about 76 runs. So that's what we're looking out for. By the way, Wolves are winning 1-0 against Leicester. That's another important sporting contest going on at the moment. And it's Matthias Cunha who scored the goal. Just so everyone who needed to know that. I think Chris Smith has been informing everyone anyway. So thanks, Chris. So the opening batsman will be Misbah Sajul and also Mohammed Shemu. 2 good bats. And hopefully they'll get going and get some runs. The opening bowler for PFC is Ramiz Isan. Who's the captain today as well. So Ramiz is a good bowler. Gets quite a bit of in-swing. Very unusual bowling stance. He does spray a couple down the leg side because it's a very open bowling action. Hard to control, but when he controls it, he's an excellent bowler. Comes in and big in-swing. Not too much pace, but gets a lot of movement. You've got to look at trying to hit with that swing. Anything that they miss will often just crash into those stumps. They do have 2 men back on the leg side. So the skipper, I think, has got it right. It's a long on and a deep square leg. Comes in again. Hits it pretty firmly. Straight to the fielder. They'll get a single. And Shemu will get off the mark. Saju is the batsman on strike now. So they're off the mark, but they, as I said, need about a win by about 76 to get up there and come back tomorrow. Oh, this is miss-hit. It's safe. Just a single. Rico's back in the igloo. Rico, do you think they're going to get a 76-run victory?
Well, I think when we were finally told about that, thanks very much to Vinny, who passed on the information, then we said, well, they're a team that, you know, if we go back to their first day when they scored 170 or 160, if they can get that sort of target on the board, then certainly we know that PFC Sarcelle have succumbed many a time to a low score themselves. So it is on, but they've got to go big. And I'm just surprised, and I was sort of kind of calling for it in my intro, that Ulla doesn't open the batting. He's a centurion. It's T10. You're going to get 60 balls. He's got to face as many of them as he can.
I tend to agree, but these two have scored runs as well. And there's right high in the air. Player getting under it and drops it. Well, it was in and out. He judged it pretty well. That's a little disappointing for the fielder. That's Bashir Umar. But that catch goes down. Life there. There's number 10 on number 10. Ahmed Shemu. Bring Ms. Basaju back on strike. And just gets it over the infield. It's going to go for 4. Not the most convincing of strokes, but they'll take it. And brings the score up to 11.
How many times do we see that catch go? I mean, it went a long way up in the air, but it was a chance, down it goes, and then the very next ball gets played away to the boundary. So it will get 11 off that first over, to the disappointment, of course, of the captain. Shani knows he should have had a wicket. We've had a look at quite a lot of this Challenge Division and the Premier Division. Of course, what we're talking about is the Euros of cricket that will start there on the 25th of September at the Karama Oval in Andalusia. And, of course, we will start with the Challenge Division, 2 groups this time of 6.
Actually, we end with the Challenge Division, Rico. It's in October. It seems like it should start, but it's actually after the Premier Division. It's a little bit weird.
Is it after?
Yeah, it should be before, I think, but it is after.
Okay, so that's a change then. That's a change. So after the Premier Division.
Yeah, so we're going to see the main tournament first, and then we're going to see the wannabes come up. It's a bit unfair seeing the Czechs are there, and there are some very good teams in that.
Oh, he's won this one. That's Miss Mashaju. When we saw him on day one, he was so good at picking the short ball, whipping it away, anything on his pads. I don't think I've ever seen such a transformation between a team, you know, from the first 2 matches to the next 2. Will they get it together in the 5th? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
They're so good to watch if they get the going. I mean, these batsmen are excellent. That's wide, but they just, I don't know if it was just the adrenaline or what it was in the first day. They might have had some of this mint tea. And they were fantastic. Their supporters were here literally by the busload.
Yeah.
And then it just fell away yesterday. I mean, yesterday it was an absolute thrashing. Well, that's a thrashing as well. Lovely shot. That's more like it.
That is more like it. Well, watch out, watch out. Now that almost wipes them out. That was a biggie. That's more like it. Well, maybe he just needed 1 out of the middle to get him started. And Shaju hits that pretty good. 6 runs. And it is, of course, the last match of the day, and we invite you to get involved. We've been talking about all kinds of things and the last innings. We'll have a bit of food chat as well. We'll have some random questions. I've got one ready for you all as well.
Oh, good.
And it's a swing and a miss this time. And my question today, which I think, again, the start of the 8th over, I'll come back with the answer. And the question is, which Australian bowler took 3 for 1 in 14 balls to record a Australia/Asia Cup victory over New Zealand on this day in 1990?
3 for 1.
Yeah, 3 for 1. That's more like it. This is what he was doing the other day. Anything onto the pads, just time, not slogging, time to the boundary. So the signs are good here. That's better. Good shot.
That is exactly how he was batting the other day. So it looks like he's starting to get his confidence up and healing out of the screws. Nice shot, 17 off 6. So 1990?
1990, yes.
So I think it's going to be more a part-time bowler, because there's no reason why you would take them off unless it's the end of the innings. So I think it could be the end of the innings, but I think it's a part-time bowler.
Okay.
For Australia. And 1990. They had a pretty handy side at that stage.
Yeah, while you're pondering about that, some other information I'll give to some of the viewers that have come in, as that's beautifully played away straight down the ground now. So this is a lot better. 2 worked away on the leg side. That one straight down the ground. It will be the end of the over. And 2 overs completed, 34. And that one does go magical, 23 of that one from Shafiq. And he gets punished with the extra balls that he does have to bowl.
He's got one more.
He's still got one more to go, actually. And, well, that one will go all the way. So it's actually going to be more than the 23 that I was predicting. It'll go for 25 and to score 36 at the end of 2. So cracking start. Other things we mentioned today, it is Alien Day. I know a few people were talking about Alien as a movie they'd like. Bob Wills Day as well, the king of Western Swing. Eeyore's birthday. Hug an Australian Day. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you hug them before they go to bed. And what else? Hey, you'll like this one for those of you that like the old entertainment. 1995. I suppose you like, but it was a day that we had to really say goodbye, really, to American dancer and actress Ginger Rogers, who starred, of course, with Fred Astaire in 10 popular Hollywood musicals, died at the age of 83. Now that's some of the things that we celebrate and observe today, as that one gets played away. And just be a single, but you don't mind that. It means you get the powerful Shaju back on strike, who's just starting to get going. We said it's a day about Save the Frogs Day today as well, to help raise awareness about the plight of the frog species worldwide. Encourages us to appreciate and celebrate the amphibians, because frogs are in danger of being wiped out, it's being said. And let's use this day and spread much needed awareness about the endangered species. A lot of things happening today on this Saturday. As the captain, Ishan, is bowling his second.
I like the hug and Alien Day. I think it's a good idea. Rika gave me a hug earlier. I didn't quite know why, but he did explain that it was the Hug an Australian Day, and I am Australian, so I am French too. It's not Hug a Frenchman Day. But you need to hug Steph now.
I do, actually.
Stephen Gooch, the food destroyer.
I think he's getting ready for another feed day tonight. Where are you heading tonight?
So we're going to the chalet. As far as I know, we went there a few days ago. The Market Pub was 2 nights ago. I didn't go. I just felt like staying in for a bit. We ended up. We're playing a very good game at the moment. We've picked up some board games. Gangster City was on before. We have to try to find a murderer, and that was really fun. But then we Simon the scorer, found a game called Skull, and it's a game of it's like you've got little coasters, right? And on one side this is just over the top 4 runs. On one side there's just a pattern, and on the other side there's either a flower or a skull. Very simple game, and basically it's a game of bluff to try to work out. There's a bid. So everyone puts down a card or a coaster. Then there's a bidding process. You can keep on putting down coasters or these markers, or you can bid, and you say 2, right? And then it goes around, and maybe 3, or someone might say 5, and that's how many coasters, how many of these markers you have to turn around. And if you get there, you get a point, and you turn your main coaster around, and then if you get that twice, you the correct bid, you win the game. But if you overturn, like if you get flowers, you're fine, right? But as soon as you get a skull, you lose, and you lose one of your cards, one of your coasters. Very simple game, but a lot of fun and a lot of deception.
You say simple, it sounds pretty complicated.
No, it's really quite easy.
42.
But the hard bit is trying to work out whether somebody's played a skull or if they've played a flower.
Okay.
All right. There's only 2 things it could be. Anyway, that was a good over for Sarcelles.
It was very good. Only the 6 runs coming from it. And well, welcome to Thomas Martinez, and also to the Trippy clan is in there now. Hello. And he says he'd take a hug from me. All right, I'll give you a viral hug to you. Trip, I'll give you a viral hug. There you go.
So Wolves are 2-0 up. Not sure who scored. Who was it, Chris? Wasn't Cunha again, was it? I'm going to have a guess that it's Strand Larsen.
So we're going to miss, as this is now Umar, who has the ball in hand. Bashir Umar. And he's getting so preoccupied with this shot now, Sharjah. I mean, I know he's played it well a couple of times, but you can't be trying to hit every ball in that area. We've seen him play a lovely shot down the ground as well, so he's just trying to whip everything away on the leg side. Well, that one probably, if you got hold of it, if you could get anywhere near it, probably was the right shot to play. The big wide this time from Umar. But I mean, Umar, knowing what Sharjah is trying to do, surely he's just got to try and keep that ball outside the off.
Yeah, but he can drag it from outside off. And that's where he likes to hit. This one's nice through the gap, and 4 runs. Well, there you go. You picked it.
So that's the thing. We see that he can play all the shots. He demonstrated that to us a couple of days ago. So he doesn't have to get so preoccupied in getting that foot right across the line, because a couple of times it's pretty close LBW shot, but he's still there. And at the moment, he is the main provider. But they've just got to bear in mind that they've got to try and win this match.
You're always on about sexy cricket. It's a lovely cut shot, but not quite as sexy as a hook shot into the car park.
That's true. It was a very good shot, actually. I have to admit, nice to see him play. Bowler, I'm not sure what's happening here with Umar at the moment. He's going down the leg side, then he gets it straight again, then goes back down the leg side.
I'm not sure. Vinny's, the skull game. Yeah, I'll need to explain it. I can show you. It's a very, very simple game of deception. So basically, you've just got to judge how many tricks you can take, how many flowers you can turn over without turning over a skull. So that's a big wide.
I like that from Thomas Martinez, saying we could have probably had enough with Corey's bear hug. Yeah, Corey, whenever that ball was coming in to the commentary box, to the Cardamom Oval, he was jumping all over me and hugging. I think that was captured a couple of times on the commentary cam. Yeah, Corey's a little bit of a baby when that ball was coming in a few times.
I mean, you're pretty high up in that commentary box. It's been hit pretty firmly if it's coming into that space.
Yeah, and the thing is that at least there, unlike here, I know you've done great in getting the little extension bit of the igloo off, because we can see a little bit better. But yeah, the Cardamom Oval, if it's coming in, you see it. There's no, you can't see where it is. It's either coming in or it's not. And of course, Vinny will vouch for one that came in a couple of years ago that whizzed in between myself and Vinny and smashed into the wall behind us and left a massive dent. And just nobody got caught by that.
Yeah.
But we are quite often in the firing line. Oh, that's just awful. There's only one way to describe a ball like that, and that is that for me to get it so wrong, you gotta really start to ask the question of, well, has this guy ever played cricket before? Because you can't be bowling big-time wides like that, Basharuma, especially when already he's shown that he can get the ball outside the off in a good position. So it's just not a good over, this from Umar. Look at him there. He's crouching over like, oh, I don't know what happened. Well, I don't know. I'm probably better off just saying he probably shouldn't bowl another over and leave it at that. 52 without loss after 4.
Yep, that was interesting. So, yeah, the 50's up after 4. The current run rate is 13 and over. And as Mr. Sandhu mentioned earlier, that they need about a 76-run victory. It's a bit of a dip with the scoring rate, 13 and over. They'll have to pick that up. And Nazibullah, who's probably going to come in next, who provided fireworks on the first day, hitting 100. Then he hit 57 as well. He was looking unbeatable. But yeah, unfortunately, he's still on the bench. Nice shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, he nails it this time. Plants that foot, gets that out the middle. That's 6, smashed away. So Sarju on his way to what will be a very healthy half-century, but just got to keep on going. They know, I heard the AC start players when they were going on, and they were saying, hey, we need 4 points. We need to win by 4. We need a big win. But winning by 4 alone is not enough. They need to know and understand the margin they have to win by. And to win by that margin, you've got to be putting, I think, close to that 180 on the board. At the moment, 130 is the expected score, so they've got to really go big on that. Something that France do very well, and it's a good time to mention this day. Into the pad, they will take the run on, and they will get there. And today is Stop Food Waste Day. Aims to teach people ways to reduce food wastage. And I mentioned this earlier, Danny. I don't think you were in at the time, but this is quite a crazy statistic. Well, the keeper don't know where it is, and it's nowhere near him anyway. That's going to be a couple of runs. I'll carry on talking about this. It's crazy to think that around a third of the food produced on Earth goes to waste. Either it's lost or goes bad. This day aims to raise awareness of the shocking statistic. So many on Earth do go hungry while so much food is wasted. And I know that here in France, you know, they're very tough on that. No wastage. They, you know, supermarkets, if the food is going out of date, they help out the needy. And the restaurants are very much the same. This is going to go all the way through. Saying 2-2-2, but I think you can double it. It's going to be 4 buys.
It's 4 buys, 4 off the glove.
Oh, given runs.
Yeah, well, it says the gloves. Is it the gloves or the bat? It is the bat, I think. So, yeah, another 4 to the total. And Sarju moves on to 50. Not the greatest shot he's played today. It's all a bit slow for them, though, but they really need to get going.
That's been, well, thinks about going for the catch. That's the fielder. In the end, decides it's probably a better and safer option to try and stop the boundary. So no wickets lost till we get to the halfway point, and a score of 67 without loss. Welcome to the Igloo on what's been a very entertaining last day of group action in this Group B. And still, I suppose, it's not confirmed. Still everything to play for.
Still everything to play for, but they need a big score to star. They're on their way to a decent score, but they need a lot more. 76 is about the margin that they need to win by. So I don't know if they're aware of that. I know that Vinny has made us aware of that. I don't know if we can really communicate it with them. They're trying to get as many runs as they can. One of these batsmen is doing okay. The other one's struggling a little bit, but we do have another very good batsman coming in. This is 4 runs. Almost took a head off, but yeah, when do you get? When Shemu's 7 off 8, he's hardly faced. He's faced about an over. Do you put Nazib Ullah in?
Yeah, I do. I think he should be there up in the start. Him and Sarju. Sarju has got a half century, and now he hits this down the ground. That's going to bounce cleanly over the rope. That's going to be 6 more. Manos Arriba on the árbitro. 6 carreras más. 6 more. So Sargent doing what he's got to do. And remember the answer coming up soon to the question I put out earlier, which Australian bowler took 3 for 1 in 14 balls to record an Austral/Asia Cup victory over New Zealand on this day in 1990. So I'll give you a couple more overs and then give you the answers. That's another biggie. So Sharju, he has come good. I mean, he played and missed at a few at the beginning, but he's starting to get it right now, and he's helping his team to a decent score. And PFC Sarcelle, this is Mohammed Irfan. His first 3 deliveries all going to the boundary. Sharju on the attack.
Shot.
Oh no, he's going to get run out here. He's going to get cooked.
Well,
and now then.
That's good.
Let's see that. It almost like, does Shemu do enough to sacrifice himself? I don't know when these, did they cross?
No,
Let's have a look.
It was a delay from the keeper
Let's
for
have a
no
look.
reason. Have a look at this. Keeper delayed.
And when did his stumps
crossed.
get broken?
They crossed.
They crossed?
Yep, they crossed.
What has the wicketkeeper done
No
there?
idea.
Well, the wicketkeeper, what is he thinking? He had the opportunity to remove Sharju. He takes so much time. The bowler knows it. The bowler knows the wicketkeeper's done this wrong. And now look at Sharju. Sharju is going over to Shimu and say thank you. Mind you, I have to say, Shimu's fault in the first place. He's ball watching. He doesn't run at all.
I don't know what Shimu's complaining about. He's 7 off 8. His mate is 67 off 25. And he's worried about the fact that he's running him out. He's running him out. And look, and Nazib Ullah's come out. There's no downside. We were talking about retiring him before.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's not. He should have been going in anyway. He's not. And then in the end, Sharju says, you know what, I'm going to get there before you because you've come out anyway, and Shimu has to go. So good on Sharju for realising that.
Yeah.
But the wicketkeeper, that's so poor, really poor from Chima Hamza.
Yeah, it is. Well, unfortunate for Sarcelle. Palmer front. There is a wicket that went down, but it's a very good batsman who's come in. And he's hit that towards us, Rico.
Yeah, he has. Just going to be 2. Oh, there you go. There's another one here.
Another good piece of fielding.
Make sure don't knock anything over, passing it back. There you go.
That would have been nasty, underarming into the 2 circles monitor.
That's the second. Well, this one was sort of outside of the igloo, but I reached and got there. So that's 2. They're getting closer, getting closer to getting one fired in here.
This is hit, could be caught, and it is. Lovely catch. Well, a 6 and out for Ullah, and that's put a dent in the run scoring.
Well, the umpires want to check the catch. I mean, from where we are, looks like he's taken it. There's no issues. But let's see if we have confirmation of it. There it looks like he's got it quite cleanly.
Can't tell. Looks all right.
Don't see anything there to suggest that he doesn't have it. So I think he's probably does have to go. But I think there may be a little bit of freeze spray required by the fielder. So Ullah. This is why I say Ullah for me. He comes in right at the end of that 6 over. He's got to open and he needs to go straight away, gets a 6, then he gets out. So, Nazib Ullah, 6 and out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's unfortunate. He hit the first one for 6, and then that one, it was pretty well struck. It was a fantastic catch to dismiss him. I think it was Hussain Shahzad. It was Shahzad on the boundary, took it low down, got his hands under it. It was, I guess, pretty clear on the replay. When he came back up, you can see that it was there. So.
Big over, goes for 22, but would you believe it? 2 wickets fall in it. One was that crazy run out, and then the other one, Ullah, 6, and then next ball he gets out. So 22 off the over. Score 89 for 2, and 6 overs completed.
Not out. Going down leg, and chance for a run out. Man with the big pads has to scramble back. And that is. Let's have a look. It's It's the man who's been out there the whole time, Misbah Saju. This is going to be 4. Nice shot. Hassan, the new batsman. In fact, it's not. They've tricked me again. It's not hit Hassan because he's got the fake 18 on his back.
Yeah, I think we just... The other reason he's tricked is he's not wearing the pink lid. What's happened to the pink lid today?
Yeah, I know.
Somebody else has obviously nabbed it. I'm having a look around. I don't see it on anybody else.
Oh.
Shot. It's Essie's area, isn't it? Watch out, there's some kids there. Oh! I just saw a number of kids that were looking the other way. And I hope that some of the adults that are there were screaming at them, saying, watch out, incoming. And do we have a saying? I know in golf you shout 4, don't you? I don't know what that's all about. In cricket, what do you shout? Duck?
I think that's a different term, isn't it?
That's going to get in the gap, isn't it? 4 more. It's a full toss that gets played away. So Shaju, well, the only century we've had so far was from a player playing for AC Star. And, of course, it was Ullah who's just been 6 and out. Now Shaju, well, he's made his way into the 80s at 81.
He's batting well. Still 3 overs left after this. A couple of balls left in this over. And, that's a terrible delivery there. Get a couple of wides. They might get 5 wides. They will. And now they're vocal. You can hear them.
Bashir Umar, the best thing that I've said about his bowling came at the end of his first over when I said he shouldn't bowl again. He is bowling again. He's bowling... Can I say the word toilet? I can. It's not a swear word. He's bowling toilet.
You can say rubbish.
He's letting himself down.
I haven't copyrighted rubbish.
I mean, yeah, he's just bowling runs. That's another one that if he didn't hit was wide. I mean, they've got better bowlers than this. They're just letting themselves down. Our PFC Sarcell. It's not good bowling from Bashir at all.
No, it's really not. Just bit of an update with the Wolves game. Leicester was awarded a penalty. Jamie Vardy came up to take it. And Jose Sarr saved it. Another piece of news with that is, this is a little under edge. And it's going to go towards the boundary. Come back for 2. But Chris has got a very good point that still Wolves have not been awarded a penalty this season.
Is that right? The whole season, no penalty?
No penalty. At least they haven't missed one. So tomorrow we see Paris Université Club against, either...
To be decided.
Yeah, to be decided. And see the 2 top teams, Royal 94 and Dreux. That should be a good game. Royal 94, everyone's favourite from Group A, I think. They were a pleasure to watch. And Dreux, who were, pretty indestructible. They like the Terminator, aren't they? Okay. Then we have the loser of that, the qualifier, and the winner of the eliminator, and then the final will be the winner of the qualifier, or the, you know what I mean. The 2 winners. There we go.
2 winners.
Yeah.
The 2 winners. So, yeah, it's shaping up nicely for tomorrow, but of course we can't fill in all the gaps until this match is done. And I suppose AC Star, they are on their way to, well, at the moment, 150. And the extra certainly helping them big time, as now it's Mohammed Shafiq who's having problems bowling a straight ball.
This extras column is looking pretty ugly, I think. I don't know how many there are exactly. We'll find out. Let's keep it. Don't look at it, Rico.
I'm not looking.
Let's have a look at it at the end of the innings, because there's still quite a bit to go.
Yeah.
And we'll see how many wides they've bowled. It's been poor. Shafiq, he's gone for 27 so far. Only 1 ball gone of this. Gone and gone. That's the end of Hassan. Goes for a golden duck. Feels like he's been out there for about a year and a half.
Another good catch, and Shafiq picks up the wicket. It's a good catch taken, running forward, never easy, and nicely held. Irfan does the work to remove Hassan. So now they're getting to a stage where batters that haven't really performed coming in, but Shaju there, and Shaju's now got to really be saying to all these batters coming in to say, okay, look, think about it. When there's balls to go in the over and you're on strike, take a single, just get something on it. I'll be there. They've got to try and give me as much strike as possible. It's got to get more than a single here. This one goes through the fielder. Screams and shouts. I don't know whether it's screams or anger from the Sarcelle boys at the misfield, or screams of joy from AC Star for a boundary from Aziz.
Well, I think it's Star. They're very emotional. You heard them the other day when they were well on top and winning games. Very quiet yesterday and this morning. Big swing and a miss from the batsman, Aziz. So well, there's 2 balls left now. You've got to give Saju the strike, but with 2 balls left, you need boundaries.
That's what is not good enough. You don't just close your eyes and swing. You got to think. And if the ball isn't there in your slot to get a boundary,
thinking doesn't happen much in this format, Rico. There's not enough time to think. It is just for some players it's swing and hope. This is a swing and 6, lovely shot.
So he just gets his leg out the way. You watch it, just gets the leg out of the way, and he finds the middle of that bat pretty nicely. Where that is sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai this time, as Aziz gets one right out of the middle. Nice shot, says Gareda. Shaba. Need a few more of these. There's Shafiq. It's gone for 37, and whenever he goes with this, it's in the air. Bolle, Ginna Sora, Shaka Lagia. And just like that, Tenbury says, no, I'm not looking to just take the singles. I'm going to hit some 6s and 4s of my own. And that's a good end to the over as they get past the 130 mark now, 131. 3 down, and he absolutely clubs that big.
That's a perfect finish to the over. We're thinking, well, if you give Saju the strike back, then really it's a little bit of an issue. As you see here, it's the graph that comes up, and you see it started off well, slight dip, and there it's starting to climb up again. All right. Bowler comes on, and this is coming towards us, Rico, but not that quickly. 6.
Yeah, 6 runs, and that's where we are. So it does sort of just stop in front of us. This gives us time after this replay to reveal the answer. Which Australian bowler took 3 for 1?
In 1990.
1990.
Is it Alan Border?
It is Alan Border. There it is. Alan Border took 3 for 1.
Is it the SCG?
Balls.
SCG, I think.
And that is going to be 6 runs. So 2 6s on the spin. Yeah, in this day, he's always remembered for, of course, one of Australia's greatest and grittiest batters. But when it came to bowling himself, Alan Border, he could be very useful left-arm spinner. In Australia's 63-run win. That's going to be a catching chance. He looks very casual, holds on to it. So that will be the end of Saju. He is going to fall on 98, Danny. On 98.
Unfortunate. It deserves 100, but unfortunately missed out. Just got under that a little bit and didn't have the legs.
Oh, you got to feel for him after banging those 2 big 6s. He wanted to finish it in style of 6, didn't need to. So he'll go for 98. So we're not going to see another batter from AC Star bring up a century. What a pity it is, but he's going to get a big round of applause. Well done. And yeah, I mean, one thing with Border's one-day bowling record was very respectable. How about this? He average was 73 wickets at 28.37. Which is lower than that of Ian Botham, 28.54, and Courtney Walsh, 30.54. So you wouldn't expect it, would you, from Alan Border?
Yeah, he was a a handy player. He we went to the same school for a while. I think he might have. Well, he was older than me, but Alan Border was went to my school for a while. That's something. Once he's hit down the ground, should just be a single, I think. They'll look for two, and they'll come back for two, putting pressure on the fielders, and that's out. Well, they'll get one run out of that, but that's short, I think. The umpires are checking. They knew what they wanted to do. They wanted to come back for two, and gone.
Yeah, it's a good throw, isn't it? Easy take from the keeper. Didn't have too much to do.
By the way, Rodrigo Gomez scoring for Wolves, and Wolves 3, Leicester 0. So that'll be 6 in a row, 7 unbeaten for Wolves. Let's hope they don't get anyone sent off. Matthias Cunha. That's happened a couple of times after the whistle or just before the whistle. All right, to look after go. Aziz is still there, 16 off 4, 145 for 4. Still an over left after this. If they can get up to 160, that would be very handy for them. Remember, they need to win by about 76, so they're going to have to bowl well as well. They're more a batting side than a bowling side, to be fair. And but it's not been a very good tournament for PFC Sarcelles. The only game they've won against every, but every team has won against every.
Yeah. Right, so Riaz gets run out. Game coming back for the second, 144. And cloths it, but he will, well, he's been told to stay there. I kind of get that, I suppose, because Tenbi Aziz has scored 16 or 4. Probably feels that he could do the same in the last over and help them to, 160s. I was saying 170 to 180 gives them a chance to bowl really well to not just get the 4 points, but also to win by 70 odd.
I reckon they're lucky to get 160.
Okay.
To be fair, maybe 160-ish at the most, I think. But I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. It would be nice to send them in the final. But Saint-Denis have been really good over the last couple of days, and they kind of deserve it. All right. Final over. And, well, there's 6.
There's 6 of them. It's in the slot. It doesn't bit. It's a full bunger. And Tenbi Aziz fires another boundary. Well, that 6 brings the 150 up. 5 balls to still go. Every one of these runs are hugely important to AC start. And first one from Irfan gets walloped away. In he comes again. Next one. Got to run hard. You can hear them all screaming. 2-2-2. And they should get there. They will.
Good running.
And the key thing is, even as you don't get the 2, as long as you get Aziz back on strike, you take it.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And it was the throws going to the non-strikers then as well. Aziz. And misses that one. Should be called a wide, and it is.
Listen to the screams. This is what we were used to in the first time we saw these boys when that was on day 4. They made a lot of noise. They're so excited. There's more of them, actually. There's so many. They could have 2 teams there. It's so many. And now they're going to go a little bit quiet for a moment because that's a dot ball. They know what's at stake here. They know what they want. They want another. They want, if they get 3 more boundaries here, I'll tell you what, you won't be able to hear anything else but their screams. Aziz. Oh, that's a, well, does he get back on this? He must have done, because it goes to the boundary and he's going to get 4 runs. Well, he doesn't.
Wides.
It's
hit
5
the edge of the
wides.
pitch. Hit the edge of the pitch. Did hit the edge of the pitch.
That's a no ball then, is
It did hit the pitch. I'm not sure if it hits the edge, if it's a wide or a no ball. I think
because it deviated so much, and normally given it's a no ball, but it's let's just see what the umpire gives here. The umpire is getting.
They're having a chat. I think it's a no ball.
Yeah, I think it should be a no ball, because if you have a look at this, it hits this. Look how much it deviates. So I think this could be a. This might be changed to a no ball, and if it is, that means it is no ball. So how harsh is that on the keeper, by the way? 4 byes for that. He had no chance. 4 byes, 1 for the no ball. That's 5. They keep the right batter on strike, and that's 6. That's going over us by a mile. What a beauty! What a shot! Shaba, que guay, que genial, que grande! 164. Still 2 balls to go, and AC Star, the newcomers that entertained us on day 1 of action for the group, they're doing it again here. Are they getting enough on the board to get them the big win they're after?
Oh, maybe. They've given themselves a chance, haven't they, Rico?
Oh, big time. 2 balls still to go. And you know what Aziz is thinking? 2 more boundaries, get them close to that 180. Full toss. Oh, he's unlucky. He's hammered it into the stumps. They will come back for 2. In comes a throw. Should be out.
Oh, not out. Not out. No, he's giving
which
him.
hand does he
Which
pick
hand?
the stump out with?
Which hand?
Which hand does he use? I don't know. I don't think this is out. I think he picks the stump up with the wrong hand. He doesn't have the ball in hand. No, he had two options here. He could have whacked the stump out of the ground with the ball, with the hand with the ball in, or he has to lift the stump up with ball in hand. Watch what he does here.
Not out.
Not out. That is not out. And the other thing is, the bail was still on. The bail also was still on. All he had to do is knock the bail off with the ball in hand. Watch this. That bail is on. Watch what he does here. It's a brain fart from the bowler. Watch this. And not out. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. We'll see that on the stream and the social media.
Well,
would you believe it?
That would be vital if this game went to DRS. So, apart from that, it's still Aziz who's still there, who hits that straight and should be cut off, and it won't be 4 runs.
They'd get them on 70. They get 170 on the board, and they've given themselves a huge opportunity. Misfield right on the boundary to get to the 170. Look at them. They are pumped. They are absolutely pumped. They've given themselves a chance, and now they've just got to bowl and feel like demons, playing for a place to come back again tomorrow on finals day, and the right to take on PUC in the eliminator. That's what's at stake. And these two, Aziz has done his job, 36 from him. Earlier we saw Misbah Sharju get so close to getting a century to his name. He falls on 98 for 36, but AC Star 170 on the board. Let's take a look at these highly entertaining highlights.
Yeah, it was very good batting, mainly right at the start from Sarju. He almost lost his wicket through that run out. That was the drop catch. That was not very good at all from that man. I think it was the same player that dropped it over the boundary in the end. It was Bashir Umar, but it was good batting initially from Sarju. This is the run out, and it was very well done there by Sarju. Jima wasn't happy at all, but he explained it to him, and I think he realised, just pushed him away and said, look, take one for the team. And he had to. This was a fantastic catch.
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic catch. But well, that was Nazib, the century maker from the other day, who went down. But they kept on going with it. It was Sarju who was hitting lots of runs. Just fell short of that magical 100 there.
Yeah, well, that was the wicket, wasn't it, of Hassan. He would go without scoring. And at that point, we thought, well, now we're getting to a point where we really haven't seen too much from some of the other batters. But Tanvir Aziz, didn't he really show us differently? Because we were thinking that maybe the role for him and all the other batters that might come out now would be just to be looking at the singles, but it wasn't to be. And that was 98. How painful that is. I mean, he's getting a lot of hugs.
Must be Australian.
I was going to say, I don't think he's Australian, but he gets the hug. That one then was a run out. So wickets were falling, but you know what? They were going for it. They were trying. And one man who was getting it big out the middle was Aziz. And then, of course, we had all sorts of drama at the end there. When this one, well, he's unlucky. And then the bowler here just doesn't get it right. He grabs a stump with the... he's saying, yeah, that's our umpire. The umpire is probably giving it as well. And then the umpire gets a call on his walkie-talkie to say, not out, because he takes the stump out with the hand that's not holding the ball. But the thing is, there was a bail left on. All he had to do was knock the bail off. And then right at the end, 4 runs, which could be very vital, helps them to get to 170. An exciting innings, and AC Star starting to show exactly what they were doing when we saw them on day one. Remember, on that day they put 176 on the board and also 161, and here they are again with 170 to the name. That's that scorecard. 98 from Shaju. Very well batted, 98 of 36 deliveries. And then towards the end there, Tanbir Aziz, how vitally important is that 36 from him?
Yeah, and look at extras, 22 including 16 wides. And, not good enough from any team, that. So, it's 2 good innings. See the economy rates. Shafiq went for quite a few, 43 off his 2, 44 off his 2 from Irfan. And, both taking a wicket, and a wicket also for Tayyab and Ramiz Ihsan. Again, really good bowling from him, from the skipper. So 17 from his 2. Went wicketless though.
Yeah, so we have a look at the match summary. A very important last match of the group stages, the last of this Group B. We still haven't finalised which team will play in the eliminator against PUC tomorrow, and it could be AC Star if they go on to win this match by, I think we're saying 70-something runs. Now that we know what the actual required score is, we'll be able to come back with you with an absolute definite on this one. So join myself, Rico Full and Danny Hudajek when we come back in under 10 minutes time for what could be a very exciting, a very entertaining last innings of the day.
Absolutely.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and what a glorious day it's been here today. The last of the group stages. Tomorrow, of course, is the finals day, and we know that the qualifier will be between the winners of Group A, which was Royal 94, and the winners of Group B, Drew. We also know that the eliminator will feature, of course, PUC, that's Paris University Club, against, well, question mark. It could be the team that has taken the field here now, which is AC Star, or it could be the Stallions, who at the moment are holding that second spot. So I know that the Stallions, well, wherever they're watching from, are a little bit nervy here. But what I can tell you is 94 or less. If AC Star can restrict the opposition to 94 or less, then they will be in tomorrow's finals day and playing in the eliminator against Paris University Club. So there it is. I know that Vinny's put it in the chat as well. Thank you very much, Vinny. So here we go. It's going to be a very exciting conclusion to the day. It is the final innings as well, so do please keep your random questions coming as well. Rico Full here, and always a pleasure to have Danny with me. And Danny's got a smile on his face because the Wolves did go on and win 3-0.
3-0, 7 undefeated, 6 wins in a row. It's the first time for 57 something years that they've won 6 games in a row, so that's not bad. Opening ball comes in, it's Nabid Rahman. Starts with a wide.
Okay, gets someone out of the system, doesn't Nabid? He's bowling to Bashir Umar and Mohammed Irfan are the 2 openers.
Yeah, so, I mean, Sarcelle don't have much to play for. They're already out, but hopefully they'll put on a good show. And I'm not sure about the Star bowling lineup. So not one of the strongest in the tournament.
All right, catching chance. Big moment, and down it goes. And the batters will come back for 2. So, यार बहुत बड़ी opportunity से catching chance. शाहजू ने, मैंने कहा शाहजू नहीं है, नहीद हसन ने catch छोड़ दिया. And that is crucial. They need to hold on to these chances. Not an easy one by any means, but those sort of catches we've seen taken. So
White
goes
van
down.
Alert. White van alert. Sorry, to throw that in. 6. That's a huge hit.
That's a cracking shot, and Bashir Umar, he survives. And once again, how many times do we see this on the network? A chance goes down. The batter gets back on strike as he takes 2, and the next ball is clubbed for a big 6.
Yeah, it's a very, very big 6. So they're having a chat. Let's see, fielders here, and I think he caught it at the end of the fingers. It is the 2 number 18s, which makes it even more confusing. But, chatting, it's Sajju and Nahid Hassan. Oh, good ball.
Good delivery, good point there from Thomas Martinez. Thomas, ¿cómo estás? Buenas tardes, saying that when you think about it, that the keeper could have easily dismissed Sajju early on in the innings and just decided just to stand there holding the ball and not whip the bails off and then allow the batters to cross.
Yep.
So, yeah, you're right, Thomas. It was a big error. We called it at the time. How big will it be? Bat on ball.
Oh, a chance for a run. It will be a run out. No, it won't be. So they tried, and they're having a go at each other. It's Mohammed Irfan. He's got the turning circle of the Titanic and managed to get back, rather lumbering back.
I don't know if after that I'm going to walk up to my partner and give him a fist bump. I'll probably be aiming somewhere else because he was barbecuing him there. It's not his call, it's the non-striker's call. It was a single. It doesn't get taken. And that's well left. It's a difficult one for the keeper to deal with. It's going, and it will go for 5 wide. It's a minimal. They've got to be keeping these runs down, not giving away extras. I know they received 22 themselves. And maybe they're being charitable and giving a few back, but gotta keep this score under 94. Remember that. And they're on 14 already. And there's still 2 balls to go in this first over.
Pretty poor bowling from PFC, and it's pretty poor bowling here from Rahman as well to give away these 5 wides. Wow, that's unfortunate. That's a French cut, Rico, in France.
A French cut in France here at the Dreux Cricket Ground, and that bail is, by the way, just staying on to the stumps. I think those stumps need a bit of adjustment. I think the umpires just have to give those a little bit of an adjustment, a little bit of breeze, and that bail will fall off.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look if there's a French term for French cut.
That'd be a classic one.
That
would be a classic.
It's not there. It's not there. There is one. Here's another little test for you. I'll give it to you in a minute. It's another wide. So, frappe libre.
Say again?
Frappe libre.
That sounds rude.
Does it? So, frappe libre.
No idea.
What could libre be?
Libre.
Libre.
A leave?
No.
Libre.
Yep.
Libre, a book. Libro, book.
No. Libre is free.
Okay, free hit.
Yeah, free hit. Frappe libre. Libre. So to hit the ball is frappe.
Okay.
Right. So that's
I suppose, yeah, libre is free, of course, in Spanish.
Yep.
I was thinking libra, which is book, libro, libra, but libre, free.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, this over is not helping. 20 from it, and
I think that's out.
Delivery. There's a bit of an appeal now. It's a delayed appeal, and the bowler's only getting involved in it because the wicketkeeper starts things off, but not out, says the umpire, and 20 without loss. The 100 is up. Danny, 100 matches since a gone ball.
100 matches. Right, that was interesting. They're looking for a replay. It's not going to happen. But it looked like it caught a bit of glove. I mean, obviously the umpire didn't think so. I didn't hear a noise.
There's no reviews here, boys. Let's get on with it. If the umpire says not out, it's not out. We've got to carry on. And
I don't know what's going on.
Well, we had one like this before, which I didn't like. I mean, it was given not out, and then the 2 umpires came together, and square leg had a bit of a word, and
that was ridiculous.
A decision was given. I think once it's not out, it's not out, and batters have to learn to accept that, and so do bowlers. And on this occasion, it's the fielding side that are asking. The umpire said not out, and that's it. It's done. So it's no review really when it comes down to LBs or caught behinds.
From the naked eye, though, it did look like he got something on it, but it was just the way that the shot was played, and obviously the umpire says not out, so not out. Okay.
Aziz, he had a good time with the bat. He starts with a feisty delivery. Well, can he get there? Well, it's a run. Under, Iba. There will be a run out. Smart there from Aziz, who says, I don't have to throw it. I can beat him. And they have a race. And there's no photo finish required because I think Aziz gets there easily. There he goes. He says, come on, I'll take you on. Where do you think you're going? And that time, it is out. Oh, that's, well, let's just say that PFC Sosel, they're a team that even when they get plenty of assistance from the opposition in terms of the extras and so forth, they just make too many errors, and that's another big error. So that's going to be the end of Irfan. He's going to go without scoring. Yeah, he goes for a golden duck in the end and gets run out.
Well, it's unfortunate. He did have words again with his batting partner. No fist bump this time, Rico.
No, he got a life once when he could have been run out. But on this occasion, he is gone. So a new batter comes out, and it's, well, Bashiruma survives, and Mohammed Shafiq better watch out at the non-strikers then. In the air, he's going to get over everybody, and probably it will clear the rope as well. I think the umpire's just checking whether that is 4 or 6.
6, the fielder calls.
Yeah, I think it was 6. It goes, when you see where this lands, I think it lands into the some of the wildflowers there. Yeah, clears the boundary quite clearly, so the umpire puts them up. That's 6 Carrera, 6 runs. So Bashir is doing the hitting. Just don't make him run is probably the warning that comes with Bashir.
Mohamed Irfan, he was on the back foot trying to run to the other end. He's not the quickest. He's a big boy, and he couldn't quite make it. That's the second time. This is got in the air. Player coming back. It'll be a tough catch. Drops it and knocks it over the boundary.
Oh, wow. How crucial. Remember Bashir, he was dropped on 0. And he's dropped again, this time on 18. Not easy catch. Of course, it's not. What makes it worse, it thumps his hands and goes to the boundary. Another chance, and this time it was Shahan who has the opportunity to try and remove Bashir.
Yeah, so they're scoring pretty freely. They're 1.5 overs down. They're on 30 on the board. So doing quite well. PFS, they're offering chances. Oh.
That's going to clear everybody. It's a good hit. And nicely taken out there by one of the players. It's an opportunity for him to take a bit of a crowd catch. What does he drop to the floor in the process of taking that catch? I don't know. It looks like maybe he just finished eating an apple or something. We'll never know. But well held, 6 runs. Bashir is the man they've got to remove pretty quickly. Otherwise, that restricted to 94 becomes a problem. No run. Wait there, he says.
Thought it was another chance for a run out, but Umar said no. And Shafiq, I think, was wary. No. Who was it that was that always either got run out or run in his partner? It was Inzaman Al-Haq.
Inzaman Al-Haq.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's compilations on the net with his running between the wicket. Great batsman. I think it was fantastic.
He was a class player, but yeah, his batting was always used to be something on the commentary about him, and about saying, well, okay, he's in, but just be wary because he makes a habit of running out people or himself. That over comes to an end. 16 will come from it. 2 overs completed, 36 for 1. PFC.
So Thomas Martinez saying I like seeing kids playing cricket at the sides of the ground. Quite possible player sons. They probably are, to be fair. I know there's a strong cricket community here in Dreux, especially with this Dreux side, and it might be some of the sons or sons of people who are within their community. See these are the standings in Group B. Very, very interesting. So Saint-Denis are on 11, and the equation is that Star has to restrict Salcel, PFC Salcel to 94 or less to go through to the final. But it's been a good start, 36 off 2. So going at 18 and over.
Just one batter though, and it's Bashir. No, the other batters haven't scored anything until Shafiq finds the middle of his bat and he plays a glorious shot for 6. Well, Mohammed Shafiq, his first ball is probably the shot of the lot so far in the innings. What a delightful stroke that is. And that is a big 6.
Yeah, big 6, absolutely. White van alert, Rico. Another one goes past. They keep on coming from the same direction. I don't understand how they all get there. All right, bowler comes in again. This has been hit hard and gets it back to the bowler as quickly as possible in highly unorthodox manner.
One way to do it. Probably should have been looking at hitting that out in the offside, really, Shafiq, but still went for the leg side. Finds the short mid wicket. In comes Shahan again. Same area. This time, we'll get the single as the fielder who attacks it just not able to get it cleanly into the hands. And that was Nabid Rahman.
Definitely attacking the ball, which is good, just not picking it up cleanly. So they know what the situation is, but it's 43 for 1. They need wickets or they need to curb these runs. Grunting, slower ball. The deceptive grunting slow. Is that fake bowling?
It's It's an interesting. When I think I've told this story before, but when I was umpiring in a tournament in La Manga, there was one bowler who had I mean, he was called the grunt. He was a serious grunt, and they got to a point after this one. Oh, that's just missed the stumps. It's not the best of shots from Bashir Umar, who's living a charmed life at the moment, but he was really grunting quite. It was getting louder and louder, and it got to a point where it started off with the slower balls, but it ended at every ball, and the batters did actually complain. And we had to talk to him and say, hey, look, you are genuinely putting the batters off, because the grunt would sort of come. Grunt or no grunt is the batter who just silently puts him away over the fence over there. Maybe new ball time. I know they've managed, stays on the border of the fence, but another big hit. This time is Shafiq. And he was sort of kind of grunting before he even released the ball, and it was loud, and we had to tell him. And then after that, he became as quiet as a mouse. Yeah. And a few people did say to him afterwards, it's not that you can't grunt, you can, but you were just really loud. So I suppose it's like everything. It's like we see nowadays, a lot of times bowlers bowling with white sleeves, and often I know people in the chat saying, well, is he allowed to do that? Well, if the batters object, he has to remove them, but it's down to the batter.
The other thing is, if you have a long sleeve shirt on, then you have in Test cricket you've got white sleeves. But if it's a different colour to the shirt, then disco wave, end of the power play. So I'm sorry about that. 49 for 1 after 3, and it's getting further and further away. This 94 target for or achievable for Star to bowl Sarcel out. So again, it's looking more likely they're going to get closer to this total of 171. If they can get Umar out, Shafiq's going okay as well, 7 off 3. He's facing Rahman, who's hammered off his first over. No run.
Just look at the backing up that you're seeing here from Shafiq. He's so keen to get back on strike, isn't he? He's charging down there, then having to go back.
Now, just a quick question. So, what time does the first game start tomorrow, Rico? And we get a sleep in.
I think it's same time. I think we have time differences between. So we have extra time between the last 2 matches, as that is another biggie. 6 more. Oh, Bashir doing the damage at the moment. They've got to, if they're going to have any chance, they've got to remove him pretty quickly, because otherwise he's going to get them past that 94 in no time. Yeah, so the first 2 matches will start as per we have been. Then we'll have an extra hour, of course, before the qualifier number 2, and then again we'll have about an extra hour break before we start the final. So two breaks.
That's all right. It allows us to have lunch.
Okay.
And a second lunch.
And sometimes I don't know if that's part of the plan tomorrow. I do hope so, because I do like to see it. But sometimes in the second interval, the juniors are invited to come along, and they sometimes can play a game or have a little knock in the middle. Gives us a chance to mingle with them. That's a nice looking shot. Fielder will cut this one off though. Yes, moves early enough to get into a good position. Sharji to stop it. Did Nazib Ullah bowl yesterday? I know it wasn't a long match against Drew. Did he bowl? Because I know he took a couple of wickets when he bowled on their day 1, and he looked like good all-rounder, but I didn't see him bowl since. Right, big moment now, up in the air. Will they take it this time? Yeah, they will. So they get the wicket of Bashir Umar, and that could be big. 57 for 2. And Bashir, who was dropped on 0, also dropped on 18. But the wicketkeeper this time, no mistakes, as Sabir Hussain holds on to the catch.
Yeah, they've got a big wicket. The struggle is for Star is that they're leaking a lot of runs. 57 on the board. They've lost the second wicket. Have PFC with Bashir Umar going for 34. But I think the damage has pretty much been done, unless they can get a real roll on and put some pressure on this this PFC batting lineup. I think that's the hopes for Star of getting in that finals. The final tomorrow is pretty much done. This is hit towards us, but there's a player in the way. I'd like to thank him very much. That's Nahid Hassan.
Yeah, interesting that Hussein Shahzad, who's probably been the more successful of the batters for PFC Sassel, has not made an appearance yet. They go with Riaz Tayyub to come out at number 4. So end of the over. They get the breakthrough they wanted. 58 for 2.
Riaz Tayyub, I think he's a pretty good all-round player. I like his batting, and he's a pretty decent bowler as well. Look here, it's below the required run rate, but that required run rate accelerated towards the end, or the run rate for Star accelerated towards the end. Just squeezed out for a single.
It's well bowled, actually. Good delivery. This is Mohammed Shahid, who, of course, we had a nice shot of him having a nap on the far side of the ground and got woken up by the ball that went towards him and caught him on his toes and made him jump up. Just to see that it didn't do any lasting damage. Shahid, good start from him. It's hit hard.
Yeah.
Fielder's got work to do here, but gives up on it. And Nahid Hassan just decides, nope, whether a dive or slide, this one has beaten me. So that's 4 runs. It's a good, feisty strike of the ball. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot that. And again, Star, they've got some stars to in the batting. I just think their bowling is a little bit pedestrian. It's all a bit the same, isn't it, Rico? So it's just as well that they're scoring big. Well, they scored big in 3 of the games, and they scored under 70 in 2 of their games. So just 2 games they didn't click, lost early wickets.
Oh, that has been butchered. That is massive. And Shafiq, he gets himself outside that off stump early. Watch him outside the off, and it gets put on a platter for him, and he sends it. That is a biz away super 6, massive strike, and they're getting close to that 94 pretty quickly.
Let's change the conversation. If they keep on batting like this, and Shafiq and Tayyab stay here, and it's just down leg side for a wide, can they get the 171? So let's take out the 94 for the moment. The 120 is the 1 point mark, which is not going to really help anyone. But can they pick up another win?
That's hit pretty well, and yeah, well fielded. That's just going to be a single on this occasion. I suppose if they are going to do that, then somebody, and you'd think somebody like Shafiq has to put a big score on. He's got to go ballistic. And you've said already that the bowling of AC Star is probably limited. So if you get going, you can cause a few problems from them. This is Itifaka Saif, who's the 12th man running the helmet on. Of course, we did hear a little bit of Itifaka on the comms last year, and he stepped in a few times. It's nice to see him actually this time being part of the team. I don't think we've seen him actually play, but he's doing a good job as 12th. Let's hit along the deck, chases on, and the fielder this time does make to stop. Single gets taken, and they get the hard hitting Tayyub on strike. Both these batters can go well, but yeah, Tayyub will be looking to launch as well. And, that was a big shout from somebody. I thought maybe the umpire was calling a no ball there. But
sounded like it. There was no movement from this at the station though.
Somebody's pretty close to one of the microphones, I'm guessing.
I did hear some singing yesterday, which was weird. In the air and gone. Good catch. Another wicket down.
I just looked at this catch taken. I don't know if you noticed it. The fielder who's actually there, sort of in short cover, doesn't even look. Look, he just continues to look straight. He doesn't even look back. He's not even. It's like he's It's like you said, yeah, that's out. No problems. Done. All right, wicket does go. That sort of helps a little bit. They're still needing, well, I suppose they don't need. It's more the case of AC Star need to stop the opposition scoring another 20 runs. If they can do that, then they will be coming back here tomorrow. So Tayyub will go for 7 of 6.
So Jacob Stewart has got a question for me. What would be your very worst cricketing experience, playing or otherwise? It's a good question. I have to think. Been hit a few times, but nothing too serious. There's can be a dot ball. I can't. There's probably negatives. I remember getting hit for 4 off the last ball to. I think it was to tie a game or to lose a game. Don't really know. I'll think about it. I'll muse on it for a little while. So, but it's a good question. Lots of positives. The pub after the game's always a positive as well. That's a big part of cricket in Australia. Probably in other parts of the world as well.
Yeah, it is. I think that was. I know I've touched on it a number of times. For me, the cricket was all. It's not just about the game. And obviously a team game, but it's all about the team dynamics afterwards as well. That one, I think a bit of movement away, but the umpire will call the wide in the end. Just misses the line. Yeah, the team dynamics afterwards, where you get together, whether it's a drink with the opposition and the umpires afterwards, which then can end up with going out for a meal. That's what playing cricket was all about for me. It was very much a social. And
another one that is maybe a little bit odd, but getting to the point where I realise that I can't bowl like I used to, and thinking, well, I still enjoy cricket. I like the life around it. I just don't need to play anymore. Yeah. And it wasn't really a conscious decision just to go, I'm going to retire, because I still might get a game. I got asked to play for Vinarati Thirds this year, and I just looked at Drakey, who's in that team and part of Vinarati, and just went, no. But I'm not. Look, it's still fun. I like being part of the social events. I know there was a test match. They twice a year now, Vinarati are playing test matches over a weekend, and I definitely want to go down for those. And I want to be more part of the social life of Vinarati. They do come to my quiz quite often, quite a few of the players. But the social aspect of Vinarati, it's a very multicultural club. There's now a thirds team, and there's a women's team that's come up. In fact, you'll see a lot of the Vinarati women's team playing for the Czech Republic next weekend.
Right.
Now, one who's going to qualify by the end of the year is Fawa Baba, who's a very, very good player. But there's some good young players, including the Kutsanova sisters, Tetka, who's the youngest captain for a women's team, international cricket captain at 16. So there are a lot of positives, but I don't need to be playing anymore. But that was just that realisation where I think, just not going to be playing the same level. Not that I played at a high level. Whoa, run out! That was lazy.
Yeah, very much so. And Ramizi Shan, well, maybe he's got to be thinking about maybe hanging up his boots if he can't run and complete simple singles. I mean, look at him here. I mean, it just... and then by the time he realises he's got to get his skates on, he's going to get run out. So another possible twist in this match. Another wicket goes, and it's the captain, Ramizi Shan. It's going to... I suppose the best way to describe that, he just runs himself out. I mean, well done to Naheed Hassan for getting the direct hit in, but it's not good from the captain. And now you're getting to a point where players coming in, apart from Shafiq, who becomes massively key. I mean, he's on strike, so let's see what he does here. Plays that away, he'll just get a single. They've got 3 men on the boundary to him. So now the plan, surely here for AC Star, has got to be right. Give the single to Shafiq and then really apply the pressure. It's Chima Hamza who's the batter that comes in at number 6.
Talking with the mighty Vinarati Cricket Club, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu's in the chat, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. So Vinarati, and this is another chance for a run out. Oh, he throws it straight at the bowler, who's not real happy.
This is Ula. I was asking you if he bowled yesterday. Well, he is bowling here today. Didn't bowl in the first match, but that, if it hits, is going to be out as well. So
he was aiming at the bowler rather than aiming at the stumps. So Vinarati means it's a nice area of Prague, quite affluent. Lots of expats there as well now. But it means it's the Royal Vineyard. So there was hills there, and the Royal Vineyard was in that area. So 150 years ago, it was all farmland and vineyards. And so there's the Rossos and the Biancos because of wine. And so the thirds team's now called the Portos, and the women's team is called the Rosés. This is in the air, be safe. But it's good to continue with the theme. And that is the theme.
Yeah.
Wine. Quite nice.
With regards to injuries, I think I've mentioned this before. I know Billy knows of it. And when I was just turned 18, and I got the ball, got one right in the eye, which was nasty, and kept me out of the game for a while, and all sorts of surgery and things. And I did come back from it. It took a while to come back from it. It took a while to adjust. And it's not something which you notice too much when you're bowling so much, but on a bright sunny day, this still can be, or there used to be a bit of an issue, because I had the damage was done to my iris, which was, they will keep the batter back. Yeah, damage was done to the iris. So on a bright sunny day, you can see all the little dots of light around it, and it certainly hampered me my batting, because there's definitely. As that one goes through, there's definitely a blind spot when the ball is, the good length delivery, York length delivery. Yeah. Definitely a blind spot. And when I came back, I found so many times I was getting bowled with the ball in that area, had to change my stance and all sorts. But yeah, that was pretty nasty. As well, swinging and missing here is Chima Hamza. And this is all good stuff at the moment for AC Star. Can they do this? Got to restrict their opposition to 94 or less, so 14 runs. And
got another question in just a moment. So says down the ground, and just be a single from Thomas again. For either of us, apart from the comfort zone places, any other cricket ground preferences you'd like to have travelled around Europe? So you've been to most places. I haven't been to as many places as you like. I would like to go to Khartoum.
Yeah.
So that's just another chance. Oh, that's got to be out. That has to be out, and it is. Wicket, and that's Shafiq. He stepped right across, hit him just on the back of the leg, I think, and he was exposing at least 2 stumps. So good bowling. And it's I think it's Shimu.
This is massive. I mean, yeah, that's Plum. He's right in front. He's trying to whip it away, but that is out. There's no doubt about it. That changes for me everything. I mean, Chima's come out. He's swinging and missing. Yeah. And Shahid, who's bowled so well, I was impressed with his first over, has picked up the wicket, the massive wicket of Mohammad Shafiq. And that comes with a ball to go in this 8th over. And now, well, can they do it? AC Star, can they contain, or will somebody just come out there? This is Mohammed Ahmad and just get a few away. I suppose it's one of those that really, PFC, they've not really got too much to play for here. I mean, they're not going to win this match.
No.
Getting a point from it, they need to get a 120. That doesn't look likely. So they got nothing at all to play for apart from being the team that helps the Stallions make it through to the final, or are they going to help, willingly or not, AC Star do it? What a last 12 balls we're going to have here at the Drua Cricket Ground.
Every dot ball is going to be vital. Every wicket's going to be cheered. Vinny would like to go to Denmark I've done a cricket thing in Denmark. I did a coaching course a couple of years ago next to the Brundby Stadium. And there's a lovely ground there. Didn't visit the ground, and there's a turf pitch there. Just outside Copenhagen. Oh, that's fiery. Good ball. It'll be one for the over.
They've only scored just 8 runs in the last 3 overs. And they are really struggling here. This is Aziz, who went for 16 in his first, but we know he's a good bowler. You've still got good bowlers to come back. But listen to the noise. They believe that they're going to be coming back here tomorrow. Well, bat on ball. They'll take just a leisurely single. And it's thrown to the keeper's end, and they'll get one. So, but getting one a ball ain't going to get them there. And that's what AC Star know. They know if every time they get a good ball in there, that keeps it to no runs or just a single, that'll do for them. So cleverly at the moment, they're concentrating on saving those boundaries. 2 men on the leg side, got to third back, long off back.
Good ball.
Bowled again.
Quick question for Mr. Sandhu. What happens if they get 94? Is it 94 or under or 94 or over?
I think it's 94 or less.
94 or less.
94 or
okay,
less.
Let's treat it as that. Hopefully he's got his maths right. I'm sure he does. All right, Aziz coming again. Hopefully he won't bowl the bouncer that's over the... Oh, he's heard me. Hopefully he won't bowl another one over the shoulder. Otherwise there'll be a no ball and a free hit. He's bowling short of a length, and that's, I think, the right place to be bowling to Ahmad.
What are the Stallions feeling right now? Well, Stallions, if you're watching, get on the chat and let us know what you're thinking, because right now you must be sweating buckets and feeling the opportunity to come back here tomorrow and play PUC slipping away.
Tell you what, though, one thing that Star don't want now is this wicket, because he swung 3 times, missed 3 times, hasn't looked like hitting the ball. There's another one. Keep him in. Keep him in.
Aziz, quality bowling. Quality bowling. Outside the off, short of a length, swing and miss, joining up the dots.
Almost home, aren't they? And that 94, after that, such a good start here from PFC. And it could be that Star are going to make this final.
Well, there was 73 at the end of 5.
Yeah.
73 at the end of 5, and here they are. They've struggled. As I said, they scored now. What's come off this over? Just the 1. So they've scored 9 runs.
What's a new bat?
In 4-5 overs. Yeah, crazy.
He hasn't used it. Oh. All right.
This is the thing here. I mean, PFC, I don't think they really know what they're playing for. That's the problem. So you would normally, well, you're not going to take it. Oh, they're going to take a single.
Don't throw it.
That's the best possible result, really, for AC Star. So the 9th over, what a cracker. Just the 2 from it. So 2 off that one. In the last 4 overs, just 10 runs have been scored. And AC Star are looking to book their place in finals day tomorrow ahead of the Stallions. The Stallions can't believe what's happening here. They're praying that 12 runs can be scored off this last over.
Remarkable, this game, remarkable. And not just this game, but the game of cricket. T10, it's just edge of your seat. This format. All right, new bowler is Rabbani Khan. What can he do? Oh, it's a swing and a miss again. Keep him in.
It's one of those, isn't it? I mean, if you look at it, EFC Sarso, if we're talking about them getting close to win a game or get a point, you retire him out, don't you? But they're probably thinking, well, what for? If we retire him out, what do we gain? What do we do? What do we win? Nothing.
Oh, he's hit it.
They will. Well, will they? They'll take a little casual single. So 84. He gets bat on ball, the second ball. So 4 balls again determine the fate of AC Star. The noise, they're all on their feet.
He's going to bowl a wide here, isn't he? It's going to be a wide.
Well,
it's either
Rabani-
going to hit the helmet or it's going to go. It's going to go for 5 wides. Oh no!
He hits
Could be
his
gone.
away. The fielder is behind it.
Well done.
They only take a single, which is a result because they get Ahmad back on strike, who has been swinging and missing.
Oh, they're so close to being home with 3 balls to go. And they know.
Oh, they know,
Look-
all right.
Look at them, that just nervous energy.
That's
out! No! That's the worst result possible. LBW.
Well,
It's a dot ball though.
it's 2 balls to go, so it just means the only way they lose from, or not lose, but don't make it through tomorrow, the next batter comes out and smashes 2 6s,
Oh.
which, well, crazier things have happened. So LBW, Ahmad will go for 2 of 8 deliveries. They're celebrating already. They're loving it. And 2 balls to go, confirms the umpire. The new batter is making his way out there now, is Amadou Tarakel. So, well, if this ball does not go to the boundary, then they are there. They are home. They're in the finals day tomorrow. And dot ball. That's it.
That's it.
They have done it. So we can start to write in the name. And what a story it's been as well. After a great start, then 2 losses, they come back with the win they needed. And that will be it. That will be it. It will only be a single. 86. So it is going to be joy and celebration for AC Star, because not only do they win the match and take 4 points, but that 4 points combined with the fact that they've restricted PFC Sarcelle to get past that 94 means that it will be them that face PUC tomorrow in the Eliminator. And that means it's heartache for the Stallions.
Yeah, the Stallions have been so good over the last couple of days after 2 losses on the first day, and it's really unfortunate for them, but fantastic for Star. And well, you know what? With their batting lineup, if they can get going, they'll cause problems in this finals. And
Yeah.
I feel for them. I think it's a really good result. And look at the joy. They're coming from everywhere.
Well, they want to do their celebration now. Well, there you go. That's one. There you go. They're telling Drew we're coming as well, you know. We're on our way as well. We're doing our celebrations as well. Well done to AC Star. What can I say about the new team? Of course, we have seen 4 new teams in this Group B, but they are genuinely new. Those players we haven't seen play before. It's not like Everett. So there it is. And the Paris University Club, well, they'll come into it nice and fresh. They've had 3 days off. They know who they're taking on tomorrow. AC Star playing in their first European Cricket Network series.
They've just found out.
And,
They didn't know.
Did they not know?
No,
well,
they didn't know.
Maybe then I think they knew.
No.
I'm not saying they knew.
No, they didn't know. They just ran out from, there we go. Now
Well-
the celebrations start.
Well, maybe they just found out. I wonder if we can capture some of these emotions on the field. Well, we thought they knew, but they know now, as there's all sorts of celebrations now. Ronaldo celebrations and rhinoceros celebrations and all sorts. Well, it is the International Alien Day. Maybe there's some alien celebrations there as well. And look at that. There's the joy. Tell me that it doesn't matter to these guys. It matters.
There's tears from Tambir, I think. He's got his head in his shirt.
Look at that. And yeah, what a performance it's been from him, Tambir Aziz. Don't forget the part that he played when he came out there and he scored those valuable runs when they needed it towards the end. And what a lovely story this is. On debut, they were magnificent on their first day. Then they were, well, torn to threads in the next 2 matches. But when it mattered, they came back. And there was that 98, of course, from Sharju. And then Aziz played a very important part, 36 of 11. And don't forget he's bowling as well. So well done to AC Star. They will be here tomorrow. It won't be an easy match for them, but hey, you wouldn't write them off because they've got two batters in their side, a Centurion and a guy that scored 98 here today. I still believe you've got to put those two together.
Yep.
You can't be keeping Ulla back. Ulla can't be coming into bat with 6 overs gone. He's too good for that. Get those two out there, get them a good start in the power play, and who knows, they're capable of anything.
Yeah, agreed. And that was the race that Tambia just won. But look, congratulations to Star. They thrilled us on the first day. We thought anything was possible, and then it was just 2 thrashings.
Yeah.
They were inflicted against Drew yesterday and also this morning. But they've come back, and they've got a good win. It was never going to happen after 5 overs, was it?
Yeah,
And,
it was. I mean, the run out was crazy, wasn't it? I mean, to get the run out, and then after that, really nothing really happened. Then Shafiq, when he gets plumb in front, that was it. I couldn't see them doing it again. That's the other run out. That was the captain who just puts the bat under his arm and just walks off. It sort of sums up really a disappointing performance from PFC Sarcelle. And when they're giving away 22 extras, Danny, and some of those wides were, they were quite shocking. That was the LBW. That was absolutely plumb.
Yeah.
But they didn't play well in general. They didn't bowl well. They didn't field particularly well. But these guys, they believed, they knew what they had to do, get big runs on the board, and then go on and win the match. And of course, every one of those runs so crucial. And then when they got the news, they were ready to celebrate, and celebrate big time. Nice scenes on the European Cricket Network. It just goes to show that sometimes, these guys, they play hard, they play passionately. It means a lot to them. And for AC Star to be coming back here tomorrow, just the fact them being able to be part of finals day, I think is absolutely brilliant for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And they play the game in the right spirit, don't they? And really good to see. They're just a young team, and congratulations to them.
Yeah.
So, in the end, it was. I thought Tanbir Aziz bowled very, very well. It was wicketless, but kept that second last over to almost nothing, except for that one run. He kept the batsman on strike. That was Mohammad Ahmad. So there we go, the scorecard. Rabani Khan ended up with 2 for 6. That was a good contribution as well. And I think Sarcelle just sort of ran out of batting.
Yeah, they ran out of batting, and also, I suppose, it's been a disappointing campaign for them, let's face it. And in this match, they weren't going to win it. They weren't going to get a point out of it. And I think it got to a point where really there was no motivation for them to, in the end, stop the AC Star side getting that victory and them getting past the 94 mark. So for me, as soon as they got those couple of big wickets, it was always going to be one way. And well done to AC Star. Not only do they get a win, not only do they pick up 4 points, but they're going to be playing in the Eliminator tomorrow. And who knows, this fairy tale could continue tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great finals day between 4 good sides. And there we go. Paris University Club against Star. First up in the Eliminator. Then Royal 94, who captured a lot of fans with the way they played. They'll be having a difficult game against Dreux. But with the spirit they have, they could push Dreux all the way. And that'll be from 9:15 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it will be indeed. So there you have it. That's what we've got coming up tomorrow. We will start with the Eliminator, and as we always like to do, it's always a good time to invite you back into the Igloo for the very last time here today. But remember, tomorrow is finals day coming up. You did have a quick glimpse of what we got coming up tomorrow. I think it's great. I mean, we got 2 teams probably that you would expect to be there, PUC and Dreux.
Yep.
And then you got 2 teams probably not. I mean, I found out quite late on in this series that Royal 94 actually play in the 3rd division.
Really?
So they're a team that play in the 3rd division, and here they are in the qualifier with Dreux. So that's a story in itself.
Yep.
And remember, whatever happens in that qualifier, there's always a second chance.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't go well first time round, they've got a second chance to get into the final. And then we have another new team here, AC Star, who, well, they certainly did stun us when we saw them on day one, and things didn't go quite to plan yesterday for them. And of course, they got easily beaten by the Stallions as well. But in the end, they held on to get a famous victory to return tomorrow. Got to feel a little bit for the Stallions. I like what they did. I like the way that they played. They've got some nice players in there, some good players. Also for the Bumblebees, you know, somebody like their captain, Munawar, who put 2 very good knocks in of 84. But they certainly added to what a very entertaining Group B, when really until the last match we didn't know which way it was going to go.
Absolutely. And look, another very entertaining day's cricket. There'll be more tomorrow, and we're getting, there's a white van just about to drive past us, Rico. It's got a carpet or something at the back trying to.
Well, this was a van that was used first in the morning, and you see the ground being roped to remove the moisture off. Well, that was used this morning to remove a lot of the dew. So it's I don't know what its purpose is at this time of day, but maybe it will be used again tomorrow. I'm told that the weather tomorrow will be very nice again. It will be very similar to today. That means that I feel that in the morning there'll be a fair bit of dew. So I think that van is going to have to do its job. I can hear the music playing in the background. We're ready to go back and forth. Well, we certainly are. But before I go, I have to say a big thank you to the umpires. They once again were outstanding. They work well as a team. They get the decisions right. The on-call may not be right first time, but they work well as a team and get the right result. I think that's important. Well done to the Blue Crew. Thank you very much again to the Federation. We have been proper sport here in Drua. The Federation have really looked after us, and especially the home club and their staff from Drua. So thank you very much indeed. And can't leave without saying a big thank you to everybody on the chat. You've been absolutely brilliant, and how nice it is also when every so often we have people from the chat come and visit us. I know we had Thomas Martinez there in Madrid. It was great to see Thomas, and here we've had John Gray as well. And John Gray, he did very well, splendidly well when he did toss the coin. He did. And I know that he did very well here with you as well. So it's always nice. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Finals day tomorrow. We'll see you then. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
Au revoir tout le monde.
my body back and forth. Move my body back.